over the battleground. Get ready to jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नॉट टीम क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत बड़ा कम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उसको हिट पर डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पाने
After witnessing Group D complete their matches, now it's time for Group C to show what they're made of. Welcome to realme BGIS 2025, The Grind Group C Day 1. I'm going to be a host of Casterneck Row. John alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, we've got a complete new set of teams joining alongside, and this time the names seem even more fierce.
Exactly. We have seen these names before. Some of the biggest names in the country are going to be present in Group C. Plus, I'm very intrigued with how the end of this journey is going to look like, just because they have had 4 days to observe what happened with Group D. So I'm pretty sure the strategies and the game plans that we are going to see from Group C are going to be a little bit more refined.
Ooh, yeah, that's a great point that you brought up, right? The new zone settings were sort of just thrown directly on the face of Group D. But now that the fact that, Group C was sitting in the back and looking at Group D perform, they've definitely taken down quite a lot of those notes, and probably now they're going to be implementing all of those notes in the game itself. 24 games, that's a lot of games, honestly. And of course, there are going to be quite a lot of those teams that's going to be doing great, especially speaking of GT, one of those. Gujarat Tigers, they have been in immaculate form so far.
I mean, Gujarat Tigers, especially Clutch God, individually has been in the best form I've seen him in since a long time. And that leads me to believe that Gujarat Tigers might just be one of the best performing teams in this particular group. But there's one more name that I'm very interested to talk about and, in fact, observe what they're going to be up to. In fact, 2 more names, Big Brothers and WSB, right? WSB, because one of the best scouting programs we have seen in Indian esports, and consistently they've been bringing some of the best players to the forefront of the Tier 1 circuit. They somehow seem to figure out who fits the tag of next big thing, and they have them in their team, give them exposure, give them experience, and then eventually the players move on to bigger orgs later on. That has happened this year as well. Their previous lineup, it's not there anymore. They've come up with 4 new set of players, and I'm pretty sure, knowing it is WSB, there's going to be a lot of expectations from these lads. And of course, Big Brothers returning after making a big debut in 2023, 2024 wasn't their year. The roster that was there, that set a benchmark for Big Brothers, has completely faded away. And now these new players, what can they accomplish? There's a legacy that they have to live up to.
Exactly. The same thing can be said for GlitchX Reborn too.
Yes.
A few known names in the banner as well, especially speaking of Akshat, a man who's been there in the glorified lineups in the past as well. Now bringing that experience to a complete new banner. I would love to see how GlitchX Reborn performs as well. But once again, just to let the audience know, as we know, the bottom 8 teams are going to be moving to the round 2, and the top 8 teams from this group will move on directly to the round 3. So that's going to be a major head start for this group.
Exactly. This is where things get interesting, right? When we're talking about Group D before this, it was still like, all right, you move on to round 2, but you still have to go up against 512 teams in total. 511, because you are going to be one of them. But when you talk about moving instead of round 2 to round 3, now the competition gets real. Now things get fierce, because now it is down to you versus 255 other teams. So competition once again gets cut down in half. And of course, there's so much incentive over there, because for teams like Gujarat Tigers, for teams like Glitz Reborn, for teams like Rush If Possible, Lifecraft, they have done it time and time again when they have been introduced into these early rounds of tournaments, and yet they've qualified for the finals. For them, it is an actual possibility, but they would like to have it a little bit easier, of course, because who wouldn't? So they will try their level best to qualify for round 3 rather than just dropping down to round 2.
And especially in the new zone settings, aggression's going to be like the main big thing now. Gujarat Tigers, for them, it's their natural habitat. Aggression has been there in their nerves since the start till the end. And the fact that Gujarat Tigers is now going to be playing for the first time in the new zone settings, yes, they have had time to sit back, relax, and watch Group D duke it out. But I just really want to see how the zone-oriented playstyle is going to be looking on these boys. Because GT, it's one of those teams that likes to play from the edges. Now they need to prioritize the circle.
I agree with that. Now they need to prioritize the circles, but as we were talking about aggression, and completely agree with you, aggression is being rewarded more, I guess, this time around, because an example has been set by teams like VST, by teams like Wildfangs in the previous group from from Group D.
Yep.
We saw that clearly. As soon as they started getting more and more aggressive, they just took a very big leaps and bounds above the rest of the competition. VST was a perfect example for that. And again, never before have I seen a team maintain an average of 10 points per match after 24 games were over. So that feat itself, I want to see if anyone can beat it.
Now, we've been speaking a lot about numbers, and we've been speaking a lot about the group. So let's move on forward and look at the format of the tournament and find out how this tournament's been functioning so far. In-game qualifiers began from 25th Jan and lasted till the 2nd of February.
Of course, and after the in-game qualifiers, teams are going to be asked to move to round 1. But we are in the realme BGIS, the grind right now. We started off with week 1. Week 2 is about to begin. And of course, as we talk about the teams from week 2, top 8 qualifying for round 3, bottom 8 going to round 2. Same thing's going to happen in a similar way once we move to week 3 and week 4, where teams from week 3, the bottom 8 will qualify for round 3, and the top 8 will move forward to round 4 directly.
Yeah.
And the teams that will be competing in Group A in realme BGIS, the grind, the craziest thing for them, direct qualification to the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
What more could you ask, man?
And even if you do manage to place yourself at the bottom 8, you're still going to be moving to the round 4. What else do you want? That's still a major head start for Group A.
Yeah.
And once again, to let the audience know, all of these group seedings happen by the past performance of the team, so keep that thing in mind as well. And of course, we've got week 1 teams and week 2 teams up the semifinals. Top 8 from week 1, top 8 from the week 2. We'll move on directly to the grand finals that will be happening in Kolkata, which will be super intense as well. But what's on the line for this tournament? That's going to be the prize pool, 2 crore rupees over here, from which the first placing team, the champion team, will be getting 60 lakhs in their hands.
I think we've got to fix that, man. 2 crore plus is going to be the prize pool, man. There's going to be a new crate that's going to be out
You gotta
for
stop
realme
saying that,
BGIS,
right?
and the prize pool is just going to go up.
Look, I don't see any plus over there on the graphics. But yeah, we do know the internal information that happened during the Insider, that yeah, there's going to be a crate announced in-game, and all the money accumulated from that crate will be introduced directly in the realme BGIS 2025. So that's super exciting. But we've also got the special rewards on the screen. Realme MVP will be getting 3 lakhs. Johnny, imagine.
Oh, man. That is going to be intense. I mean, seeing an individual with that check over there. But of course, if you want to move forward on this journey, if you want to get to that 2 crore plus prize pool, eventually you have to get as many points as you can in every single game that you play. Point structure as old as time itself, and probably going to last as long as time itself. But one finish, 1 point. I think that is going to be the most important thing that I think teams for this week in particular will focus on, because I understand you were talking about Gujarat Tigers and seeing how their placement positioning is going to work out in the new zone structure. I think all I see in this particular lobby is aggression, man. You see LOC, Lifecraft, even Tribe Herdman, Genesis Esports, Karunaro Esports is an aggressive team as well.
That is
Rival Zape, they got Trigger in their lineup as well, so that is going to be intense. But looking at the schedule, we have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, 6 matches of the day. What do you think is going to happen? Who's going to be at the top at the end of the day?
Pretty much the same schedule, nothing really changing over here. And who's going to be at the top? I think so. It has to be GT. It's one of those teams that's going in a top-notch form so far. So I highly doubt any of their teams going to be there to sort of give them a tough competition. You cannot really take it away, even from the side of Genesis. The playing form that Genesis has, even they possess a lot of performance and also experience. You cannot really forget players like Apollo, Cyrax, Vixky, Mac, Sam. These players have been a part of some of the most glorified lineups in the past.
Why are you forgetting Shadow OG, man?
Even that guy,
Exactly, yeah. He's going to be there as well. And of course, a lot of big names to look out for, to watch out for. But talking about these teams again, Gujarat Tigers being the, of course, heavy favorites, along with Team LOLs, a man who's loved by the community. When he showed up the first time, everyone was raising a lot of questions like, all right, he's a content creator, what can they accomplish? And he shut up all of his critiques, performing exceptionally well. Of course, wasn't able to qualify for the finals that year, but maybe this time it is going to be his year. Imagine one of the creators from the community who's not been a professional player goes on to lift the trophy. How incredible would that storyline be?
That would be super interesting, right? Especially all the fans as well, just sort of taking his name over and over again. We'll hear a lot of those chants. And even the social media will be going wild.
Oh, of course.
That's going to be one of the main things. We'll see so many new dramas brewing up. But you know what? That's a storyline for another time. You also brought up Rival Apex a while ago. And we see Trigger playing in that lineup. So that's an interesting change too, because the last time when we saw this lineup play, it was quite a surprise because the way they were performing, we all were surprised with that performance. And I would like to see the same performance once again, but considering now they've got a bit more of that experience in hand, things might just be better.
I was just about to come to this, that Trigger brings with him a lot of experience of being one of the best players at one point inside of the country, and of course being part of some of the biggest teams, biggest names that you just see in BGM on a regular basis in every single finals. And last time we saw him playing with Orangutan, of course, quite an unfortunate series of event. Orangutan not really making it that far into the tournament. But this time around, I think Trigger, especially for him, that story of redemption, there's a lot more for him to gain, and especially with these young lads from Rivals Apex, I think he can actually make it happen. Because as you were talking about them, we saw that aggression coming in. We saw the confidence from Rivals Apex build up slowly and steadily. And now, you know you have Trigger with you. That just motivates you even more to perform. But let's see how things are going to turn out, because look at the other names. SBA Esports. That's one name we haven't talked about.
Exactly. I was just about to bring up SBA Esports as soon as you were going to stop talking. And SBA Esports was a big spark in the past, especially in 2024. But that spark also faded away super quickly because SBA Esports was not really able to qualify till the later rounds. But still, whatever rounds they were able to perform in, SBA Esports was an absolute delight to witness because they were so aggressive. They were getting those elimination points as well. And the fact that they were not scared of any other known names, even that was super interesting. But at the start of the day, we all made our predictions. I went with Genesis Esports. Considering Genesis, they've got a lot of that experience in hand too. But honestly speaking, my heart's right now going with Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah, so you just want to swap your predictions. And I wish you had done that, man. You, me, I see the entire English panel would have been on the same page.
That's one of the main reasons why I went with Genesis, because I thought there's too many GTs over here. We need to bring in some variety. That's why I went with Genesis.
But look at the Hindi desk. I mean, Maisie believing in SBA Esports, and I don't know what, but Maisie has been getting his predictions right, so SBA Esports has to be the team to watch out for as well. Karunano Esports, another big name, a big fan following for this team, and of course, another aggressive name that we have seen in 2024. Rivals Apex is going to be the pick for Spiro. And again, we were just talking about them just a few seconds ago. So we also believe that this team really has the potential to break into the top 8. But that's the thing, Necro. Only the top 8 qualify for round 3. Who's going to be in the bottom 8? Who will be left behind in round 2?
I'm really surprised that none of us picked Team LOLs.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those teams that can also bring in a big X factor, right? Considering we know the content creator is once again over here to try and make his mark. The last time when he played, it was quite a delight to witness the entire team. We had Mudit and a few more boys which were quite experienced. And yes, the last time when they played, they made it quite to the later rounds. And we also saw the social media go super wild that, a content creator is going so far away in a tournament. So he pretty much made his mark. Maybe this time he might just perform even better.
Exactly, and it wasn't like he was getting carried the entire time. LOLs as an individual was playing well, which is why everyone was surprised that it is a competitive lobby. It's highly difficult to perform over here, and yet this man made it happen. I'm going to hope to see him move as far as possible in this tournament. If he gets to the finals, I'll love it.
I mean, especially there are so many things said against him that, he's playing the public lobbies. That's why dominating. When he plays in a comp lobby, then he will understand what the intensity looks like. But there's a lot more to talk about. But for now, let's move on to a short break. Welcome back after that short promo, and ladies and gentlemen, make sure to check out the realme P3 Pro 5G. That device is going to be launching on 18th February, and of course, all you need to do is move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
And it's going to be fun as well. As you mentioned, 18th of February, the device is coming out. I can't wait to see what all new features are there in this one, because I've been hearing rumors. And trust me, every single time I hear something, I'm like, wait, what? What? This is there as well?
Yeah, and the crazy part is, or the unfortunate part is, maybe you can't say, we cannot really leak those things yet.
Yeah.
I really do want to say it out loud, but unfortunately, we are not given the permission to say it out loud in public, so we just have to keep it to ourselves.
Don't worry, we'll try to get permissions about what all information we can share little by little. We're going to start teasing everyone.
Yeah,
that's going to be fun.
Listen, man, let's move on and speak of the teams, because I feel like if we keep on speaking about this stuff, definitely something's going to come out of my mouth.
Of
so
course
let's just speak about the teams for now, right? Karnat Esports, too, you brought them up a while ago. Karnat Esports as well. It's one of those teams that's been trying their best to be in the T1 circuit for the longest of the times, but they always fail to make it till the late stage of a tournament.
Of course, but it is going to be interesting to see how this new zone structure works out for them. But let's see how game number 1 is going to turn out right off the bat, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Oh, well, we're going to have a look at the teams. I have one question for you, Necro, while we have the teams. There's one team we haven't even talked about, even for a second. But as soon as I say that name, there's going to be a flood of information in your head. 120XTZ. If you remember, a few years ago, in fact, up until last year, there used to be a team called Team Zero.
Yeah.
Now, we have a few returning names, Daksh, Kylo being there, but now few additions as well. Jackson is also there, but Fanta and Zine and Dawn have been added to the lineup. The Team Zero, unfortunately, the journey last year wasn't that great throughout the year. We saw them struggle again and again and again and again. But this time around, are things going to change? Story of redemption for these teams, story of redemption for these individuals, because Kylo back in the days was like an amazing mechanically gifted player, but 2024 not really his year. Same goes for Daksh and Jackson as well. These three individuals who were picked up by Team Zero just because of how good they were mechanically were never able to gel up together, yet they stuck together even after that debacle of 2024.
Yeah, this can definitely be a major change, especially inside of the playstyle too. As you mentioned, yeah, these are sort of like the undergods as well, but at the same time, they have been in the community for the longest of the time. So they do have that experience too going forward. And this can definitely be one of those wildcard teams that can surprise us out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Since we're just inside of the Group C right now, there's definitely going to be a lot of those teams with a burst of potential, but we like to see consistency at the end of the day. And consistency has been with the boys of GT since the start till the end. They have been performing super consistently. Let's speak about the roster change that is being there, right, inside of GT. The ex-boys of WSB, a team that possessed so much firepower, now has moved on to GT. And the IGL himself, Clutch God, even he's got a lot of firepower. So this team is completely based on firepower.
Of course, and do you want to talk about the big name that's there in GT?
Clutch God?
Neo.
Oh, yeah, the man
How
making
can you
his return.
forget about Neo? One more name you just forgot about. You took it a few seconds ago. Mudit is there as well. So the lineup for Gujarat Tigers, man, it is just stacked.
True.
And of course, Clutch God and Neo reuniting after all this time. Oh, I mean, this year is just going too well for me.
Yeah, I would love to see the playing four too. I mean, if Neo is going to be there in the playing four or not, or if it's going to be Mudit, because even Mudit is one of those players that definitely deserves a bit of that limelight upon him, right? He's been performing for years and years too. Even he's been failing to make it till the late stage. So Mudit too is definitely a person with a lot of potential. But let's just see what the playing four looks like for GT, because this sort of a change can definitely affect the performance too, either in a good way or a bad way.
Of course, but I like the fact that they have options and all of the options are kind of similar. They just need to figure out the core duo inside of this team, and then the other two players have to be swappable. Because you look at how Zeref plays, it's quite similar to Arman as well in terms of aggression, in terms of how these how the mentality is inside of duels and team fights. Gods is a very talented individual. In the last tournament we saw him, and we saw him step up big time as well whenever the team required him to. Mudit, again, MICI Esports. No one knew who that lineup was back then. In 2023, we saw them, but then again, in 2024, all of them, Mujit, Sanchit, they made a name for themselves quite well, and I wonder where Sanchit is right now.
I genuinely think so. Neo might just not be the main playing four, considering GT would like to stick to the comfort zone first and play with the main playing four, and just try and get as many points as possible to be in the top 8 first, and then maybe bring out that Neo card just to try and test things around, considering Brian's going to be the perfect stage to test.
Exactly. This is the only opportunity that they have to test it out. This is the only way, only place they can do it. Because once you actually get to the realme BGIS 2025 main event, and I believe they're going to qualify within the top 8 bracket, so they will be starting their journey in round 3. You face elimination over there. It's not like, oh, if we are not in the qualification bracket, we still have another opportunity. No, you fail to qualify, you are instantly getting kicked out. So that's the thing. So I 100% agree with you. Starting off with a strong footing, getting that lead early, getting a safety cushion early is going to be the most important thing. So maybe today we're going to see them play with their main playing four. Maybe just a few changes. Maybe they might just swap between Gods, Zeref, and Arman every now and then.
It's really tough though,
try
man.
And see
everyone's
how
so
things
good.
work out. Yeah, everyone's very good. Yeah.
Yeah, but I genuinely think so. They should just stick with the comfort zone, man. Just stick with the main playing four that they were playing even in the previous T3 tournament, because they were doing really good for themselves.
Yeah.
So that should be the main playing four, especially when you've got enough points that you know that, yeah, now we've solidified that slot in the top 8. Then go for the switch ups. Then bring Neo back in the main playing four.
Another big individual that I want to see what he's going to be up to this year, because when we saw him in 2023, one of the best players on that BGIS LAN in Mumbai, right? Ralph OG. Incredible mechanics, incredible game sense. I believe one of the key reasons that Glitch Reborn in 2023 were able to get that far in BGIS. But 2024, when we saw that lineup split up, it felt like along with his teammates, his confidence also sort of faded away. But he still kept those individual numbers up, but we saw the decline as the tournament went on and on. But this year, especially considering, as you mentioned, there is a big boost of momentum coming in the form of Akshat joining the team. And Akshat, also known as Clutchat, is definitely someone that Ralph would love to have by his side.
It's been a while, though, since we've seen Akshat on the main stage, right? So I would love to see if he's still as good as he used to be in the past, or maybe a little bit of that polishing still needs to be done, considering when you're going to be taking a long break, back after a year once again on the main stage, that's definitely going to be taking a little bit of that chip on the skills. But we cannot really forget about RIP as well. Rush, if possible, Mizo. It's one of those teams that we saw in 2024, and the performance that they showcased really did surprise us by a big margin, because they were doing so good in round 3, one of the major rounds inside of the entire BGIS, and they were still doing so good, dominating the lobbies. This was also another name for aggression, but then when it came to round 4, they sort of started to fade away in the overall standings.
Yeah, I think because of the pressure, the aggression completely faded away, and that sort of put a negative impact on Rush, if possible, Mizo's overall rankings. But this year, I think, again, seeing how the meta has changed, as long as they do not back off, take their foot off the pedal, just go run into team fights, even if you're securing those 4-5 eliminations every single game consistently in 24 matches, you will be able to qualify. And of course, the star player from the side of Russia, if possible, Flick YT. That's the man I'm going to keep my eyes pinned on.
And we've been speaking about the new zone settings over and over again too, Johnny, right? So let's move on and have a look at the zone meta in general, how it's looking like, especially on the map of Erangel. We've got the new zone and the old zone, of course. Speaking of the changes, now the early game is much more quicker.
Yeah, the early game is much more quicker. You see the transition, the wait time between stage 2, stage 3 only being brought down to only 60 seconds. The zone speed has been changed. It's a little bit more stable. It moves a little bit quicker from stage 2 to stage 3, and then it slows down a little bit compared to earlier. That is why the mid-game stages last for a while. But that first shift, when you go from stage 1 to stage 2, that is so brutal. We see bodies drop like flies.
Exactly. And pretty much the same numbers are there too, even on the map of Miramar, right?
Yeah.
Stage 1 to stage 2 transition is pretty much like a major curveball. A lot of teams do want to try and adjust as soon as possible. But then later on, we see the game slowing down.
Yeah. We see the game slowing down, and I think even in stage 1 to stage 2 transition, Miramar is a little bit more forgiving, because unlike the other maps, this is an 8x8 map. So it has a lot more breathing room, a lot more space for the players to work with. The only problem is once you get to the late stages, the rotation time, the wait time between the stages is reduced. And of course, Miramar is a very open map as well. I mean, it is big, but it's quite open. The deserts are open. So that is what causes problems for a lot of players in the late game stages. And I think stage 6, stage 7 is where we see the true action in Miramar. Earlier on, that was stage 7 to stage 8. Everyone was like just playing for cover.
Yeah.
Mid-game, we would have a little bit of action in Miramar. Right now, that has turned into not compound fights, but a lot of mid-rotation clashes. The most dangerous stage in Miramar that we noticed from the previous group, Group D, was stage 1. Lot of drop clashes.
Yeah, drop clashes are definitely going to happen even right now, because these teams haven't really played against each other that much. They haven't really practiced against each other that much, right? So automatically having that anonymous factor can bring in those drop clashes too, because there's definitely going to be a few rivalries brewing up over here as well. Just like the last time we saw I4I take a rivalry against the players of Alpha 6, and it was one of the main reasons why they were not able to move on to the top 8 as well.
Definitely, but now moving on to Sanhok. What do I say about Sanhok? Because this is something else. In Sanhok, nothing makes sense. A few days ago, we had one of the quickest games of Sanhok we have ever witnessed. 21 minutes and the game was done.
Yeah, Sanhok is definitely one of those maps that definitely does bring in those aggression too, and especially with the new zone meta, it's just getting even more exciting, right? You can clearly see the wait time over here, 120, while in the past it was 150. So things are much more quicker now. Things are going to be much more intense, especially knowing the fact that in the early game you are not going to be having much more of that time to try and think through. You will need to be super quick and super spontaneous.
So the stage to stage transition is a little bit quicker, but while the blue zone is moving in, you still have a lot of time, because if you notice, the times have been slowed down a little bit more. Like stage 5, look at that, 60 is going to be the move speed. This time it is going to be 88. It is going to be a little bit quicker, faster paced, but you still have a little bit more breathing room if you are going to be inside the circle. That is why I think last week Sanhok, what we saw early drop clashes happening in Paradise Resort, that entire fiasco that was going on with Aerobots and I4I clashing against each other. We saw a few fights happening for the edges of the map as well. But again, team at the center, they realize there's going to be a lot more pressure for them, because everyone's going to be eyeing out the center first. No one wants to play the edge and keep on moving slowly and steadily, because as you are scaling up, you're also exposed. You do not want to get taken out, but sometimes scaling up is where you get the most finishes as well. And if you are one of those teams that prioritizes finishes, I think that is the best place to be.
Sanhok has always been one of the most zone-oriented map, right? If the circle directly pans on top of you, there's a major chance you will be the one to pretty much take the chicken dinner away. And now, because the new zone settings, it just gets even more zone-oriented. Now you definitely need to prioritize that circle no matter what. Yeah, you can definitely try and go for the edge-to-edge gameplay as well, but understand this, you will need to be so quick on your feet. You cannot lose your vehicles. There's too many chances that you're going to be risking at that point.
You can't wait for the blue zone to collapse completely, basically. As soon as the blue zone starts to move from the previous stage to the next stage, you have to move along with it. Just keep the space between the blue zone and the safe zone, maintain that distance, and you move along with it. So I think as long as teams figure out how to do that, that can make a lot of possibilities, a lot of plays a little bit easier, and open up a new world of possibilities for a lot of these teams. But again, it's very difficult to execute. Easiest strategy, go for the center, find a compound. If there's anyone there, clear them out, take that space away from them, and then just hold on for dear life.
So basically, the room for error is much more lower on the map of Sanhok than compared to Miramar and Erangel. Miramar definitely has a bit more of that room for error. If you remember day 1 of Group T that we saw, Team Empire got eliminated outside of the circle. Because they were trying to execute the same strategy that they did in the past couple of zones or in the past couple of tournaments. But considering now we're using the new zone settings, Team Empire had no clue how this is going to be functioning. They got eliminated outside of the circle.
Day 1, game 1. Day 1, game 1. I mean, I don't think they did their homework. I don't think
they did not.
They joined the meeting where everyone was briefed that, all right, guys, this is going to change, and they were caught completely off guard, which was kind of awkward as well, I think, from Team Empire's perspective. They tried to recover at one point inside of the tournament, and of course, it is Team Empire, so we usually have a lot of expectations from them, but hey, we can't do anything about it now, right?
Empire's one of those names, I mean, they've been trying so hard every single time, but they fail. I mean, at this point, I feel a little bit bad for Empire himself, because he's been trying so much to at least be there at the LAN finals, but not even once he's graced the LAN finals. So maybe this time, just to try and recover, do a little bit better. Let's hope that Team Empire can also be there in the LAN finals in the future. But once again, let's bring on the conversation towards these teams now. Johnny, we cannot really forget about Raw officials too. Even in 2024, Raw officials, they were sort of much more refined. They were looking so good. Daljit, of course, the OG man, once again back in the action. I would love to see how Raw officials going to be playing this time around as well.
I agree with you, because as we were talking about WSB, Raw official is also one of those organizations that has the best scouting program available. This name, Raw official, has given us legends of BGMI. I mean, some of the biggest names that you see used to play for Raw official back in the days. And again, that is why I think there is a lot of expectations, because there's history. There's legacies that were formed with this name, and a lot of heroes were born over here. And doesn't matter if they win or not, if you are playing under this banner, people expect you to play like an absolute god instantly.
In 2024, they got so close to making it to the LAN finals. Really close. And the crazy part was Raw official was dominating from the start till the end. The consistency was there. But then when it mattered the most, one single game is what really made that difference. And that's why Raw official could not really qualify. But let's move on to the game 1 at Erangel, and let's see what Group C's got. as the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Lipovka towards Georgiapol. This plane flight path is heavily tilted to the northern side. If the teams do want to move down south, it's time to go for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, loot, and then move down south.
Well, then let's see where the circle is going to take us as well, because with the flight path leading up north, and with the new zone settings being introduced, Necro, I would love to see some early chaos for Group C as well. Just balance things out between them and Group D, right? So let's go for a military circle this time.
I would love to see a lot of clashes too, and considering even the plane flight path is really going to bring in those clashes, I would love to see how the fight's going to look like, considering we've got so many known names inside of the entire group this time around. Big Brother Esports, Glitch X Reborn, Gujarat Tigers, WSP. WSP has been one of the best teams so far when it comes to the undergods. They have got some of the best scouting programs, so I would love to see how these new playing fours really do adapt and play inside of the game. Big Brother Esports right now just slowly and steadily traversing down south, moving in towards that potato hill. I'm not exactly sure what the main drop location is going to look like for Big Brother Esports. You've also got another team moving towards Milta. Even there's a major chance there can be a few more teams around that vicinity. There is one team in Milta Power, though.
But Necro, look towards School and Rozok. We have Coronado Esports and SBA right off the bat. As you said, you wanted to see a drop clash. Well, I think that is going to be one of those. And of course, in Pachinki, it seems like there's going to be a fight breaking out between Lifecraft and Team LOLs. But LOLs with a 4-man widespread drop have taken control from the north of Pachinki all the way towards the northern side of Ruins. And talking about the circle, this time around, it's going to be centered around Milta. So Tribe Herdman, they're going to have a pretty fun time in this game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the circle, man, it's just so brutal. It feels like the only playing percentage available inside of the circle is just 30%, while the rest is pretty much in the water lines.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look at that. Even the circle is cut and it loses some part of its circumference, but Glitch Reborn in Lipovka, I think this is, again, a great position to be in, but here we have it. We get to see the playing four. It's Clutcher, Akshat, Rex OG, and Avi OG present in the playing four of Glitch Reborn. Man, Ralph OG, he's not there.
Yeah, not in the main playing four, huh?
Yeah.
This will be interesting.
I was excited.
But I guess there's a reason why this playing four is currently playing the first game itself, because they know it holds a lot of weight. If you're going to have a good first game, that means you will have a good momentum in the overall standings too. And everyone would love to have a great first game.
Yeah.
You've also got Rival Apex on the screen in 2024. This banner definitely surprised us. It was a quick spark, but then it faded away as well quite quickly. So this time around, we hope that Rival Apex, they definitely do dominate the competition with consistency. Looking at the circle, as I mentioned, there's not a lot of that playing area available, so teams need to be super quick, move on to the zone, and then maybe try and take a few fights to satisfy their needs. But right now, teams like Rival Apex, who are completely away from the zone, they've got no other option than to go for a late-game rotation.
A little bit of a drop clash between Gujarat Tigers and Genesis over in Georgiapol City. And Gujarat Tigers, Necro, the last tournament we were casting, we saw them every single time take on a name like Wingard Esports in the same position and just dominate them day after day, to the point that at one point Wingard just did not want to find them anymore. And Genesis Esports, I think they are about to first-hand experience what the firepower of GT looks like. They've taken a formation. Zeref, he's been sent to the containers just in case they need someone to take control of that hill overlooking the city. And then everyone else is going to be closing in from the southern side of that Georgiapol city. Gods, Clutch God, they've taken their positions as well and are waiting for information to see exactly where the players of Genesis are, which buildings they are occupied in, and how many players are going to be where.
And Johnny, how can you forget about LOC? Towards Stalber. LOC is also one of those banners that is quite the known one in the community. They've been trying to get to the land finals as well. Pretty much so many teams in these groups, they have failed to make it till the late stage of the tournament. But now this is another chance that they've been given to try and get a good head start in the tournament, directly move on to the round 3 if they manage to place themselves in the top 8. And that's the best possible way you can kick things off in a tournament. You will not need to try and put on that extra hard work, directly perform well in round 3, and move on against some of the better teams in the future. But right now, Coronado Esports on the screen. Towards School Apartments, looking pretty comfortable. We do not really see any of the foes lingering around them. Everything seems good in the hood. And the fact that we're not seeing any sort of drop clashes is actually pretty surprising.
It is surprising, because, I mean, when the game began, the flight path was there. Even on the map feed, you could see Coronado Esports and SBA quite close to each other. And I think someone is going to get eager to get those 4 RE frags. Who will pull the trigger first? Will SBA be the one leading the charge against the side of Coronado Esports? Will they be the aggressors? Or will Coronado Esports take control of that hill and then try and bait SBA Esports into a false sense of safety and then pick them apart once they try to escape or try to rotate inside of the zone? Incentive to fight, I don't think is there for either of these teams in the early stages, though. They're very close to the circle, not too far away. So I think they will just try to wait out the early stages, get that early loot in, and then just take control of the edge, at least for stage 1, stage 2, and then maybe stage 3, stage 4, just charge for the center.
Indeed. WSB on the screen, a complete new playing 4. The last time when we saw WSB, they had a complete different playing 4.
Yeah.
It's one of those banners that's known for their firepower. But hopefully this time around, they've got the individuals with a lot of firepower as well.
A lot. I was just talking to Maisie a few moments ago. He was telling me Uzu OP, that's going to be the guy to watch out for. Apparently, as far as individual players are considered, he's one of the highest ranked BGMI players in the country right now.
Interesting. That means
on
the
the
man's
ladder,
mechanically gifted.
Yep.
Let's see how he performs in a T1 circuit in a competitive lobby like this, because we've seen the best of the best players crumble as well. It's happened a lot of times in the past. Big Brother Esports on the screen, one of those teams that has showcased a lot of potential in 2023 with a complete different playing 4. But now with a new playing 4, I would love to see Big Brother Esports repeat the history once again.
I agree with you. Man, Mumbai was full of hype when this team finished second. Everyone was happy for the winners as well, but everyone was happy for this organization and the players that they had back then. Made such an impact, motivated so many new names, so many new teams to step up and take on the challenge. Make most of what BGIS is all about, what BGIS has always been all about, promoting the grassroots and bringing forth new talent. And Big Brother Esports, again, expectations are going to be there. But one individual from the side of Big Brother Esports that my eyes are pinned on will be wanted. Wanted is one
of course.
He's been part of a few big names. FS Esports is where I believe I came across him for the first time. And of course, a lot of talent in this individual. Did fade away for 2024 a little bit, but now he's back in 2025.
He's also the IGL, right?
Yep.
The main man. The one who's going to be making the important calls. Let's just hope that the first game's going to be great. Would love to see a few more quick moves on the map. We've got Team Zero on the screen. Fanta and the boys, they seem pretty secure towards Milta. A lot of the teams starting to center around that vicinity. Definitely does feel like soon enough we might see the heat wave going up. Raw officials on the move as well. From the open fields, they finally found themselves a bit of that lay of the land. A few teams next to him. Things not looking too clear yet. Considering Raw officials, they need to find themselves a great spot to pin down. But since they've got a few more teams rotating right next to him, there's going to be that constant threat that Raw official needs to deal with. But how can they do so when you are not looking too stable on the map, when you haven't really found that spot to play with?
Well, let's see. Right now, everyone's just uncomfortable. Moving inside of the circle, looking for cover, rush if possible. Mesa, they've gotten themselves to that prison hill. Looking to take the high ground, but a little bit hesitant considering I think they expect someone to be there. Just an assumption made. Of course, these instincts are what keep these players safe. But meanwhile, look at the cluster. Man, prison. It's just a splash of colors already.
Just look at the stage too, and the circle is so small already.
Plus, in a situation like this can be considered a hard shift.
Indeed, man. Not a lot of that playing surface available in the first place, right?
Yep.
So a lot of teams now would need to try and make sure that they're eliminating the opponents to get a good spot in their hands. And Rush if possible Mizo, they're currently on the screen. Rush if possible Mizo in 2024. Quite the aggressive bunch. Later on, the aggression faded away. We saw quite a passive playstyle from them, but that was also one of the main reasons why they were not able to perform anymore. So hopefully they've learned from the past mistake. And look at what's happening here. Tribe Herdman. They've spotted out the players of Big Brother Esports. Tribe Herdman too. It's quite a known banner.
Yeah, it is a very known banner and a very well-known banner. We saw them the last time around, and it was a decent performance coming out of them. They did make it a decent way inside of the tournament, but let's see how this year is going to turn out. On the other side, though, the first knock of the game secured by Glitch Reborn. But can they secure the finish as well? The threat came upon the players of Rush, if possible, Mizo. And it's going to be Muffin who's been knocked out. But securing that finish, it's not going to be easy. But look at this. Things just take a turn for the worse for the side of Rush, if possible. Another knock. This time it's going to be SBA chiming in. And they just finish Flick Whitey off without even wasting a second.
And Glitchx Reborn, they want to make the bounce right now because they know the opponent's hurt. And I like the fact that Clutcher's going for a bit of that off angle, but he also needs to watch out from that watchtower in the first place. Now he's looking forward to tossing nade inside of the watchtower, but he knows exactly where the opponent's position. Tosses the nade in the outskirts, chips a bit of that damage against the foe. Another nade tossed up. Not enough damage to get the knock confirmed, but this nade might just seal the deal as it's going to land right next to the point. And it finally finds the knockout as well. Rush if possible in a big wall of trouble. Even SBA starting to close up from the back, Johnny. It's not looking too good. The fight's happening way too in the open. Rush if possible. Mizo, they do not have a good playing ground.
Yeah, they definitely don't have a good playground, but let's see. Last man left alive. Last two players left alive. Muffin has been brought back into the game one way or the other. But LOC, you see them closing in. I'm going to be worried about SB as well. As you mentioned, Necro, them being extremely close means there's an opportunity for the third party. But Muffin, it seems like, is going to be stuck there for a while. The smoke's lobbed out. Soft cover created. But SBA from the back lines, what are they going to do? Shots fired by Sheyan, but unable to find the connection. Oh, no, though. Muffin still getting finished off, and this time it is going to be Team LOLs that find the frag for themselves. The knock and the finish confirmed, and RIP Rush if possible. Well, they're down to their last player, and even he gets taken out even before I finished saying what I wanted to say.
Unfortunate starting.
Yeah.
And Johnny, soon enough, once again, the teams will need to start moving again. The next zone shift has happened. But look at WSP, still all the way up north, right next to Yasna Poliana. I'm not even sure why they're going for such a late game rotation. WSP is hoping that the teams inside of the circle duke it out a battle. And then when we see a lot of those eliminations happen, maybe that's when WSP want to make the entrance. But I still think that playstyle might just not be viable because they're going to be tanking too much damage from the blue.
I agree with you. There's going to be the damage tank from the blue zone, and of course, look what will happen once they approach the edge of the circle, because there's only one option available to them. Northern side is when they can breach from just east of prison, that highway. Other than that, every single position has been taken, but Lifecraft against Coronado Esports, and it's going to be Stone BGMI knocked out. The trade comes in on to Nate God as Remorseless show up for a third party, but Coronado Esports, Baba, he's going to be knocked out as well. Gyro God, he has to take a stand. He has to help his team find some breathing room as two individuals on the ground floor going for the heals, but a good fight back coming in from Coronado Esports. Two players knocked out. Obito hit the floor as well, and Noddy has done so much to help his teammates recover, but still another man, Baba OP, knocked out for the second time. Coronado Esports, it's such a back and forth between them and Lifecraft.
Indeed it is, but still Coronado Esports, they've got the main man advantage. And that's going to be just one man for the side of Lifecraft. It's looking pretty rough. Gujarat Tigers too, they close on up. They want to go for the third party, but GT, they also need to be wary of the fact that the opponents, they've got all the four players standing right now. Just one man knocked out. The revival's going to be there on the fallen comrade, but Clutch God really does want to make the pounce on the upper floor. There's a man just holding the angle, and still he's not going for any sort of peaks. Eventually he does. He does find the knockout on the first player, but the second man's going to barrel stuff him down. As Lightcraft, they've taken an elimination from this game off the rip.
Man, that was such an awkward position for Clutch God to be in. He went on to secure the bait. He pulled out that shot, but did get knocked out. And yet, Zaref as well hits the floor. Gujarat Tigers, they're down to two players, Mudit and Gods. Clutch God being brought back into the game. Zaref needs a revive as well. And Coronado Esports, this is incredible, Necro. Being players down, getting third-partied as well, everything going wrong for them. Yet, they haven't lost a single player. What was that? A nade from Gods, and it just falls right in the feet of Baba OP. He gets knocked out for the second time, but the trade comes through, and Clutch God is going to be knocked out by a nade from Gyro God on the other side.
Both the teams you cannot underestimate. Anything can happen. Gujarat Tigers, though, still with the upper edge inside of the fight, considering the fallen players. Once again, back up on the feet. The same thing can be said for Coronado, too. Super quick with that decision-making. A few more utils tossed in the enemy territory, but it's still not doing anything. And at this point, they're just wasting utilities.
Yeah.
Look at the amount of smokes they've used so far. Coronado Esports, they're utilizing too many utilities inside of this one single fight, and they're not able to find any sort of value with that. While Gujarat Tigers, they now finally do want to make the pounce. They finally do want to make the push, as they've realized they finally found the first knockout, and that's going to be the opener they were looking for. A few more utilities from Coronado Esports is really starting to hurt the players of GT, but even a third party that comes in the picture. Shots taken from somewhere else, and unfortunately for GT, they've already lost out on 2 players. As Coronado Esports, they once again start to get the grip back up inside of the fight, and now they've got the man advantage.
Man, the amount of utilities that has been exchanged between these two sides, they've run out of everything. No nades available, I believe, for the side of Gujarat Tigers. Clutch got knocked out. Gods has been finished off. And as you mentioned, Remorseless, Necro, they've been there. You see them in those open fields. They've stayed in the same position for a long time now. And all of this commotion has drawn all their attention. Zaref knocked out. Gyro Gods nade hits very precisely, and now maybe we are going to see Gujarat Tigers eliminated early in this game. Clutch God has been brought back. Mudit, he's there with 30% HP. He's hiding in the smoke. Gyro God ignores him, and the knock comes through. But it's not going to matter. Coronado Esports, incredible moment for them. 7 eliminations secured. Took on 2 teams. Players getting knocked out again and again, and yet they refuse to give up. They refuse to die, and they have survived with everything that they came with.
We thought GT's going to be the one to watch out for, but instead, Coronado Esports, they bypassed the existence of GT. Gujarat Tigers also got third party from somewhere else, too. They were catching those stray bullets as well. So even that's quite unfortunate. But hold on, we transition towards another fight. SBA, Goku's knocked out. They've got their own problems brewing up. Tribe Herdman tossing out a few more utilities. Snow, he knows playing it a little bit more safe and back is going to be the best possible thing. Spots out the enemy, take an exit from that territory. And SBA Esports, they've gotten another chance to try and recover from this setback. But Genesis from the back is now going to start and put in a lot of pain and hurt. As Tribe Herdman, the man backs away and places himself in a better spot. Genesis, they lose out on a man, Apollo. But even the Wall of Death is going to start to move from the back. SBA, they do not have a lot of time to try and adjust. And Snow makes a rookie mistake. Steps in the smoke, and he instantly gets knocked out of that vehicle.
Yeah, gives Mac the trade, but Mac, oh no. Getting shot from every which way possible, gets taken out. And Genesis, they're down to the last man. Cyrex is still alive, but SBA in this 2v2 have a soft man advantage to work with. But the backlines, man. Coronado Esports, they have the momentum going for themselves. Just a few shots inside that smoke, and even Cyrex is going to get finished off. Mac, he's getting naded. There's the finish confirmed by Aryan. And Genesis officially down to the last player. Let's see what the last man Cyrex is going to be able to bring inside of this game. How many points they can secure. WSB, not the position we thought they were going to be in. But the revive comes through. Kanav, he has been brought back. Beast has been brought back as well. And Team LOLs, they are going to go for the push right now. And it's not going to matter. Uzu gets knocked out. Team LOLs. LOLs is going to be knocked out as well. It's a 1v1 now. 2v1, my apologies. But as soon as his teammates get knocked out, Duke, he goes back inside of the car. He's going to be visible now. And the timing of this play is going to be perfect. A 200 IQ move coming from Doc. Secures the finish and just stays alive for a few extra seconds.
Takes down the major threat from the lobby, but WSP themselves, they're just down to this one less man. How can they survive? Doc is barely surviving on a sliver of HP, finally patches himself up once again, and now makes the bounce against the players of Raw Official. He does manage to find the first knock, but the second man's whiffing a lot of shots. Eventually, he connects those crucial shots and takes down Doc, but still the fact that Doc was alive for such a long time really just boggles my mind. But hold on to that thought, another fight brews up, and just like that, Team Zero, they've been eliminated by the hands of GlitchX Reborn.
Well, look at this. The early stages of this match being extremely slow means there's so much chaos in the mid-game stages themselves. We're down to 8 teams, 23 players alive, but how many teams are just barely surviving? SBA down to the last man, Genesis down to the last man, Glitch Reborn, 2 players alive, you have LOC with 3. The teams that have survived out of them, Remorseless and Big Brothers, they have somehow managed to avoid any form of conflict with anyone. It's just Raw Official and Coronado Esports that are just quite intent on fighting. Cyrex? Oh, if I was him, I would be scared.
Indeed, I would be too. And Genesis right now, they've got the entirety of Coronado Esports collapsing right on top of him. And Cyrex will be wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby. 8 eliminations already acquired from Coronado Esports. They're looking super fantastic. And the fact that they haven't really taken a lot of casualties too, it just boggles my mind. Carnot Esports in the first game itself, they're doing so good. And none of us expected this. None of us saw this coming. Everyone's doing perfectly well. You've got Gyro, Stone as well. He's firing on the right cylinders. Even Naughty's doing pretty okay for himself. Raw Official, they've got a few more problems brewing up for themselves as they've lost out on one man. Actually make that two. Two big players knocked out. GlitchX Reborn from the top, just raining down Hellfire. And Rex really does want to make the bounce as well. He's going to close on up against the players. He does know, as long as he's going to get the utilities in the opponent's area, that's going to be more than enough. But he makes a big mistake by driving out in the open, and Rex gets knocked out. There was a lot of that cover fire available, and even another team chimed in the fight.
It was Remorseless again, Necro.
Yeah.
For some reason, everyone just seems to ignore Remorseless. And they have been third-partying so many teams, although they do not have a lot to show for it, apart from that one frag, and I think it was Zeref's finish that got confirmed. But look at this. Akshat is already decided that Heal Battle might be the only option for his team now, considering he's the last player left alive. But I think for the first game itself, Glitch Reborn have done quite well. 5 eliminations. They've made it into the top 7. And I think with those 10 first aids, he should be able to outlast SBA at least.
Yeah.
Or maybe not, because that last man is just like smack center of the circle, close to the smack center.
This is like the first time in the new zone settings we've seen anyone go for a med strat.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. Let's see if it really does work out for Akshat and takes him long enough in the game. But right now it's just the stage 5. Stage 6 is going to be commencing soon. Would love to see where the next zone's going to be popping up. Probably in the center. And that's what exactly happens. Center's on up. LOC that found themselves a decent spot to play with right next to Big Brother Esports. And Big Brother Esports, they've got a compound. So that's going to be the best possible thing you can ask for. But Goku is now going to be in a big world of trouble. Because Carnot Esports is going to rotate from that same vicinity. And Goku might just be spotted.
Yeah, and he's going to be outnumbered as well against an informed Coronado Esports. But look at this. Akshat finally makes the move. I don't think he's going to stay alive for long. This terrain, this part of the map, quite open. Very difficult. Oh, he makes it through. Barely. Inside the edge of the zone. Just for a few seconds, though. Gets spotted out and gets finished off. And it's going to be Coronado Esports. 9 eliminations on the board already. Can they hit double digits?
Good question. And the way they're playing so far definitely does feel like they are going to hit those double digits. Just need one more point, Johnny. And easily double digit will be achieved. That one elimination point can be found easily as well. Just if they try and avoid as many fights as possible and survive till the late game. But hold on, Remorseless taking a lot of shots against the team that's trying to make the pounce against them. AOG up close and personal, and still somehow Helix, he comes out on top in that duel. But he's also catching a bit of that hurt from the sidelines. Carnot Esports too, they want a little bit of that piece of the pie. But what a return knock that was from Mikami. As he strikes down a foe from Carnot Esports, Gyro is trying to crawl back to safety. Carnot Esports with all the 4 players still on the board. Gyro can be the possible casualty, but as long as they're going to get the revival up, it should be good in the hood. Remorseless, even they lose out on 1 man in return, and that's a perfect trade that the players of Carnot Esports were looking for to buy some more time.
Oh, Abhi lines up the nade, lobs it out, does not find the connection, but now he sees the players running towards him out into the open, switches over to the DBS, and the shot connects, the first one right on the edge. He needs to find the second connection, but no! With a sliver of HP, it's going to be Divine who finds the final frag, and now we're down to the top 3 teams. 11 players still alive, Remorseless, LOC, and Big Brother Esports. And by the way, it was so impressive. Carnot Esports, the position they were in, somehow it was LOC that found the shot connection and gave Remorseless the opportunity to just rotate out of the building because their exits were being marked. But Big Brother Esports, momentum looking very solid in this matchup. 6 eliminations already secured. All 4 players quite healthy as well, and they have saved up a lot of utility. I saw 8 nades on 1 man. Fragger is there with 3 nades, 1 Molotov, 2 smokes, alright, maybe just lacking a few smokes for this open fight, but I think they still have a lot of resources to actually just go for the chicken.
Just when we thought Carnot Esports can't stand a chance to win the game, they get wiped out. Oh, man.
Oh, no. I mean, I knew they were going to get sandwiched.
But still, with the way they were playing, they just got out of a third party.
It doesn't matter, yeah. It's the third party that was the reason for the demise. Because as soon as they were supposed to step out of the compound and you see that LOC got a knock from where they are right now, you knew that Remorseless, they already have a direct line of fire, and Coronado Esports will be forced out into the open. So it's it's getting caught in that V formation spray from two completely different teams. And unfortunately for Colorado Esports, it was two complete teams. It was 8 players that they got sandwiched between.
Understandable, right? But they still have enough points.
Yeah, they have a lot of finishes, man.
They have 10 elimination points and at the same time a decent placement point. So
Top
that's going
5.
to pretty much do the deal. Yeah. The next zone's going to pop up. LOC, they find themselves in a decent spot. They've got the advantage. Big Brother Esports, if they want to find themselves in a good spot too, they would need to try and go for a few more risky plays. Maybe take a fight against the players of Remorseless or directly challenge a fight against LOC. But if they do so, someone will definitely try to take the advantage.
Necro, you gave them the idea.
He's in a really big, pickly spot. We do see them split out a little bit, just trying to take the advantage. Maybe they're going to try to play for the scrappy points. Now, from the back, tickle the opponents just enough to try and get them in a bit of that threat position.
But I don't think it's going to work out now. Remorseless taking control of this ridge means that the split up is going to be completely split up till the end of the game. Those two individuals, as soon as they try to fall back, I think Remorseless is going to try to mow them down, or at least they should. That's an exposed position. The nade! Hazard lose a big chunk of his HP. I thought he was going to get knocked out right then and there, but somehow he just stays alive. And Remorseless, that distraction from LOC, just allows Big Brother to escape. But Necro wanted the IGL, the man. We all wanted to see what he was going to do. Can he bend bullets this time around? Just like in the movies, he's closing in. 5 nades available as well. He's gone too close. From here, he can easily lob out and take down at least 2.
Yeah, he can be the Punisher. Nade tossed out. And there we go. The first man knocked. The exact knock he was looking for. The opener the entirety of Big Brother Esports was looking for. This was the threat that I'm speaking of. Big Brother Esports just needed to make sure that they're instilling some sort of fear in the opponents.
Yeah.
And that nade's going to do the job now. Remorseless, they instantly back away. And look at the amount of playing surface now Big Brother Esports has. They've got a perfect ridge to play with, and they're constantly going to keep on peppering a lot of damage against the foes. That's going to be the best possible thing. Another nade tossed out. Another man taken down super low, barely surviving on a sliver of HP.
This is an artillery strike on the head of the players of Remorseless. They can't really stay alive with 100% HP, but the trade comes through. Jimmy gets knocked out, and now it's going to be Big Brother sitting there with a man disadvantage. And look at that, 2 nades lobbed in tandem, and yet they still get traded out. Divine hits the floor. Big Brother Esports looking for a revive, but it's going to be the team of LOC staying in the backline, just staying patient, that now have an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and steal the chicken dinner away. They are also being a part of all of this chaos. Nades coming in from LOC, but none of them have found a connection. Makami gets knocked out and the players all huddle up, but I believe Big Brother are now out of throwables. This could be the final Molotov from Wanted, and it does not find anyone. They have to commit for this fight, and they're hesitating. And now Remorseless, they have recovered the numbers advantage being there again, but Divine gets picked off, and it's going to be Helix falling down next. Remorseless down to their last player, but LOC from the flank, they take down Wanted. Fragger, he's there. They can go for a revive, but I believe LOC Necro, they might be the ones walking away with the chicken in this game.
In my opinion, they should have pushed. They should have went for the third party. They had enough time to close on up and maybe deal a bit more of that damage against the foes, but they still did not do so. LOC is just holding their ground, and that's the main problem. Punisher is tossing a few more utils. Remorseless, they're quite hurt. They're still trying to get the revival on the fallen players. They're just looking for a reset. And the same thing can be said for Big Brother Esports too. But LOC now finally is closing on up slowly and steadily. You see the man in the back wanting to close on out from the edges. LOC's once again falling back though. What is LOC doing? They need to close up. This is the opportunity LOC's looking for. Remorseless is hurt. Big Brother Esports is hurt. But look at this Superboy all the way in the back. He's got the high ground to play with. And this is going to be the perfect angle for Big Brother Esports because they're going to stop that push coming in from LOC.
Yeah, I think that's the one way they have resisted LOC in moving towards them, but then again, I agree with you. They still have an opportunity to just backstab Remorseless moving from the other side. We saw Hazard make an attempt as well, but they just backed off instantly. And now this is the last stage of the game. Stage 9. The blue zone damage, it's untankable. You go in the blue zone for a second and it just eats away at a big chunk. The players of Remorseless.
Oh no.
And one more man falls as the vehicle explodes, and his own teammate that has done that. The spam shots from the DBS. They blow up the buggy, and Remorseless. There's going to be so much remorse about this one play, man.
He tried to blow up that buggy intentionally to use it as cover, but then it blew up with a delay. And that's why he got knocked out himself. But hold on, Big Brother Esports, now finally it's time to make the bounce. LOC as well, they finally try to move out of that shell, but eventually LOC is getting punished too much. One last man can't really do a lot, and Big Brother Esports, what a way to pull the chicken dinner back from the death grip.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they lost it the moment they closed it towards Remorseless. They got naded and they lost too many bodies. I wanted to see LOC push at that time. That would have been just perfect for them. They would have destroyed both these teams and secured all of those points for themselves. But I don't know. Line of control, it seems like that is what was there between them and Big Brothers and Remorseless, and they did not want to cross that LOC. They did not want to cross that line of control. And also, Remorseless, well, they're going to be filled with remorse after this matchup.
Some things never change, right? In 2024, Remorseless was that annoying team, and right now as well, they're pretty much the same thing, but they're also the main reason why they got wiped out from the game. Pretty much the same thing that used to happen in 2024. They used to make mistakes, but at the same time, they were doing really good in the game.
Not mistakes, silly mistakes, man. It's just going to be the most awkward thing that this team would do, because of which they would get eliminated, and that just makes you go, wait, why would you do that? But still, I mean, top 3 with a decent number of eliminations, I think they're off to a decent start. But Big Brother Esports, one little detail that I missed, Superboy just sent on top of that house. Incredible 200 IQ move, because from where he was sitting, he was the only reason that LOC did not move towards Big Brothers and did not try and take a fight against them. Had Superboy also committed with his teammates for Remorseless, yes, they would have been able to wipe out Remorseless very easily, but they would have given map control to the players of LOC.
In my opinion, LOC could have played that much better.
Oh, of course they could have, but too hesitant. I think they're just lacking confidence, but after this game, I think that should go up.
Yeah, I guess the first game jitters, right? Considering it's such a major tournament, you're playing the first game with the new zone settings too, so a lot of that pressure really does kick in, and automatically the jitters as well will be there. For GT2 to get wiped out in such a manner, especially when they had the man advantage, they were the third party that compound, but they still got wiped out and returned by Karnata Esports, and Karnata Esports has to be the most standout team from that previous game.
Of course, and huge shout out to Noddy, who kept his team alive initially when Lifecraft Esports and Karnata Esports were going up against each other, because you remember that fight started with Karnata Esports losing out on 2 players, 2 players getting knocked out, and Noddy was going for a revive on the ground floor, just in that stairwell, when the players of Lifecraft just started to rush and they wanted to go for a push, just finish off the team as quickly as possible. And with that 1 DBS, he found those 2 openings, broke the momentum, shut down Lifecraft first, and then led his team into the successful fight against Gujarat Tigers.
I had a lot of expectations from Team Lols too, but it's quite unfortunate the way they got wiped out by just that one man who was there in the nearby vicinity. And you cannot really forget even GlitchX Reborn. They were trying to take fights left, right, and center. GlitchX Reborn was definitely being aggressive, and we just saw the first ever med strat happen in the new zone settings.
Man, but if you're going to call out names, what happens to Rival Apex? I did not even see them. I mean, I think they had decent number of elimination, but after that, they just completely faded away. So maybe they're going to be lacking in placement points, but I think 4 to 5 eliminations were secured by them, maybe.
And you cannot forget about Genesis too. It's also one of those teams filled with a lot of veterans, but still for some reason, performance not exactly there on the mark. Yeah, for Remorseless though, considering it is also being one of those banners with a lot of shaky performances in the past, and the first game itself, a top 3 finish, you cannot really deny the fact that they have played like absolute champs.
That is true. All these 3 teams that were there in the top 3 in this particular game, outstanding performance. Lot of improvement observed from what we witnessed from these names in the past, but I think that is because of the changes that they made in their lineups, and these changes are working out. These players are lovely.
And if you notice, this game was much more structured compared to Group D's first game that we saw.
Yeah.
It felt like much more pre-planned. It felt like, proper planning was done from the boys. They had a proper knowing of how the zone's going to be shifting too. WSB went for such a late game rotation. I'm not even exactly sure why WSB tried to pull that off, but we did not even see them be a part of the action.
They just started from Zarki, and I think they felt that the threat was going to be there towards Northern Georgiapol City and Georgiapol, because Gujarat Tigers were there. There were 2 other teams present in that vicinity. I think maybe the only explanation that I can think of was they did not want any conflict in their rotation. So they just gave them time. You move out first, we'll follow later.
Exactly. But you know what, Johnny? There's so much more to talk about so many more teams and about so many more players. But you already know the drill. Game 1's done. That means we got to toss to a short break. But you guys don't go anywhere. The upcoming game of Miramar is going to be a mystery box. So when it unfolds, it might just bring in a lot of joy. So let's move on to a short break for now.
Am I the one to blame?
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind. This is Super Johnny, joined by Icy Baby right next to me. And of course, Icy, what an intense start to the journey of Group C we are witnessing right now. What are your thoughts on that game one?
To be honest, I wasn't expecting it to go out with a bang like that, because to be honest, I was expecting a little bit more unstructured, like what Necro mentioned as well.
Yeah.
It felt very, very structured in this match, and I saw a lot of high-level plays being played. And personally, I feel like most of the teams here in Group C, they are looking really, really strong. Like in terms of team play, formation, it's amazing. But it's just a little bit unlucky just because of the fact that they are not used to how each other team's draw spot and how the circles is. But other than that, everything looks really solid.
Yeah, I think that understanding about each other is going to develop with time, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Ladies and gentlemen, one more thing we want you to check out is going to be the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It's an amazing device segment's best performance phone that is redefining gaming. And of course, born to slay, made for gamers like you and me and Icy. And of course, if you want to win some exciting rewards for yourself, go on to Google, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you could stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. Also, 18th of February, mark that date. That is when this device is coming out. But coming back to the conversation about how things are turning out and how this game one turned out, which team impressed you the most?
To be honest, I think the team that impressed me the most was Big Brother because of the fact that they actually made a lot of very risky plays.
Yeah.
Should be punishable, but they were so confident in the fact that when they tried to make a play, which normally would have worked on other teams, but LOC didn't fall bait to it in the final three, especially in the final three fights.
Yeah.
That's going to be like number one. Number two would be Karanadu Esports and also Gujarat Tigers, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Gujarat Tigers, actually, I disagree with you on that. Gujarat Tigers, I feel like that was an underwhelming performance. There is so much that could have happened, but they just fell apart very early on in the game. But we do have the numbers and, in fact, the scores of the game to look forward to. MVP of the match in front of us right now. It's going to be Fragger from the side of Big Brothers. 4 finishes, 28-minute survival time, 2 headshots connected. Overall, a very wonderful performance. He's going to be joined by his teammates in the top 5 players list, Superboy and Jimmy making it from the side of Big Brother Esports. And when we talk about Coronado Esports, Noddy, this man was on fire. Again, he's the reason that Coronado Esports were able to secure those 8 eliminations that they did.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time as well, of course, we are talking about Raw, Manta, Superboy, Jimmy. These are the guys that made so much work when it comes to instigating fights, right? Like, I think during Group D, I talked about Sensei being one of those guys that likes to instigate fights. But Big Brother played a perfect example of how to play a team instigation fight, which is really, really interesting. And I think Superboy should be one of those who was just understood that I'm going to play as a support role. I'm going to give you guys information. You guys do your thing. He's like the chess master of the team coming from Big Brother Esports. But with that being said, of course, the first match has concluded. Big Brothers currently top the charts with the chicken dinner, securing themselves 21 points, followed by Karunadu, 13 points.
And this is actually quite incredible. 21 points right off the bat. A big game coming out for Big Brother Esports. Karunadu Esports, those eliminations, those early frags that they were able to secure helped them out quite a lot. 13 points on the board. Remorseless as well. Off to the races in a brilliant manner. 11 points. Raw Official with 9. LOC with 8. We have SBA with 7, Glitch X Reborn with 6, Genesis with 5, and then the second half of the leaderboard is where all the big names are going to be. Starting off with Team LOLs, 3 points only, 120 XTZ with 2, WSB with 2, Tribe Herdman with 2, Rivals Ape with 2, Gujarat Tigers, as I was saying, just 1 point secured in this match, and then very unfortunate that Livecraft and Rush If Possible were the first 2 teams to be eliminated in this game, and Rush If Possible, they didn't have a chance to fight back. Well, all of them just got picked apart one by one mid-rotation early stages.
Yeah, that's the thing about a bottom team, right? Like, it's all about adapting. In terms of playing it as a team play, 4 versus 4 fight, you know, you can see that there are some teams that are really, really solid. For me, even though GT didn't really do well in terms of their standings and the points, but from my perspective, when I saw the fight between both GT as well as Karunadu, I felt like GT understood that, guys, we need to take this fight because if we don't take away this compound from Karunadu, we're not making past it. And every single time they made an attempt, there's always somebody with the third parties, and that's the reason why they just fell off. And I would say, like, in terms of team fight potential and choosing their fight and decision making, they're on point. It's just like the third parties is the reason why they just couldn't finish off Karunadu. So that's my take on it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to...
Can I give you my take on it?
Yeah.
I believe Gujarat Tigers, with the lineup that they have, they should have never lost that fight. Because on paper, there's a big difference in terms of these players, right? Gujarat Tigers and Karunadu Esports. And yet, they made the same rookie mistake that Livecraft made before them. And they saw what happened to Livecraft. Ignore the left flank. That is where Remorseless was. And it wasn't like Remorseless did something big. They took down one player. They knocked out one guy, and that was enough for Karunadu to just collapse on Gujarat Tigers. And then the indoors compound fight was very awkward as well.
I think it was more like they kept resetting.
Yeah.
They kept resetting to a point that they just didn't know how to continue that. And when they decided to it was too late. Circle was coming in. There was not just LOC who was going to be shooting. There's also other teams who were shooting from the other side as well, which made it very, very awkward for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was very awkward. But again, they should have just pushed in when they had the opportunity, because again, it started off with GT being in a man advantageous position. They secured the opening knock, and then for some reason Zeref just charges out alone and gets knocked out, and then they're forced to fall back, and then both the teams just go back at it again and again, back and forth.
You know what? I like how we are just fighting here. That just shows you how Group C, how intense the matches are. We're not even talking about Big Brothers. There's just so many names coming in. But why don't we go in towards the next game? Well, this is going to be the second game for Group C. This is going to be in the map of Miramar with Big Brothers taking the first chicken dinner. All things considered, let's see if they can consistently do so, because again, here on the desk, me and Johnny, we have so much to talk about when it comes to Group C. After seeing game number 1, there was just so much adaptations that has been made.
I like the thing that you mentioned at the very end, that the game was so intense that we are talking about the first few teams to get eliminated.
Not even talking about the final fight.
Not even talking about the final fight and the team that won the chicken dinner. So there's so much intensity that went into the first match of Erangel. And now these teams, these 16 teams, play their first Miramar in the new meta. And I think a huge credit of how refined those micro plays in those 4v4s are goes to what we saw in first week. Teams fighting on the edge and then completely losing track of how quickly the zone closes in on you, collapsing within the blue zone, is why the teams were hesitant and very proactive in running into those 4v4s and just very careful, like, all right, we can't lose 4 players right now this early. We have to make sure we keep our bodies up, because in the late stages, that every single time turned out to be the big difference maker. That is how we estimated it happened. Just all 4 players or at least 3 players up till the late stages, and they would just end up dominating in terms of frags.
Yeah, and I think in terms of how VST played from group number D, right, there was so many teams that kind of mimicked it in the first map itself. But personally, I think the biggest issue that I had was like I was very surprised was there wasn't major drop clashes. Usually on the first week, the first few 6 games, you are going to be contesting between maps, between Miramar and Erangel. But as soon as I say it, we do see Genesis Esports do find a opening. So this is going to be a clash between Genesis as well as SBA.
Yeah. And this time it's going to be SBA who lose out on one of their players very early on. And this drop clash is happening in an awkward position as well. Minas Generales, Genesis, they are split up. Mac closing in from the rear. How much information do they have about SBA's position? Because SBA now in a 2-1 formation. So that one isolated player quite close to Genesis. His escape options are very limited. He's surrounded from 2 directions.
This is bound to happen. Like, I was very surprised Erangel didn't exactly happen the way it should be, but this is bound to happen. We are going to be expecting some teams prioritizing on certain drop spots, but right now, Genesis seems to be the victors for now. They've gotten 1 down up from the side of SBA Esports, which puts them in a very awkward position. Look at this. Goku is so afraid to continue his loot. He doesn't have mats. He's only got a Uzi. And because of this, it all comes down to who will be able to get away with the spoils. And from what I'm seeing right now, the decision from SBA, the only way they come out into this later stage game is that they completely wipe Genesis from this.
Yeah,
and they have to do this quick.
They have to do this quick, but the problem is, I think they really are struggling to move around from compound to compound, find any loot to work with.
It is tough.
And
it is very, very tough. But
Genesis, I want to know one thing. Xian, his position, is that one player's position compromised? Because from where he was, he saw exactly where Apollo went. And he should have been able to mark it for his teammates.
oh, he's got a K9 on top, but I don't think he's going to be able to take advantage of the K9 in this kind of scenarios, especially without the scope. But nevertheless, we move on to another team. Raw is already starting to stock up those vehicles, which is something that is very, very important in maps like this. But again, comparing this to Erangel as well as Sanhok, there is a lot of room, right? So you can still make it into the later stage of the game, especially like stage 2, stage 3, even stage 4 as well. There's still some room, but provided if you have vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, vehicles in an open position, essential for cover Big Brother Esports. Yeah, of course. I mean, you win game number 1 in a big way, off to a 21-point start against the rest of the competition. You get to pull off a few shenanigans. The glider being used to get to Valle del Sur, towards the southwestern edge of the map.
To be honest, I think Big Brother has got a very, very lucky. Like, they got so lucky in a point where the moment they dropped, they found a glider and then immediately traveled to Valdemar as quickly as they can, which is pretty much saves them about 40 to 50 seconds worth of time before they rotate. But even then, only a few guys were able to make it. But hey, some time is better than no time.
That is true. But then again, I mean, another thing that they were lucky with was that no one saw them and no one shot at them as well.
It's only the first stage, right? Like, I don't think people will be start to shoot the glider on the stage.
Man, gliders are risky. Everyone's gonna try and take you out. At least at this level, people just start chasing the glider just to go for the hunt.
It might happen. It might happen. But considering the fact that Miramar is still very big, chances of them clashing to a different team is going to be very unlikely, just because of the fact that loots are pretty saturated. And at the same time, Gujarat Tigers, hopefully this time they will have a better game, despite a very long drawn-out fight in game number 1. But seeing that everybody's just playing the safe, which is kind of interesting again. I was expecting a heavier drop clash, and from my perspective right now, the center of the circle should be the priority for some of these teams, which I think there's about 2 to 3 teams down towards the north side near Picado, which as of now, Rush if possible Mizo, they are going to be stocked up. And Muffin is really on top to the mountain with a fully stacked kit, barely 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, man.
Very fast rotations coming from him.
And this high ground vantage against the players of Glitz Reborn can definitely be a game changer, help them secure the first frag of the game. But Rex, I think the Spidey senses, they're starting to tingle and he's just avoiding the line of fire over there. Does he know? Oh, it seems like he does. Information found.
Is he checking or is he just afraid? Does he know that? But based on how he's standing right now, I think he caught a glimpse of him.
Yeah. He knows. He knows.
knows. Dun, dun. But see, hearing shots coming in, seems like Glitch X Reborn is going to be expecting some sort of company for now. And as of now, we do see a couple of teams also still going to be stocking up. A pretty slow game thus far, nothing super major yet. I was expecting maybe teams going to be, rushing towards the center circle, but based on what we're seeing right now, a lot of teams are still stocking up as much as they can in terms of utilities. And having those extra first aids is going to help them, considering how center the first stage of the circle is as of yet. So they have all the time in the world before the next phase comes in. And as soon as I say this, we do see Glitch X Reborn starting to get a little bit aggressive, just only first circle in. They're on top of the mountain, they're starting to spray down, trying to chip away with utilities. But the question here is, did they get any value about this?
This is such an awkward position for Glitch Reborn to be in. I mean, not a lot of escape opportunities. Plus, as you were talking about, everyone's scrabbling for the center. Instead of the center, everyone's just clustered up between San Martin and Picado, plus teams closing in from La Benedita as well. So Glitch Reborn, they're going to be surrounded in just a few seconds, and the more commotion they make, look at that. Coronado Esports already having their number. Rush if possible. We saw a few moments ago Muffin was stalking Rex over there. So there's going to be so much pressure on Glitch Reborn on top of that hill.
Wow, Coronado from all the way from San Martin already pressuring the people down in the center, which is insane. But the plus side from Coronado Esports right now is that, even they're on top of the mountain, they still have some room to kind of stock up in terms of ammunition. But for Glitch X Reborn, it's going to be a complete different question because they are right in the middle, and the only places that they can kind of loot up is non-existent, to be honest. They're pretty much stuck up there if they get taken out.
WSB. I'm pretty sure Necro is just fuming watching this.
Hey, it's
what
only
is
the
this
second
team?
stage. It's only the second stage. But seeing how the circle is going to be shifting towards Chuma Serra, this is looking good for Big Brothers as well as GT, who's in the closest vicinity towards that mountain terrains on top of Chuma Serra. But it is also one of the most difficult ones to play because of the multi-layered terrain that is built up on top. And there's so much exposed areas, especially on top, right at the top of the mountains of Chuma Serra.
Yeah, Ladriela and Chuma Serra, I think after this we might just see those central shifts, and that is where the circle might just come to an end. Raw Official, things just work out for Raw Official apparently, because I was assuming that is the team that was going to have some trouble moving in towards this particular zone, but no, everyone else from San Martin to Picado just staying and holding each other back as well allows Raw Official to move in. But Gujarat Tigers, I think prime position to them, have they scouted out all of these bodies moving into their territory, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be upset about it, unwelcoming as ever. But who do they go after first?
Oof. Speaking of which, I do see Rivals Apes having a little bit of trouble there. They just barely made it in the zone. They don't really have a lot of information. They do hear a couple of gunshots here and there, but aside from that, it's going to be a very difficult rotation, especially coming from the north. Monto Novo is a death sentence to actually push in as well. And Ladrela, especially the mountain terrain, does scout a lot of vicinity. And as you can see, they're going to take a couple of chip damage across. They do show their presence. But again, it's just to scare off some people. And Glitch X Reborn, seems like Clutch is going to be forced to pick a pit stop. And this is exactly what I'm talking about just now. They had so much aggression, but they needed to find a pit stop. And because of this, they're forced to come down from the mountain, take a long detour to try and potentially find some utilities. But it seems like those restock might not just be enough.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be enough. Time wasted as well, just staying up on top of that hill. But here they come, the players from WSB moving in. And they are going to be moving quite close to the players of Glitch Reborn. So if the noise from these vehicles, the engine sounds are heard, then there's going to be an opportunity for Glitch Reborn to catch these two individuals off guard. But they move in extreme towards the extreme western side. There's Akshat on the flank. Doc is going to be spotted out. The chase is on. That he take those shots. And yes, he started to pull the trigger. Kind of a lot of damage tanked already. And the blue zone damage along with it. Does manage to get away, get a little bit of distance. Quite a lot of distance, in fact, between him and Akshat. So he does manage to survive. But for how long is the question? Because the other lads from Glitch Reborn are going to show up soon.
Now it makes sense why they are getting a little bit aggressive as well. Look at this. They don't really have a lot of mats. And fortunately for WSB, they will be able to hold out for the next phase. And they do have some players already making it as well. As you can see, the zone is about to close in. Glitch X Reborn is getting desperate. Clutch is pretty much the only one who's got 3 first aid kits, and he's got one of the most difficult vehicles to maneuver in these rocky terrains. And as you can see, while this is also happening from the northwest side, the east side, we do have Genesis as well as SBA with that stalemate who took almost forever. Hasn't even made it into the zone yet, and this is not looking good for any of the teams who's outside of the zone at this stage.
Yeah, for sure, this is not looking good, and especially when you're talking about teams outside of the zone. SBA, after the debacle in the first game, they're still holding back. Minas Gerais is where they are at. Genesis just moving, and that formation looks quite risky, but they should be able to get themselves to safe haven between the play zone and the blue zone. They won't really have to tank damage the entire time, but still, entering the play zone is going to be a big challenge. LOC on the other side, now that is very weird. They're moving along the southern highway, but alright, I was just confused whether they were going to head towards Spartona and the prison island over there down south. But
it's a little bit too late, no?
Yeah, but they do get control of the Chumacera Hills and just the northern side of Valle del Mar for free. But they're going to be the last ones moving inside the circle. Plus, that southern edge is just too cluttered at this point.
Agreed. It is stage 3. The circle is going to hurt way much more. I wouldn't be surprised to see SBA getting eliminated, who's still outside the zone. LOC also going to be one of the furthest ones, like you said as well. Genesis on top of it. But Genesis, they do have a couple teams already making it by. So they're going to be okay. But SBA, they're still trying to find those vehicles because of that stalemate with Genesis earlier in Minas, and right now they're just about to get out. But look at this, for 1 first aid kit in stage 3, I don't think they're going to even make it, to be honest. I think they'll just get eliminated by zone without doing anything in this game.
I mean, the booster is keeping them alive. They have the full booster going on. Shan, although, might be in a little bit of a threat. But hey, look at that. WSB, they get spotted out by Big Brothers, and it's going to be Wanted who finds the first frag. Kind of OP. His HP is going to be dropped again for the second time. But Urzu and Doc in the back lines. Can they help recover? And Big Brothers, the confidence that has built up after the win in game number 1. They are taking 2 fights at the same time, pressuring the lads of LOC. Not LOC, my apologies. Yeah, it is LOC. They catch LOC off guard. I was like, alright, where did LOC show up from? But Alpha is there, he's knocked out. Hazard is there as well. And Big Brother Esports, they do not want to share this compound with them anymore.
This is very decisive for Big Brother as well. They need to flush out the people at the back so that they need to prevent some sort of backstab. And as you can see, they are going to try and find the last member, and they do get 2 knock. Great comms coming from Big Brothers as well. The decision made was on point. And now LOC has no choice but to back out and rotate out the zone again to find a different spot. As you can see, Jimmy does see him as well. He's going to try and chip away at the buggy. But does he get those connections? But little did they know, the zone is already going to pressure them as well. They need to make their move. A huge cluster on the northwest as well. Glitch X Reborn. They finally go head-to-head against RA.
And here we have it. That's an incredible knock. Tiger moving in, finds Akshat. Avi in the backlines is going to be knocked out, and blink it, and you miss it. Rivals Apex. Well, they are going to be the Apex Predators of this fight. Glitch X Reborn glitched out of existence. All 4 points secured. There was just like 2 players that found those frags for themselves. The other 2 providing incredible support. But Big Brother Esports, on the finish feed, you just saw Jimmy founding that trade frag against the side of Big Brothers. That was very impressive. But hey, look at this, SBA. They were looking for an entry inside of the circle, and Genesis Esports were like, alright, it's time for us to repay the favor. You wasted so much of our time earlier on. Here, have this, but Snowjot, an absolute god, finds the knock. The opening knock onto Shadow OG. Cyrex moving in. HP not really there, but Snowjot, he secures the frag. He's the last man alive for his team, so he needs these points. With the AKM point blank range, the first shot, headshot connection can definitely give him a big edge, and it does. The second frag comes through. A 1 versus 2 coming through for Snowjot, but can he find the multiplier? No, from the flanks. Helix. What was that? Just 1 bullet connection. Gets that easy point and just says thank you and dips out.
Thank you. Next. Seems like that's going to be the play coming from Remorseless. Their round 2 match concluded in such a unexpected way, but both will take each other out. That's going to be BA as well as Genesis. Meanwhile, Remorseless will be the ones to gain control of the northeast space.
And they're doing the same thing they did the last game. They're just third-partying one player and just move out.
Hey, they're the thieves, man. They are here to rob people's finishes points. And in this case, it has been very, very successful from Game 1 and Game 2. But TGL right now inside the town of Chumasera, they've already got themselves a very, very nice hunker to work with. And hope to pray that no one contests them. Meanwhile, on screen as well, we do see the northwest section as well. Is going to have a little bit of run-in. Rival Apex is going to be going ham as well. WSB Gaming's got the drop on them. They're going to throw a couple utilities in, but they don't seem to be able to connect anyone. But they do find one player stranded. He's all by himself, Zero. He needs to bob and weave his way through as the circle closes in. Same can be said for WSB Gaming. Do they want to dip this or do they want to contest? But it seems like WSB Gaming wants to thin the herd right now.
Yeah, I mean, but it is such an awkward position for both these two teams because WSB, they're back compromised by the side of Big Brothers. And you see on the radar, the high ground, the line of fire that Lifecraft have onto the side of Rivals Apex. I think as soon as the blue zone moves in, the pressure along with it, these two teams, one small mistake amidst the panic, and they are just going to get wiped out in a matter of seconds. But just using the ridge perfectly, avoiding any direct conflict with WSB and with Lifecraft, Rival Apex. Can they keep this going? And also, for how long?
Fortunately for them, the zone is a little bit slow, but again, it is going to be making some sort of plays eventually. Rival Apex, they are going to lose members as they continue this fight. WSB, they will be committing to this fight. Fortunately for them, they do have ridges to work with, but they have to wrap this up quickly. There's just so much shots being shot across from the northern side as well. There is Lifecraft also looking to make their pounds as soon as they wrap this up. And Rival Apex right now in a very tough spot. Great Kratos. He's dropped the Molotov. WSB, they don't have the line of sight. Tiger, the nade looks good! And they will get one knock. Kratos actually getting taken out. They could not save him, and just like that, the WSB is gonna go in for the flush, and Tiger also getting shot away. Rival Apex gets eliminated by WSB Gaming in one fell swoop.
Yeah, Lifecraft also involved in that conflict, picking off two individuals from the side of Rival Apex, but I think WSB, they have to be very grateful that Big Brother Esports isn't regrouped already. Otherwise, with this team bleeding, Big Brother would have definitely pulled the trigger. But Wanted has relayed all of this information to the team in the backlines as well. And WSB are also aware of where Lifecraft is. So they can't go up north, they can't move down south. A direct entry into the circle is close to impossible. What is this team going to do? Lifecraft, though, Versex, he finds out Uzu OP picks him off. I don't know why he went into the blue for that vehicle.
Well, it's a little bit unfortunate, but they need to find a way to get out, considering how open it is in this next phase of the zone.
Yeah.
And as of yet, Lifecraft as well as WSB in a very, very rough spot. And right now, Kana and Dog is going to dip out of this. But little did you know what's really interesting?
Yeah.
Big Brothers was also in the vicinity stalking this fight.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting about this? They were split off 4-4, as in everybody is 1-1-1-1 position, gathering information, and then just choosing where they approach this. And while this is happening, Big Brothers, they have regrouped into the next phase now. And WSB Gaming has no clue what's up. They're still thinking there is some sort of pressure from Big Brothers down south, but little did they know they've already dipped out.
Yeah, with pressure on Big Brother as well. I think on the finish we saw Gujarat Tigers just finding the opening knock against the side of Big Brother as well. And they're going to try to recover. On the other side, though, Remorseless, what is going on? They find themselves up against the players of 120 TZ. And this time, 120 TZ, they are showing up big. The third party only strat from the side of Remorseless, not really working out in this game. They have one finish, but they were looking for a few more. And the aggression, oh my goodness, when I was saying it's not working out, the nade finds the connection. And now they had the numbers advantage. One more nade from Mikami in the same spot. And that could be TZ getting wiped out. It looks good. It looks very good, in fact. But no, the players move out. He does find the opening knock, but the reset comes through. And Remorseless now, they might just panic. HP bars getting chipped away. The nade again, quite close. Scene getting knocked out. TZ, They make a panic move. Jackson getting taken away. Fanta, the last man with a sliver of HP, does find the trade, but remorseless. They are being patient, going for the reset first. Do not really want to lose out on bodies, and luckily for them, Fanta has no utility to finish off the side of remorseless. He goes for the push. He has the HP advantage as well, but the teammate in the backlines is back up. He switches over to the shotgun. The shot does not find a connection. It's going to be remorseless who find the squad by 5 eliminations on the board. And after how Erangel turned out for them, I think this one just keeps them consistent.
Exactly, but Remorseless somehow held that perfectly.
Yeah.
But little did they know they have to go in for the reset. And now, hearing all this commotion, we have another team in the vicinity that's going to be Tribe Herdman looking to try and clean house. But unfortunately for them, they are a little bit too late. And as you can see, Tribe Herdman, they're hesitating if they want to push this or do they want to prioritize circle control. So it seems like they are going to send one guy to try and pressure Remorseless, while the rest of the team is still far back to try and scout things out down south. But Remorseless, they do get the full reset, and they are going to try and rotate in as soon as the circle moves in. They're going to leave Lemba all by himself. Tribe Herdman tossing a couple of casual nades, but it's not going to get any sort of values. They are going to be forced to back out as they slowly move inch by inch into the zone. Remorseless, how are they playing this? Oof, they're playing this so safe right now.
Yeah, they're playing it very safe, and they have to as well, because they are in a sandwich situation. There's a side of Rush, if possible, as well, that has a line of fire on Remorseless's dip. As they try to get over Eager, they're going to get sandwiched between Tribe Herdman and Rush, if possible. They do not definitely are trying to avoid that, but oh, look at this. Leo, he spotted out WSB in the distance, sees the few pixels of the head of those players. Is he aware of Lifecraft being right underneath their position?
Oh, Rush, if possible, Mizo is gonna send a couple of love taps from the north here. They do have one of the best ridges so far. Remorseless, they do lose one member in this process, but somehow they were able to out-rotate the other team. And in this case, Tribe Herdman, they don't know what's up. They're pretty much stuck, but at the same time, guess what? Another team is gonna be there to look to third-party this. And Remorseless is stuck in a very, very difficult position. And Tribe Herdman still doesn't exactly know what to do. They're inside the zone, but the rest of the teams, they are still very spread out. Mikami is stuck out in the open. But guess what? RIP is not picking this yet. They're so busy on the north side as the south side of this fight.
Yeah, Rush if possible. They're quite distracted over there, but Raw official. 2 players knocked out. Manthan is going to get finished off. All thanks to those nades coming in. And Daljit, what can he do over here? He's also bleeding out, needs a little bit of support from his teammates. Team Lols, though, they're going to try and deny the entry towards the ridge, but Raw official, they still find a way through. And Team Lols, they need to stop that reset from happening. Otherwise, there's going to be a big threat right next to them, and this could be the reason for their demise. They're playing the edge of the circle, pushing forward into that open area. It's going to be a big challenge, but look at Abhiop. The risk he took was worth it. Brings Daljit back, gets his team roster back to a 3-man lineup. And if this nade connects, then Team Lols, they are going to be up for a big surprise. It overshoots. The reset comes through for Lols as well.
Oh boy, every little space is being contested right now. And as you can see, the zone is about to close out. Team Lols tries to go for the push, and Lols, he gets shot by Team Raw. And that's the opening that Raw needs to actually get some sort of breathing room. As you can see, the zone is about to close up on them as well. They need to get out, and Team Low says, you know what, I'm just going to back out. And because of this, the rest of the team inside gets shot. And Team Raw, they wipe them off as well.
That was absolutely insane. 3 nades in tandem. And Team Lols, well, that is what they're going to be saying, Lols, because they could not react to it. But Raw official, 3 eliminations on the board. Gujarat Tiger spotted out right in front of them. Modeth, he is low on HP, so even a shot through the corner could put him down on his knees. He's trying to recover. Look at that. Shot on the feet, gets knocked out. Now it's down to CloudGuard. He finds the knock. The trade comes through, but that's not going to be enough. The numbers advantage in the favor of Raw official, and they keep it going. But Daljit, he's going to be the last man left alive. Goes for the elimination point secure, but the blue zone damage, it's going to be quite hefty. Shot connection onto Daljit as well. It is going to be extremely difficult for Raw official to survive, and I think they might just get taken out by the blue, but no, Daljit pushes through.
Well, seems like they are going to be struggling here. The zone is forcing everybody in the center as well. No resets possible for some of this team. And WSB Gaming, you can see Dog, he's 1 HP. He's got to survive this. He's got to run Lifecraft instead, pressure him. And he eventually gets scouted out. Lifecraft Esports completely wipes the floor on the website. And now we're down towards the final 6 teams. And as of yet, right on top of them all, it's got to be Big Brothers as well. Finally looking to make their mark. Rush if possible. Mizo on top of the mountain. Fighting found another one as well. They will shoot THM. Raw gets eliminated at 6th place on the south side. And it comes down to the battle of the 4 strongest in Miramar right now.
And Vibe Herdman, smack center of the zip. They are getting gate kept by Rush if possible. 2 players. 1 man was knocked out, but quick recovery coming in from the side of Vibe Herdman, but faster than that recovery is going to be the blue zone closing in on their position. And the flank as well, compromised by Big Brothers. Big Brothers, again, somehow they figured out how to take the center. Superboy has been sent forward. Jimmy stayed back to gatekeep the rest of the competition, and the shift of the circle again in their favor. The teams with the man advantage are playing the edges. Lifecraft, you have Rush if possible, you have Tribe Herdman. If these 3 squads clash against each other and just take off enough bodies, then we might have Big Brothers kicking off their journey of this realme BGIS 2025 with back-to-back chicken dinners. That possibility is still there.
But that's the thing about Big Brothers, right? They committed so much to get this information. Now they're so spread out. Jimmy, he's gonna try and go in for the 1 versus 1. And guess what? He takes one out and he's gonna get the finish on top of it. They're all by themselves.
Man, Jimmy, seems like Jimmy Neutron, the big brain play is coming through. Swatting flies mid-air as well. 5 eliminations just by himself. Superboy with 1. Total tally for Big Brothers right now, standing at 6 frags secured. And that 1 finish denied access to the zone for Tribe Herdman, because they have this rich fog cover, but every single time they peek through, you have Rush if possible towards the northern side that just keeps on pressuring them, and then Jimmy towards that west that is not allowing them through. This is such an awkward position. Oh my goodness, I did not even know Fragger had this angle available.
Exactly, they're right in the middle of the entire zone, and Jimmy himself, he's got 5 finishes and 36 bullets left to work with. He's done his job as much as I is concerned right now. He's already gotten 5 finishes in total. So it all comes down to placement points, because it's very highly unlikely that they are going to get a chicken dinner. But again, in a match like this, anything is possible, and the zone is about to close in. You can see Rush if possible. Mizo, they are going to scout members coming from Livecraft. And as of yet, they have the highest percentage to win this because of the high ground. But seeing how the circle is going to shift them down, that percentage is slowly dwindling as everybody is going to try and take a shot at them as they come down. As you can see, Jimmy, he's going to try and stock up a couple of ammunition. He does get some. He does have the first aid, but oof, that's so much damage from the circle.
Flick YT, that is such a big risk he has taken. Obito, he saw the rotation coming in from the players of Rush if possible, and Grant, he just closes in a lot more distance, but Fragger is going to be spotted out in the backline. Tribe Herdman taking a massive hit, and Fragger, he's just hiding in that brush, not really giving away where he is. He's going to allow the side of Lifecraft and Rush if possible to collapse on each other. Obito, the first man to fall. The trade comes through as Grant hits the floor as well in the backlines. Jimmy causing a lot of damage to the players of Tribe Herdman as well. Grant gets finished off. Flick Whitey with the push, takes 1 more man down, loses a big chunk of his HP, but Lifecraft, what is this decision making? 1 man sent down south results in Rush if possible still staying alive in this game with 2 players.
Oh my goodness, what a clash coming in, and now Lifecraft they backed out, and guess what? He's gonna run into Jimmy. Jimmy, can he fight as well? He doesn't have the HP, but he does! He does! Jimmy has done it! He's got 7 finishes for Big Brother Esports. They've made the impossible possible. And here I was saying, the odds are not in their favor, and guess what? They somehow manage to equalize it for themselves, but can they take it all the way? Because it is a 2 versus 2 versus 2 situation. And Tribe Urban, they are going to be joining the fight as well, but Fragger is right in the middle, and no one seems to be able to find him. For some reason, they're all focused on Jimmy.
Yeah, he's drawn so much attention to himself. He's finally going to fall, but Fragger is still alive. And that might just trigger the senses of rush if possible. And try Birdman, but the blue zone damage onto Panther. They move in there right in the face of Fragger. He has the shotgun as well. He's going to wait for them to expose. And now he pulls the trigger, but it fails. Try Birdman. They find that frag, and what could have been a big opportunity for Big Brother Esports just slips out of their hands. A 1 versus 2 now left for Flick White. He turns it into a 1v1, but yet fails to clutch out the chicken dinner. And Tribe Herdman with a miracle secure a nice little win for themselves. A win that could have been stolen away, all thanks to Big Brother. And you know what Fragger was doing over there? Just like in the book from George Orwell, he says, Big Brother watches everything. He was watching everything around him. There's so much information. Such an incredible play from this team as well.
I don't know about you, Johnny, but that... Okay, Tribe Herman, chicken dinner is one thing, but
yeah,
that play from... Oh, that felt... Okay, that felt like a moment. A highlight moment for him, but... Oh my goodness, like, all he needed to do is just keep quiet. But, oh my god, the moment he showed himself was just, you know... Ah!
No, I think taking the fight was a good idea. It's just that he did not hit his shots. Had he hit the shots, we would have been screaming on top of our lungs, man.
I know, right? Yeah. Like, that was an opportunity. The only way Big Brothers could have won that was that Tribe Herman will be taking the other team away, right? That's the only way they win it. Like, Jimmy has done his job. He's clutched his way through. He's done all the damage. He's made it the team all the way for Big Brothers to make it the top 3. Okay, now, Fragger, just sit still. I've paved the way for you. Now, all you need to do is just close it.
You know the Joker moment from last year's Pro Series? This is the exact opposite of it.
I know. That's why it's so frustrating. Like, I know this might be a tilt moment, but all things considered, based on how Big Brother's position is, okay, they're okay. They've gotten a lot of points. Yeah. Great. Sometimes, you know, you just gotta warm up the jitters, but that was a moment that could have made him legendary. Not gonna lie.
I'm just calculating how many points they have right now. 21 from the previous game. They have 8 eliminations in total. That's 29. They're gonna have 5 more for placements. That is 34 points in 2 games. That is just incredible, man.
It's true.
17 points per match in the first 2 games.
Yeah, based on what we're doing, Big Brother still has what it takes, right? Like, the rotation has been spot on, the decisions has been really, really good, and Jimmy seems stronger than ever, and I'm really surprised about this.
Yeah, and kudos to Tribe Herdman for securing that win. Jimmy, I mean, luckily he got stopped, but this could have gone down south so quickly had Fragger found those connections, right? And also big props to Rush if possible as well. They finally make a comeback after a big debacle in game number 1, and that ability to reset within a snap is what makes this team special.
Yeah, Rush if possible means though they played it really well. They had the center circle for the longest time. They played all those information and just pushed everyone back, and everything they've done has been on point. Yeah. Except for the last moment when they went for the push, which I think was a little bit of messy moments here. Yeah. But you have to thank Jimmy for that as well, because Jimmy made them survive. Because technically both sides going Clash of Clash, they should have lost this, and Tribe Herman was able to capitalize on this situation. So there were just a lot of instigations that happened.
Yeah, but again, I mean, man of the hour in this particular game has to be Jimmy, man. The plays he made, ooh, just giving me chills.
You know, right? His ice cold, and interesting enough, like, I'm surprised Big Brother was able to get away with every single thing, considering the fact that everyone was so split off, and Jimmy was the only one which somehow was able to scare everyone away from his position. But the moment when he got taken down was just a little bit unfortunate. I was hoping that he might have done a little bit more, but again, he was pretty much out of mats, right? Like, he used every single thing, and even this final moment, he was able to get something out of it, but just could not restock his mats at all.
Yeah, but I mean, incredible, incredible. That's all I'm going to say, because they've already done more than we expected. It was just 2-man roster surviving towards the end, and
oh my goodness, 2 bullets missed, and Goodness just flicked him and finished him, and Fragger,
at that range, 2 shots from the shotgun are enough to take down 2 individuals.
Exactly, but he missed all 2 of it.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit disappointed.
Sometimes you miss 100% of the shots you take.
Yeah, but sometimes if you miss every shot if you don't take. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. But nevertheless, props towards Big Brothers, props to the Tribesmen as well.
How many jokes am I allowed to make about this incident? Fragger found no frags.
As many as you like.
I can come up with a list right here on the spot.
As
man.
many as you like.
Shotgun doesn't go boom. The bush wasn't on fire over there. No word of God coming out.
Okay, I'm just gonna put it there, but nevertheless, the journey continues. It is, after all, a brand new group. We are gonna be expecting people to make mistakes, right? We talked about this. Group C, Game 1 started with a bang. Group 2, but eventually this entire day, it's all about just adapting to situations. Understanding drop spots as well. We do see a couple of clashes rather early in Miramar in general, from Genesis as well. It was something that it's bound to happen. It's all about adapting, right? So, I think the biggest adapters here is gotta be Rush's Mizo as well as Big Brothers, who's been very consistent. Gujarat Tigers fell short, even though I was expecting a little bit more from them. Remorseless has been very consistent as well. So again, this is a journey of a marathon, and so far, who is going to be able to outlast them in terms of stamina is going to be the eventual big winners.
Exactly, I agree with that, because just like our lovely sponsor, the realme P3 Pro 5G, that's redefining gaming, we have redefined everything. Unlike the last year, you don't really play a few matches and move forward. 24 matches, you have to be consistent throughout.
To make it towards the top 8, of course. And of course, nevertheless, for those guys watching, I hope you guys enjoyed that season, that match itself, because we are going to be having even more matches to come. And don't go anywhere, because once you come back, we will be having even more matches for you guys. My name is ICP12. He is Super Johnny. We will be taking a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. See you guys right after this.
Am I the one to blame?
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ. I'm the champion, boss beast, Tawa Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Hey, किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर, और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Hello and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and this is going to be Group C happening right now. My name is ICP12. Joining with me is going to be Mr. Necro, the man, the myth, the legend himself, as we take you through the rest of the commentaries for today. Now, we've seen 2 games. Game 1, we came in with a bang. Game 2, we do see a little bit of adaptations and a little bit of a, how do I frame this? Mishaps, but again, we are here to let go of the jitters, my friend. Negro, what do you think about it?
But hey, look, I see something that's not going to give you a lot of jitters is going to be the realme P3 Pro. Have you heard about that device?
Yes, I have, and I've heard a very, very interesting thing about the realme P3 series is that they are here to redefine gaming performances.
Ooh, that sounds super cool. And not just that, if you move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
And of course, mark your calendars, because why? It is going to be out on February 18th. So be sure to check it out when it is released. But nevertheless, we are going to be continuing our journey on how this upcoming matches. So today, it is a brand new day, a brand new group for some of these teams. It is their first time appearing up on screen. Game 1 came up with bang. Everyone is adapting. But again, this is their first time playing in this map with this stacked lobby. First game, first Erangel. Second game, first Miramar. This time is going to be a first as well for some of these groups, but guess what? It is something that you love. It is going to be in the map of Sanhok, and I think,
of course,
when it comes to Sanhok, it all comes down to those firepowers. This is where I think firepower will trump rotations.
Exactly, but especially the way Tribe Herdman was playing that previous game. Honestly speaking, look, Tribe Herdman, it's been a great banner in the past, but this just felt like much more of that refined version of the Tribe Herdman that we've seen in the past, and I'm loving that so far. Majority of the teams that did really good in the game one, game two wasn't theirs. It's just Big Brother Esports who played decent. Remorseless was the only team that got decent amount of points, but the others, they failed miserably. LOC, GlitchX Reborn, a prime example of that, and this sort of inconsistency can really affect their performance, especially when you move on towards the game of Sanhok.
Agreed, and I was very surprised with it as well, considering the fact that they were struggling in terms of just finding proper positioning, right? Like even I think WSB was one of the ones that really surprised me the most, because 2 times in a row they were playing outside circle, which made them kind of fumble a little bit, which made them in a very awkward spot. Same can be said for Genesis Esports as well as, I believe, SBA Esports, who played outside the zone because they were one of the few teams that had a little bit of a drop contentious. But of course, before we jump into the next game, let's talk a little bit more on towards the MVP of the match, because in my mind, I have one dude that really stood out the most. It's got to be Jimmy, because as of now, up on screen, yes, he is going to be the MVP for that match. Jimmy has gotten himself 7 finishes all by himself, no support, as a solo warrior. What a play for him.
1,238 damage dished out, and even 1 assist and 2 headshots. Jimmy, of course, the main playmaker in that previous game. Big Brother Esports took quite a lot of hits off the rip, and that's why Jimmy had to step up and get that consistent average on the board. And Big Brother Esports is now also going to be at the top in the overall standings. Nothing taken away from that. You've also got Tribe Herdman on the screen. You've got one man from that team. You've also got Rush If Possible. Now, Rush If Possible is another one of those teams that's quite known for, and you also know that this has got a lot of firepower, but at the same time, they've also got a lot of people supporting them from their own region. So I would love to see how Rush If Possible does great in the upcoming games.
See, that's the thing about Rush If Possible, Mizo, right? They are known for being the comebacks undergods, and that's something that I think you should have to give them credit for. And this game, for them to actually make a comeback to Zav 2 was very, very impressive for me. But nevertheless, in this match, let's talk a little bit more on the total healings thus far. Total heals has been used with 12,100, so we do see a lot of teams still playing outside of the zone. But now, up on screen, here is the point standing. Tribe Herdman getting the chicken dinner, as well as 9 finishes in total, getting themselves 19 points.
Rush If Possible, Mizo 2 getting themselves 14 points. Big Brother Esports, a team that did quite good in the previous game, also getting 13 points in total. Livecraft not that far back. Livecraft 2, it's one of those banners to watch out for. And Gujarat Tigers, a known name, a D1 team, is only getting 8 points from that previous game. First game was a fail, but the second game, at least we see some sort of recovery. You see Raw there too, with 7 points accumulated. Remorseless, consistent performance, nothing really more from them. But you look at the latter half of the board and you see a few disappointments in the name of GlitchX Reborn, Karnat Esports, a team that won the previous game. Not exactly won, but they had a lot of points in the previous game. But still, that dip in the performance is now going to start to affect them. Overall standings on the screen, and Big Brother Esports, as I mentioned, is currently at the top.
Well, it is all about consistency. Big Brother is still going to be on top for sure. Team Tribe Herdman will be able to join them with the top 2 positions. They are the only 2 teams to break past the 20 mark barrier, but you have to give credit towards Raw as well as Remorseless. They have been very consistent in finding finishes as well as positions throughout both games. But nevertheless, Rush If Possible, Mizo also making it to the 5th place, even though they had a rough game in game number 1. Game 2, they were able to bounce back in the top 5, but it's only been 2 games, so this standings might shift throughout the entirety of the day.
Exactly. There's a major chance at the end of the day we might just see the top 5 completely shifting. Anything can happen. We might just see 120 just directly bouncing back up on the first place with one single major game. So anything can happen. The overall standings are still way too fragile. Just 2 games done and dusted. And let's not forget, Sanhok is one of those off maps that can really bring in those surprises. We might just see a complete different team come through and dominate that game and get a lot of elimination points too.
Agreed. And one thing I really like what Big Brothers is doing is that they have a very similar playstyle and rotation to how Wildfangs did during Group D, right? For Wildfangs, what they tend to do is like 2-1-1 strategy, but for that map in particular, Big Brothers, they split off 1-1-1-1, and everybody is getting some sort of information. And what's interesting is that every time they see something, they make a couple of shots, they show some sort of pressure, and then they just go away. They're just like sneaky little monkeys who are just poking around. It's like, you know what, I'm just gonna poke you and then say like, hey, there's somebody here, but actually there's no one there.
Is it a coincidence? Because Seth used to be part of this banner in 2023. So maybe that's one of the main reasons why Big Brother Esports have got a sort of a similar playstyle to the players of Wild Fangs. But you cannot really forget that still Big Brother Esports, in my opinion, they seemed much more refined, at least in the first 2 games. Because Wild Fangs, in the first 2 games, they were a little bit shaky, let's be honest. But without wasting any more times, the Rainforest are still waiting for these players to step on. So let's move on towards the map of Sanhok. As Sanhok boots up on the screen, the plane fly path hits right on the screen as well. Starting all the way from Camp Charlie towards Cow, this plane fly path once again seems perfect for the players.
Well, speaking of the flight here, I'm curious to see who's going to be contesting bootcamp. And so far, especially during Group these days, all the circle has been centered around bootcamp as a center, and we only had like 1 game in Camp Alpha. And I think that's going to be the biggest concern, considering the fact that we have no clue where some of this team is going to be dropping, especially as the first map. Are we going to see any drop clashes? Like I saw one, which is SBA versus Genesis coming in Miramar.
You know, one thing I really don't like about this lobby, they're way too structured, man.
Right.
They've got everything planned out. We're not able to see those early game actions that I love to witness. But you know what? It's been working out for the players, and honestly speaking, when you speak about the tactical nature of the game, this sort of a structured playstyle can really be great for the upcoming stages in the tournament. For now, you've got Lifecraft moving in towards Painan, even SBA moving towards Ruins. We do not even see a single drop clash.
Interesting, you know.
One happening towards Hatin, though.
Okay, looks like Hatin, we will have a contest between Team Lowe's as well as Genesis, potentially. Bootcamp is going to be secured by GT, nothing super crazy. Rush if possible, Mizo is going to be in Paradise. Glitch X Rebo is going to be in Cow. Big Brother is going to be in Camp Charlie. And then I think WSB is going to be Bantai. Remorsely is going to be Sami as well, so... Oh my goodness, Circle is going to be favoring Bootcamp once more. We have seen this kind of reoccurring for almost every single Sanhok map, except for that one map which shifted all the way to Alpha Island.
Exactly, man. And honestly speaking, look, LOC, the first game was great. The second game got eliminated instantly as soon as the game started.
Yeah.
So that dip of the performance is really going to be affecting their performance on the map of Sanhok, considering now you need to be much more quicker with that decision making. But anything can happen. LOC, they might just start dominating off the rip. And speaking of things off the rip, you've got Team Lolz taking a duel against the players of Genesis. Genesis, a team filled with a lot of veterans, but you cannot really underestimate Team Lolz as well. Even they do have a lot of firepower that they possess. And Genesis, all it takes is one single mistake for them to instantly lose that chain of thought.
It is tough. It is very, very tough to actually fight this. Kunal, he doesn't have a lot of ammunition. He's all by himself. But from what I'm seeing right now is that they're just trying to apply pressure, maybe force Genesis out. And seeing how Genesis is positioning right now, it feels like they just want to get out. Like, they don't really want to bow out rather early. Because this is the second time now they have had their drop spots contested. First with SBA, now with Team Lowe's. Not looking good for Genesis Esports, to be honest. And we do see Shadow from outside, going to be looking to try and sneak back in towards the town, but he doesn't have a lot of resources. He's got the DBS and also the QBZ.
He's okay, though, still. He's got level 1 helmet, level 2 vest. In my opinion, Shadow's got decent amount of resources. The only thing he's lacking on is utilities. He does not have any nades, and that might just be a bit of a problem, especially when he closes on up. And now he also got his hands on the M416, so he's looking really good.
He just found a 3x as well, so that's actually pretty big considering the luck he has. And because of this, is he able to find one? Because right now, in no way, Kunal was out in the open, and I don't think he saw it. Oh, so unlucky. He could have gotten a easy frag on Kunal.
There was definitely a big chance. Lifecraft on the screen. The previous game was fantastic. First game, though, not that good of a performance, but we do see that adaptation coming through from Lifecraft. It's also one of those banners that has showcased a lot of those dominating moments with a complete different playing 4, though, in the past. With now this sort of a playing 4, and with a new meta, I would love to see how the new boys adapt. At the end of the day, experience is something that's going to matter the most, and that's what Lifecraft lacks. But you never know. These new players can definitely be one of those players that can bring in the Cinderella story for them.
I'm curious how Big Brother is going to approach this, right? Considering the fact that the first circle does not favor them at all. And coming out of caves, looking for vehicles, is very, very difficult just because of the spawn rate on that vicinity. The roads doesn't really give one. And even if you have vehicles, you have to go through Quarry, you have to go through Painan, you have to go through Bootcamp as well. It is going to be very difficult. But the only plus side for them is that if they go through Charlie Island, it's going to be great. But the circle seems to be just centered on towards Bootcamp right now. So they have to go through teams like Livecraft, they have to go through teams like Gujarati Tigers as well in the middle. So it's going to be tough. Raw is also smack in the middle as well.
So here's the thing. In my opinion, playing from the off-centric spot must be better, at least in the stage 1 for now. Wait for the next zone to pop up, considering we know stage 2 most probably is going to be curveball shift. And when you've got the lay of the land in stage 2, that's when you maybe can try and go for the centric part. But you never know, man. Maybe the central part can already be occupied by the teams. Big Brother Esports, yes, it's a rough start right now, but that's the only adaptation I see they can try and make. Gujarat Tigers, a few foes lingering around. You see TZ as well. Unfortunately for them, one man was knocked out, but once again, Jackson's back upon his feet. It's not an issue anymore. Beautiful shots taken against the foe. Few connection found, but nothing more than that. Fallen player considering he's back upon his feet. Once again, you've got all the 4 players on the board. And Gujarat Tigers, they've already broken a fight against the players of SPA as the first man gets picked off.
Well, they are finding people who's going to try and climb out this mountain. And Gujarat Tigers, they are pretty split. Some in bootcamp, some in the mountain as well. But I like this decision being made by Gujarat just because of the fact that they are trying to take as much space as possible and try and delay the rest of the teams rotating in before they regroup. And this is going to buy or maybe waste a lot of time with other teams. In this case, SBA Esports is one of those teams that faced it as well. And because of this play, they might not be able to find a proper cover and probably need to just buy time before they push in.
Goku got eliminated. And it's such a bad start for SBA. Even the previous game wasn't that great for them. And considering SBA is one of those banners that has been participating in the tournaments for such a long time. So many teams failing to make it to the LAN finals for the past 2 years. And now this is the opportunity that they're looking for. But if they start off with a bad start, at least on the day 1, then things might just not be that great on day 2 and day 3. Because day 4, their head's going to be on the swivel. And performing, especially when all the pressure is on top of you, will be tough. But at least the good thing is that no one gets eliminated.
Yeah, but speaking of elimination, we are going to be seeing a lot of it very, very soon. You can see very centered in towards the center of the zone. And up on screen, Rush if possible, Mizo. They were looking to go a little bit consistent. They do find members coming from Akshat. Akshat is going to be the first one to get taken out. Leo takes him off, and now he's trying to look for more. But I don't think he get more as well because right now he's all by himself. He's getting a little bit angsty. But does he want to continue this? Because if he goes for the push, gets taken out, none of his teammates are going to be able to help him out. And as you can see, the circle actually shifts in towards the 3 islands. It's a big hard shift.
Still a big mystery. Where's the next zone going to pop up? Is it going to be towards Ruins? Is it going to be towards the Camp Alpha Island? And right now, the chances of Camp Alpha Island being in the upcoming circle are quite a lot. Still, though, it's a big mystery. We did see the players take a bit of that fight towards Paradise Resort. And Rush if possible, Mizo already making things miserable for the players of GlitchX Reborn as Akshat's being found and eliminated from the game. And because that suppressor, GlitchX Reborn was not able to crack the code on where exactly the shots were coming from.
Just very, very unlucky. And as you can see, Team Lowe's, they are going to be... Wait, TGL... I don't know, man. Like, it feels like they took a little bit long time, but based on how this circle shift is and how we've seen based on the map, this is actually pretty good for TGL. Just because of the fact that they have more route down towards the west side of the circle. But again, from our perspective, we know this is happening, but from their perspective, I don't think they realize that how many people is right in the middle. And as soon as I say this, Big Brothers, they're slowly edging away in towards the center point. And they are trying to catch any sort of rotations. But it seems like they just can't find anything yet. But they do force out a lot of utilities from their neighbors.
They indeed do. Big Brother Esports. All the 4 players once again playing quite grouped up. They've got a bit of that compound to play with. But honestly speaking, I'm not a big fan of grouped up strategies. Because that can also limit your own information. And intel's key. especially on the map of Sanhok. As we know, it's a zone-oriented map. It's a zone-driven map. If the circle pops right on top of you, there's a major chance you can come out on top. But considering the new zone settings, in the final few moments, the circle is much more bigger. The chances, they get nullified even more.
Yeah, you can see everybody is scratching their heads, expecting how the circle is going to be shaped, because no one exactly knows. Is it going to be bootcamp circle? Is it going to be alpha? Or is it going to be a Charlie?
Make your predictions
Charlie Island,
now.
right? Like, you have to do a coin flip, and in this case, a coin flip wouldn't even help you, right? Coin flip 50-50. This is not even a 50-50 ratio.
If you're the IGL, where would you stop?
To be honest, the best spot to stop is going to be right in the middle, just because of the fact that it's connected in all three. But at the same time, SBA is already in the middle. They've got 3 men available. But the problem is, either all 3 sides, you're not going to be able to rotate properly. It's the fastest, but you are going to be exposed.
If I'm the IGL, I'm going to make the call to stop towards the Camp Alpha Island. But hold on! We've got a fight brewing up on the screen. Raw officials, a lot of shots were taken against Rival Apex. And there we go! Already the phrase opened up. Now Rival Apex down to the 3-man squad. Let's see, can they really hold on against the players of Raw Official? Rival Apex got their own troubles brewing up. Triggers in the back lines. The man with the experience really wants to calm down the nerves of his teammates. But considering already 1 match found, they're already kicking things off with a man disadvantage inside of the fight. It's not looking too good. While Raw Officials, all the 4 players on the board. Trigger now tosses in a nade in the hopes of finding at least 1 knock. But even those hopes, they start to fade away slowly and steadily. Wall of Death closes on up. Something needs to be done desperately. And as soon as I say so, Trigger, he's able to find the first knock. And that's going to be the exact opener they're looking for. This might just be the breather they needed.
Guys, you got to run. Everybody's got to run. The circle is on Alpha Island.
I told you.
Your prediction is spot on. And guess what? Everybody is stuck on main island. We've got like 8 to 9 teams. I don't think any amount of strategy is going to work out considering the circumstances that happen. You just gotta keep rushing. And SKC Rivals, they go in for the rush. They get knocked off right from the get-go. They're taking some suppressed fire. And they might be in an awkward spot. Raw is going to go counter fight as well. Trigger is going to get burned alive. And they get flushed off. Team Raw cleans house. And the desperation is kicking in. As you can see, everyone is scrambling to say, you know what, we gotta run. We gotta run. Circle's about to move.
That was a flawless squad wipe too, but even LOC, they try and stumble. But this time around, LOC realizes that disengaging from the fight might just be the more mature decision. And that's what they want to do, but still a few faded shots are taken away against them. Daljeet, he was not able to find any connections, and now Raw Officials, even they realize it's better to just move away from this spot, prioritize the circle a bit more. Wall of Death's going to start to move once again, and they would need a few more first states to try and tank that circle. As we transition towards another fight that's brewing up, SBA, they instantly pushed on towards the Camp Alpha Island, but now even Lifecraft, they had the same chain of thought, just like SBA. Cheyenne's able to find 2 quick knocks, and that's going to give the major opener to the players of SBA, but still the return knock from the side of Lifecraft, it's looking pretty strong. SBA 2, they're not that far back inside of the fight. They're giving quite a tough fight to the players of Lifecraft. 1 more man to go in the front, and the nade's being cooked to perfection, but a third party from Gujarat Tigers. That stops the elimination of Lifecraft. This would have been a confirmed elimination for Lifecraft if this third party wouldn't have came through.
Oh my goodness. Lifecraft, they almost dropped the ball, but guess what? Third parties is bound to happen. Gujarat Tigers from all the way bootcamp. The Marines crossed the river, and they are now in Alpha Island, and they are looking to clean house. They know it's getting a little bit too crowded. They know there is a team there. Lifecraft, they need to go for a reset. They throw in a couple of smokes, but they are only 2 men alive to hold on the entire force right now. And Lifecraft is looking to try and pop off as well. Gujarat Tigers will be forced to take a little bit of a chill pill. Meanwhile, Lifecraft go in for the reset. Gujarat Tigers, do they have what it takes? But as soon as I say this, on the other side of the map, we do see Big Brothers also losing members. Alongside with a big clash between Rush If Possible Mizo versus 120Z.
Flink does not have a lot of HP, and all it takes is a few pellets from that shotgun to connect. And even he gets knocked out. Rush If Possible Mizo in a world of trouble. Dash, even he wants to get a little bit of that revenge against the foes, but eventually the Wall of Death, it starts to do its deed. It's doing its job. Gujarat Tigers closing on up on the same compound that Lifecraft is currently holding. And Gujarat Tigers, they might just have a strong position to play with for now. GT, they still need to wipe out the existence of Lifecraft, and Lifecraft themselves are taking too much damage. The man in the back's taken down to barely any sort of HP, while the remaining 2 players are still in that same hut. GT. They really do want to make the pounce, but before, they want to find the opener with a beautifully placed nade. And so far, they're not able to do so, but with its gun power, it's going to make that happen. Lifecraft, they finally try and pounce against the players of GT. That's the first two knocks. They're already there, and he devours those two players, but Clutch got from the back a little bit too late to approach that fight.
Wow, what a clutch coming in from Lifecraft. They know for a fact they're done for, but at the same time, taking two down with them, that means they will get themselves 2 points. However, of all the people you want to take down, you have to take down Gujarat Tigers, who needed the 4-man to actually hold on to that compound. But again, the game's not over. They will have to continue. A little bit of misplace, but nevertheless, well done towards Lifecraft based on what the situation they could have done. Meanwhile, up on screen right now, Big Brothers, they've lose 2 members. It's up to Jimmy once more, but this time he's going to be accompanied by Superman. And guess what? Raw was already losing 1 member. And Jimmy, he got jumped on from the side. No backup whatsoever. It seems to me Jimmy, he's all by himself, where his teammate is still in the waters, swimming. No cover whatsoever.
What do you expect? The man was proning out in the open. Of course this is going to happen. Raw officials now, they do not really have a lot of options left. They finally do get inside of the vehicle, and now they're trying to make it inside of the circle. They need to take so much damage for this rotation to happen. And how are they going to make it happen when they do not really have a lot of first states? Raw official, there's also a few more players in that same pathway they're looking for to take, and that's going to be by the name of Coronado Esports, a team that's already got the wind in their sails. Tribe Herdman on the screen. A team that's got the major advantage, and that too is going to be the high ground advantage. It's looking perfect for them. And we've got Pork.
This is the perfect zone to be in, right? Especially when it's on Alpha Island and this circle centers here. Tribe Herman has one of the best position possible to actually just completely shut down everyone just because of the fact that they have this strong natural cover. But little did they know, right below them is going to be some team as well. Karunadu getting eliminated on 9th place as soon as they try to make it down from the south side. As you can see, everyone from the south side, Team Raw, also stuck in a very difficult spot. Gujarat Tigers looking to try and pressure them as well, but look at this, Remorseless, he gets scouted out. He's going to go for a couple shots in.
Rough luck for them, Remorseless. Still they're trying to play it as safe as possible, and the man's already backed away from that spot. Clutch caught. He's catching too much hurt upon himself. He needs to be careful. Gujarat Tigers, they do not really have a lot of room for error left anymore inside the game, considering they lost out on 2 players against Lifecraft. A fight that they should have won miles apart, but they still messed things up a little bit, and that's why they lost out on 2 players. But right now, Remorseless, even they were in quite a tricky spot. Luckily enough, they instantly back away and hold on to that thought. Tribe Herdman from the top is just raining down hellfire against anyone that stands against him. And right now, it's going to be the players of Team Lols, and Lols is out in the open. Luckily enough, he once again goes back in the nick of cover. So he's going to be safe for now. He's got a little bit of that shack to play with. Team Lols looking okay, but they've just got 2 players in the front.
They just have to be patient right now. Tribe Herman cannot be afford to be knocked right here, considering that they have the best position possible. But again, seeing how the circle is slowly shifting to the center, they may have high ground advantage, but if the circle forces them down, it's going to be a complete death fall all the way downhill.
Lols, he knows that doing something's going to be really important right now. But how can he do so, especially when you've got Tribe Herdman on the watch? And these players constantly from the top are just raining down hellfire on anyone that they see. And they're able to collect so many scrappy points. It's crazy. Just racking up any elimination that they see walking on the floor. Just shooting at anything that they see moving. And right now, Blitzpew still scouting out a few more players around him. Spots out another man out in the open. Once again, wanted to go for the shots, but then realized up close and personal, Team Lols as well. They're sort of being a big problem. And Tribe Herdman finally losing their patience and making that pounce against him. And what an 8 that was from Pork. That's going to be the opener. Opens up so many more possibilities for Tribe Herdman to make this push happen. And even the last man for Team Lols is taken down solo, and the nade's going to do the deed as Pork, he shuts down both the players with a well-placed nade.
What a play from Tribe Herdman. They conquered this top, and now they've cleaned out the bottom. The question here is, do they still want to play on top, or do they want to push the middle? Because as of yet, as you can see from the east side, Genesis also going to be making it towards the top 6. It is going to be Clutch God right now, all by himself. We have a total of 7 finishes for Gujarat Tigers. Can he get a little bit more? He's going for a pre-fires, but he just doesn't have the numbers. Cyrex will take him out. Final 5 teams. And Remorseless is smack middle of it all.
But have you noticed GT's getting the average point, scraping the surface, getting 7 to 8 points per game. That's keeping them in the race and in the top 8 as well. And I'm pretty sure GT's going to try to do the same thing throughout the entire day today. Tribe Herdman once again from the top. The wrath continues. The players not backing out from this spot, and they know they've got the high ground. Try and rack up as many points as possible. And as long as Tribe Herdman, they've got their hands on a vehicle, making it down as well from the hilltop is going to be easy.
Well, if you say it's easy, I wouldn't take my chances, man. It's a little bit too high, my friend. But nevertheless, they do send Pork down bottom as well to try and potentially sneak a couple of peeks in. But it's still very, very risky. Genesis is going to be the ones that is going to be messing him up. But while this is happening as well, Remorseless is just going to sit out inside the hunk and just wait things out. While Tribe Herdman is going to be doing all the heavy lifting.
So many shots taken in the smoke, and that's going to be a 2-piece. Blitzpew is such an annoying player to deal with right now. From the top, it's really tough to shut down a man like Blitzpew because he's barely given any sort of peeks. And that far away, it's really tough to do anything. And last man, too, taken down just like that. What a marksman this guy is. On the head is going to find the perfect connections, and that, too, all the players taken down just like that. You can't really do a lot, especially against a man like Blitzpew. Now LOC, they might just be on the receiving end of the spectrum as well. Remorseless in the front, constantly causing a lot of damage.
Well, there's nothing much they can do, right? Like Remorseless, they've got the best natural cover ever, and guess what? They do find a nice knock from the top. Tribe Herdman, they have to get down. LOC also looking to tech this in, but Pork, he somehow managed to sneak in. Remorseless, that is true. But it is still 2 men in front of him. Pork, he's got the DPS, he needs to make the break through, but no! He connects the first shot, but could not connect the second. And Remorseless gets the full reset, while Tribe's Herdsman, they will lose Pork. And the rest of the team on top is going to be staying all the way on top, while Remorseless still has natural cover.
If Pork would have taken down these 2 players, that was Tribe Herdman's game. Straight up, no one would have stopped these players from getting the chicken dinner. Blitzpew, he finally makes it down south, but even he messes up big time considering the man was too out in the open. And Remorseless, now they're looking in a perfect spot to end the game and also deliver the final blow. Tribe Herdman from the top still with so many eliminations racked up, 12 finish points, and this is what I'm talking about. If they've got the vehicle, they can still afford to play from the top, and here comes the drop. They're not going to be taking any damage considering the vehicle will still be safe, but as soon as I say so, Remorseless, they take the shots, and even the last man gets taken down mid-air. Tribe Herdman, a lot of mess-ups, but they still had a lot of points to end things off. And now Remorseless, they've got the man advantage. And just like that, here comes the final blow too. A great chicken dinner in the hands of Remorseless.
The last-ditch effort coming from Tribe Herdman, but there's only so much I can do. Congratulations for Remorseless for a fantastic defense in the middle of the house, but... I know you predicted it, but I already saw the outcome. There's only so much they could have done from on top of the mountain.
In my opinion, they need a few more vehicles. They at least needed 2 vehicles to pull off that strategy, but the fact that Blitzpew got knocked out in such a weird way, and Pork should not have got knocked out in the first place, man. Pork was the main playmaker. If Pork would have gotten even a single knockout, that was still a Tribe Herdman game.
To be honest, I think it came down to a situation where they all had to commit to one direction, or either or. But at the same time, the only way Tribe Herdsman won in that 2v2v4 situation was that LOC and Tribe Herdsman worked together to take down the guys in the middle, which is LOC, Remorseless. But But it's just impossible.
Here's the thing, right? Tribe Herdman are not going to be sad that they lost that game, though. Miramar was perfect. This game as well, they had 12 elimination points and also 5 placement points. So Tribe Herdman has pretty much reached the same average as a team would if they get a chicken dinner. So it's completely fine. Tribe Herdman, they've done the job.
Yeah, I agree. And at the same time as well, Remorseless also has been very consistent in both 2 games as well. Even
3
though
games.
they didn't exactly make it in the top 8 with high finish volumes, but in terms of points-wise and on top of this chicken dinner, they might be somewhere in the top 3 position alongside the Big Brothers, who's also been very consistent except for this last game, which is a little unfortunate. They bowed out like 8th place, 7th place, with Jimmy getting, I think, 2 finishes in total.
So, Big Brother Esports is going to be on the second. On the first is going to be Tribe Herdman, and on the third is going to be Remorseless.
Fair enough.
And Remorseless has been consistent all 3 games. First game, 2 in the top 3. Second game, they had 5 elimination points, so they were pretty much consistent. Third game, they had a lot of points too. So yeah, they're doing really good for themselves. And Tribe Herdman, honestly, they were just really annoying, especially Blitzpew. This man from the top was so tough to deal with. And then how can you forget Pork? The man just pushes down, gets 2 eliminations with that nade, and he was just a main star in that fight.
I think this is one of the most difficult circles to play, right? It was so unpredictable based on how things shifted as well. And even on the screen, you can see every single team, it feels like every man's for themselves just because of how the shift felt like it's supposed to be main island bootcamp and resulted with every single team being caught off guard, completely concentrated from the east side and just got completely shut down. And the only team that kind of benefited from this was those early birds who prioritized it on Alpha Island, and that's pretty much Team Tribe Herdman as well as Remorseless. And this play right there, it's a a little bit of a hoo-ha situation. LOC couldn't really do too much, right? Like, even if you see the position of LOC, right? This is the only corner I can hide. If I come out, I'm going to get shot. Where else can I go? We've got no vehicles. And guess what? A vehicle came down, but too late, man.
It's one of those plays where you know you do not really have a lot of options, and then you're like, flip it. Let's do it. Just send it. And they were just hoping for the best, crossing their fingers, but considering one man got knocked out midair, there was not a lot that could have been done, especially just by one man underneath, and even he got taken down in the end. So, honestly speaking, Tribe Herdman, as I mentioned, they're not going to be sad at all. They have so many points in the overall standings. In my opinion, they're going to be at the first spot.
You know why I'm really happy? After seeing that incident in the final moment, it feels like we can actually make a little bit of a montage to potentially invite Steven Spielberg or someone to actually direct the movie off of this.
Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise, maybe.
Yeah, even that could be perfect one. Yeah, that could be perfect one, right? Another Mission Impossible coming through on Sanhok. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. Another Sanhok still awaits you.
What did the drop on the snake? Am I the one to blame?
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, इसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है। ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP। TPP। FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर, विनर चिकन डिनर। कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Welcome back after that short break, and still Sanhok awaits all of us. But Johnny, speaking of the previous game, right? Blitz Pew, he was the most annoying guy in that entire game. From the top, constantly raining down hellfire on the teams. And there were so many teams out in the open because just not a lot of playing place was there in the first place.
Yeah, and Blitz Blue just went pew 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 on everyone he saw. But overall, I think an incredible day for us to witness Group C in action. Tribe Herdman, who would have thought this would be the team with like back-to-back amazing performances, right?
Exactly, man. First game was let loose, but then second game, really great. Third game, once again, incredible performance. Remorseless, all 3 games consistent, by the way. First game in the top 3. Second game, 5 points. Okay, just scraping the surface. But third game, chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, Remorseless having an incredible day as well. And quite a contradiction to how we thought this group was going to turn out. I mean, when the list came out, everyone expected that Gujarat Tigers was just going to dominate by default. And that's the team that's struggling right now. I mean, this whole group has just redefined our expectations, just like the Realme P3 Pro 5G.
And I've got an important news for you guys. On 18th of February, this device launches. So make sure to move on towards Google and search the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? Remorseless doing so good. You brought up Gujarat Tigers a while ago. And speaking of Gujarat Tigers a little bit more, right? Gujarat Tigers is pretty much doing the same thing once again. Just getting enough points to be in the top 8. In the second game, they had 8 points. In this game, they had 7 points. So in my opinion, GT's doing okay for themselves. But we've got the MVP of the previous game. Of course, Blitzpew, man. This guy was the most annoying guy in the game of Sanhok. And if I am someone who's currently playing in that lobby, I would be scared of this guy.
Oh, of course. I mean, and this team as well, because out of nowhere, 2 games, they have done incredibly well for themselves. And it's not him, it's his teammates as well that pull up the pressure on the other sides. We have Pork on the second position in terms of the top 5 players, 3 eliminations to his name. Lifecraft, Reverse X, 3 eliminations secured. Helix with 3 from Remorseless. And then we have Manthan from the side of Raw Official. And Manthan is a new name from the side of Raw Official that we are seeing be the frontliner for the team and do incredibly well.
Yeah, Manthan has been there inside of the pro circuit too for such a long time, right? Just like Wanted, he's also a veteran. So Manthan knows exactly the nukes and crannies of the map as well. Yeah, the new zone settings can definitely catch him off guard, but considering he's playing under such a known banner, Raw Officials, so Raw Official definitely knows how to drive that force. We've got the match summary too, the previous game, 54 finishes, 0 vehicle finishes, by the way, thanks to Tribes Herdman and also the Circle.
Yeah, the Circle itself was such an insane thing to have inside of this game. The shift towards the third zone, taking control of Camp Alpha, driving everyone insane. 30 smoke shoes, 4 nade finishes, which is, I have to say, quite decent for a game of Sanhok.
And look at that, Blitzpew. On the map of Sanhok, 306 meters, longest finish. How often do you see that happen, Sean?
Not quite often, but let's have a look at the point standings for this particular matchup. Remorseless with 17, Tribe Herdman with 17, Raw Official with 9. You have Gujarat Tigers finishing with 9 points in total. LOC, alright, LOC, they're bouncing back slowly and steadily. 8 points secured from this game. Genesis with 5, Team LOLs with 4, and Rush if possible Mazer. It seems like it's a on again, off again sort of a situation. First game not going well, second game they bounce back, third game they fade again.
Yeah, but still 4 elimination points, I guess okay, not too bad. Things could have been worse, and considering the previous game was a chicken dinner, I mean previous game was a chicken dinner, so this setback is completely okay. They still had the cushion to play with, and considering it's just the 3 games done so far, so the overall standings are still pretty fragile. Looking at the overall standings, first and second spot just separated by 1 point. That tells us everything. On the third is Remorseless.
Yeah.
Who would have thought this? Day 1 and Remorseless dominates.
Exactly, and Remorseless is sitting there with just 5 points shy of the lead. And then you have Raw Official who sit there on the 4th position with 25 points. Rush if possible Mizo on the 5th with 18. And then the fan favorites on the 6th Necro, Gujarat Tigers, just 18 points secured in the first 3 matches that they played. LOC, they're going for placement, it seems like. 12 placement points, just 4 finishes in the 3 games they played so far.
Exactly, man. You've also got Karnata Esports with 14 points so far in the game. Karnata Esports, the game 1 was perfect, but then later on, we've seen a lot of those problems brewing up for this team. You've also got Genesis with 11 points. I have a lot of expectations, especially from Genesis, considering they've got so many veterans in the lineup. So I would love to see Genesis do really good for themselves. Another team that's sort of not doing great, or maybe doing really bad, is WSB Gaming.
You read my mind. I was just about to say, when is this man going to start talking about WSB? Because it's been 3 matches. And of course, with all of the hype that was there around Uzu being the rank 1 Conqueror player, ladder and competitive, 2 different things, I guess. Now you know the difference.
You are really mean, man, for saying that.
I don't know what's happened today, man. I just woke up and chose war.
Yeah, I guess not really having that great of a sleep yesterday.
Yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. We all have that cranky moods, right? Sometimes. Even I have my days where I'm really cranky. But moving back towards the game once again, right? Now, Team Lols as well is one of those names I would like to step things up by a mile, because considering Team Lols, the last time we saw them in 2024, they were such a delight to witness. Right now, we're not seeing that same performance being replicated.
Oh, of course. I mean, and that is a big sign of concern. But then again, 3 more matches left, the entirety of the second half of the day to go. And luckily, I love the map rotations that we have this time, because at least you have some way to retaliate against what just happens. We just witnessed Sanhok, and now the teams again get to play a Sanhok. So they will have that their game plans changed, and the game plan sort of tweaked just a little bit to try and see if they can secure a few extra points, maybe go for a drop clash and try and get those 4 points early.
I would love to see GlitchX Reborn as well finally do something. First game, we did see a little bit of that movement on the map. Second game, GlitchX Reborn getting eliminated quite early.
Yeah.
This game too, GlitchX Reborn, nowhere to be seen. I would love to see GlitchX Reborn, Gujarat Tigers, the known banners do something, because so far they're struggling too much. And without wasting any more time, let's just step directly in the rainforest of Sanhok. As the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, and as Sanhok boots up on the screen, the plane flat path begins all the way from Nakam towards Cow. Johnny, what are your expectations? I would love to see some drop clashes, but this lobby's way too structured.
Yeah, it's way too structured, and that is causing a lot of problems for anyone and everyone in the mid-game stages, because you go in expecting the herd to be thinned out, the crowd to be thinned out, but no, there's still a lot of teams remaining. Now, looking at Sanhok, the flight path, I think, is the best possible one of the best possible ones you could ask for. If it just leans ever so slightly towards the east, a little bit more towards the northern side, maybe from towards Mongnai, then it would have been just a perfect diagonal dissection. But let's see 2 teams heading towards that Camp Alpha Hill. Are we going to see an early fight between Team Lols and Tribe Herdman?
I would love to see that happen. You've also got Big Brother Esports and WSB right next to each other.
And Boot Camp.
Yeah, inside of Boot Camp, you see Karnata Esports drop clashing right on top of the players of Gujarat Tigers. I'm not even sure where this came from, but the first game, this never happened. And even Tribe Herdman is taking a fight against Team Lols, but hold on to that thought. There's too many fights happening at the same time. It's tough to keep track of what's going on. And Tribe Herdman, this time, they're getting dismantled. They've already lost out on 1 man. The same thing can be said even for the side of Team Lols. The previous game, Team Lols faced an elimination by the hands of Tribe Herdman, and now this time they're here to try and get the revenge. But what a big mishap that was. What a great knock from the man to try and save the day for his entire team. And Team Lols is now starting to lose the grip of the fight. Lols is the only man staying alive, AKM in his hands for up close and personal combat. Even Tribe Herdman, they've lost out on 1 player. And the man at the front's taken down super low. With a Vector in his hands, he tried his best to get something done. But 1 single pump from that DBS is going to seal the deal.
Yeah, the DBS, the shotgun that everyone almost from the side of Team Lols ran into. And that will help Tribe Herdman just clean up quite easily on this Camp Alpha Hill, but I think the job might not be over yet. There's 1 more team closing in. We see Genesis trying to move in, looking for an early third party, but Bootcamp, Gujarat Tigers versus Karnata Esports. Let's have a look over here. No early casualties from either sides. Both the teams still standing 4-man strong.
Looking good. And dandy.
Oh, yeah.
Tribe Herdman. The fact that they lost out on even that 1 player is going to be hurting them so much. And for Karnata Esports, they were almost under heavy fire by GT. Luckily enough, Karnata Esports, they pushed themselves in one side of this entire U building. So now they've got their own territory that they need to defend. And vice versa. Gujarat Tiger, a team that's known for their firepower. But Karnata Esports, off the rip in the first game itself, they surprised us quite a bit too. This fight can definitely be neck and neck.
I mean, I want it to be neck and neck, but there's a certain part of me that wants to see Gujarat Tigers bounce back, because seeing them in the middle pack in a lobby like this, it's not normal, Necro. You have to agree with it. This lineup was meant to dominate.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say a certain part of me wants Gujarat Tigers to struggle.
No, man. That's my prediction for the day. You thought they were going to do well as well.
Yeah, I did, man. Honestly, I really did. But with the way they've been playing so far, not even close to my expectations.
Plus, God, he's just an amazing human being. So you want to see the man be successful, and it seems like Gods is going to kick things off. Gyro got taken out from the side of Coronado Esports.
Beautiful stuff. Instant retaliation as well. But not enough to try and get even a single knock against GT. Clutch Card closes on up, hands out that death blow. One elimination point already secured, and look at Coronado Esports. The man in that room's taken down solo, and here comes the push. And just like that, Clutch God's gonna find the second knock as well. Coronado Esports is now getting systematically dismantled, and what just happened? Stone knocked himself out.
Yeah.
This is such a big blunder. The pressure's building up, and a beautiful place nade from Gods. It's gonna seal the deal and put that nail in the coffin. Coronado Esports, these type of chokes are really gonna showcase you the gateway of hell.
But hey, at least they deny one finish point to the side of Gujarat Tigers. Stone BGMI, that nade, awkward one. I think he just felt the pressure, just ended up nading himself. And the lost man from the side of Coronado Esports could not really do anything. This is, again, quite contrast to how this team started the day. The first game, incredible performances. By the way, the 10 eliminations they have, Coronado Esports, are all from that game one itself. After that, they haven't done anything.
True.
And even in this game, so 3 matches. I don't think 14 points is enough to keep you afloat for 3 matches.
Hold on, though. I mean, looking at the replay, this is how the fight really kicked off, right? Against Tribe Herdman. And I do understand why Team Logs went for this clash, too. It's because Team Logs literally got wiped out by Tribe Herdman in the previous game.
Yeah.
So this time around, Team Logs just wanted to make sure that they get their hands on this high ground before the players of Tribe Herdman do. But Tribe Herdman just better. So you can't really do a lot in that scenario. When it comes to the mechanical aspect, team play, Tribe Herdman, they had the communication, the comms on point, and that's why they came out on top.
I'm quite surprised. Genesis Esports, we saw them closing in the distance, but they just back off completely. Quite hesitant in taking on a team that's been extremely consistent in the 2 matches prior to this one. LOC, another name that we were quite hopeful for, but today not really having a great day, are they?
Yeah, not really. And LOC, it's one of those banners that you really do expect to see volumes from them.
Yeah.
First game, we did see a good performance, but still that hesitancy sort of costed them that game. But now, after that first game, LOC's completely lost.
Yeah, I think that first game was an indication of how much this team is lacking confidence for the day. Because in a situation like that, swap them with any other name, swap them with Wild Fangs even, they would have just run in.
Yeah, Wild Fangs would have spread themselves out, toss out a few smokes to try and deny that angle from the high ground.
And then the classic strat of Craze God, go get the finish.
Yep, toss out a few utilities, find the opener, and that's how they would have pushed up. But instead, Team LOC, they had their own doubts. And that's why they never executed that playstyle. It's fine, though. It's a complete new playing forward, too, so you can't really expect a lot. And why is Ubby standing like that?
I have no idea.
Is he stuck? I think so, he's stuck.
Yeah, he is.
And that's why he knocks himself out.
What a waste of nade, but you got to do what you got to do. Just absolutely hilarious, but imagine being in the position of Raw official. They're just lucky there's no one around them, otherwise the third party would have just been...
Or maybe look at the brighter side. That nade wouldn't have been wasted. He would have gotten knocked out by the enemy hand.
I mean...
Makes sense.
But a push would have just like destroyed the entirety of Raw official. They're not having a good day, by the way. So... at this point, them getting that self-knock is the easiest way to get their teammate back.
True.
No one sees it happen, and they still survive with all 4 players.
No one saw what happened. Let's forget that. Wipe out the memories. The next zone pops up. it's going to be shifting towards the right side even more. And now you see at least 20% of that circle in the water lines. That means not a lot of that playing surface. Teams would need to try and adjust accordingly. WSP Gaming, this might just be their game. The circle is right next to their home turf.
Yeah.
They do not even need to move a lot. And I don't understand why WSP Gaming is moving so late, considering the circle, it's always been right next to them. But they still decide to go for that late game rotation, and they should realize one thing. In this new zone settings, you cannot go for the late game rotations.
Especially when the circle is right next to you, you shouldn't. But look at that. Some sort of an awkward clash between Lifecraft and Remorseless, both the teams trading out a single player from either sides. And of course, we saw how close the sides of 120 TZ and Gujarat Tigers were mid-rotation. It's just a question of who pulls the trigger first. Remorseless, again, as we mentioned, an awkward clash against Lifecraft. They did find the trade, but still, 3 players, you're going to have some trouble in the late game stages.
You indeed will. Troubles at this point are going to start to stack up slowly and steadily. Even for Tribe Herdman, considering they dropped all the way towards Camp Alpha. Moving down south towards such an extremity is going to be a tough challenge, but it's not impossible. But also, it's going to take him quite a lot of that time to adjust. And speaking of adjusting things, we've got GlitchX Reborn on the screen. Throughout the entire day, they have been a major letdown. But maybe now is going to be the time where they strike back, where they go for those chicken dinner and get enough points to at least place themselves in a decent spot.
Well, let's see if they can actually pull it off. But, man, this group seems like it's the polar opposite of what Group D was like. Their Sanhoks would start off with 4 teams just getting wiped out within the first 2 minutes. And over here, Stage 2 already hit. The hard shift of sorts already in play. And yet, just 2 teams getting eliminated. Coronado Esports and Team LOLs biting the dust early. Lifecraft, Remorseless, and Tribe Herdman losing out on a single player each. Mikami, I think he heard the engine, but he also hears it going in the opposite direction.
I would love to see how they pull off a rotation from this spot. Remorseless has been the most consistent team, but now they're being put in a really bad spot. So let's see how they pull off a rotation. If they still somehow found themselves in the top 5 once again, that would be magic. And for now, we've got Genesis on the screen. Genesis, a team filled with veterans. They've been given a shot in the realme BGIS 2025, and they really do need to make a mark. If they don't, well, then a lot of the questions will be raising against him, especially Shadow. He's one of those IGLs that has had some glorified moments in the past, but hold on. SPA, they've got their own problems brewing up on the screen. Big world of trouble. Shots were taken against the foes, but instead, they themselves got knocked out. And look at the next zone shift, 50-50, Johnny.
Just
50% of the playing surface available.
I mean, for anyone wondering why I got hyped all of a sudden, it was that zone, man. I mean, it is just going to be insane because Kampong to Docks is quite open. It's just a hill that runs between the 2 positions. But getting control of that hill also can backfire. But let's see how things are going to turn out. SBA on the other side. Goku getting knocked out. Although his teammate was able to rescue him into a safer position, looking to go for a revive.
This will be fun.
Oh, it's for sure going to be fun. If you remember, I think we have had a circle like this a long time back. And it's the control of the hills that helps you secure a win in a position like this. Backline's completely empty. You can watch the open fields up north. Just pick off players, whoever's trying to close in.
And right now, it's just a few teams that do have the high ground to play with. Actually, just 1 team. But hold on to that thought. Genesis, they close on up against LOC. Both of them do not really seem that friendly. Genesis, they've got their own troubles. And even the same thing can be said for the players of LOC too. They're quite split out. Genesis, they just want to find themselves in that comfort zone for now. Not really make a lot of noise. Instead, just stay put and rush if possible. They take a fight against the players of GlitchX Reborn. Even GlitchX Reborn, they've lost out on 2 players. It's not looking too fluid. Ralph OG is also catching a lot of hurt upon himself, and he eventually backs up. The man's barely alive on a sliver of HP as he pops that first aid. Once again, he will be feeling replenished. Looking good. Needs to get the fallen comrade back upon his feet. He tosses out a smoke, but still catching a lot of hurt upon himself. And finally, now that smoke's going to provide him that cover. As Tribe Herdman, they finally are visible on the screen too. They've got their own problems brewing up as they take a fight against TZ, and they've already found the opener. Kylo knocked out and confirmed.
Yeah, but look at this. 6 eliminations already on the board, and with the speed that Tribe Herdman are moving forward with, these 6 eliminations, they help them out a lot. But can they recover? Just 3 players left in the game, 1 knocked out, as you mentioned, Necro, and Jackson has an opportunity of finishing all of them up. Oh no, he sees them regroup, but fortunately for Tribe Herdman, Jackson is out of throwables. He has a DBS to work with. Not DBS, has 12k to work with, but a nade being lobbed in his direction, a sliver of HP, and he is in the blue. An opportunity for Tribe Herdman to just move forward and finish him off. Last split second, not enough blue zone damage, so he was bound to survive, but with the players closing in, can the shotgun find the frag? No HP, and he gets finished off. Another bad outing for 120 TZ.
Jackson with no action. Quite unfortunate. Got taken out without any sort of advantage in that one. And look at Big Brother Esports. They found themselves with so much advantage, but as soon as I say so, the first man hits the deck.
Yeah, and it's WSB who found the opening.
Good one.
Good one, in fact, but the problem is Necro making this rotation was so tricky. They've lost 2 players, so while the positioning is going to be incredible, just not having enough bodies might cause them trouble. And look at SBA closing on the players of Big Brothers as well. They're out into the open, they're exposed, they're split up. It's going to be a tough game for Big Brother Esports to recover from, and
oh no,
it's the key man, Jimmy, getting knocked out as well. That's just unfortunate.
From being in the most strongest spot, now Big Brother Esports looking the weakest. The remaining 2 players towards Doc. And they cannot really play like the alphas anymore. They need to play like the betas and hide. And that's what they're doing. SBA from the top now, constantly just raining down a bit of those bullets against the enemies. Considering they've got so much intel to play with, they can easily pave a good pathway in the future too, but hold on! Wall of Death starting to move, Lifecraft in a big wall of trouble. The man delivers that final blow, but now the Wall of Death is going to be doing too much damage.
Oh, no.
And in the outskirts, even he gets knocked out. A return knock from Cyrax. It might just seal the deal against the players of Lifecraft Esports. Luckily enough, he's not the only man standing. The remaining Lifecraft players, they're still in the circle, but not in the safety lines. And look at what LOC is doing.
It looks the same, but it's not the Weasley scar from Harry Potter that can fly, and LOC. Oh, it's over. Split second, 1 mistake, 1 fumble, and they just instantly get kicked out.
It's one of those moments when you know you've got the limelight upon you and you try to be super cool, but then you just fail.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with them. It's like a guy in the bar who wants to impress everyone, but it just completely falls apart.
Yeah.
And hold on. GlitchX Reborn, Johnny. Finally, they're doing so good. This is the GlitchX Reborn we all wanted to see. They seem so much in control, but now the next zone moves away from them. GlitchX Reborn, they need to leave this comfort zone and move inside of the circle. And still, Johnny, the circle is 50-50.
Dude, I said it. Bring Ralph OG in, and he's going to show you how it's done. This man was always a key player for this team. The first game, just not really there. Just not really there. He wasn't there. He wasn't playing the first game. And now finally, I think the team has stabilized 8 eliminations. The positions look solid as well. They have control of the hill. If they can take out Genesis, they clear up the front lines. And Genesis now, because of the shift of the zone, just pushed towards that western edge.
SBA Esports, once again at the top, as I mentioned. They can definitely have the intel. Look at GlitchX Reborn. The fact that the players are going for the shots, it's crazy. It's so far away that even the cover's not rendering.
He just fired 2 shots and the other guy panicked. You could see him just turn.
That's going to happen, man.
Yeah. Because look at how much that distance is. That is
too
about,
much.
350 meters.
And in the previous game, it was Blitz Pew who managed to secure an elimination from that distance.
Yeah.
Big Brother Esports still alive and cooking in the game, by the way. Fragger, he's got a decent spot to play with. As wanted, he's there towards the dock still. And he's the only man facing against both the players of WSB, and Wanted at this point needs to keep his position anonymous. He needs to be the man who is the opportunistic one and wait for the right opportunity to strike.
Let's see though. Last two players left. Somehow they find themselves in the top 5. Big Brother Esports. Survival from here is going to be tough. Also, by the way, I completely forgot WSB still existed. They've been hiding for so long, man, in the same position. Just one elimination on the board. Last two players left.
I think they're just overthinking at this point.
Yeah.
Overthinking too much. I do understand, yeah, the competition's tough, but WSB is making it even more complicated in their own heads.
They don't know where he is.
Uzu, the main man, making the push. TBS in the hands. And there's Wanted in the front.
Now they do.
The man with the experience versus the man with the firepower and young gun. The reflexes from Uzu might just be on point, and Uzu's still waiting for the right moment. Here comes Wanted, and gets struck down instantly. I'm not even sure what Wanted is doing over there. He turns his back against the players, and instantly Uzu strikes. What a moment that was. But the next zone now is going to shift out in the open once again, and Fragger's going to be the only man alive from Big Brother Esports.
Yeah, still sitting smack center, but he can't really do anything or get involved in any action in this game anymore. But look at SBA, they've sent Aryan for that airdrop, and it can be such a good position, such a good cover for them to work with. But Glitch Reborn, Akshat and Rex, they're moving in behind this hill, and they might be running into the line of fire. Genesis, there's an opportunity for them to strike, and Apollo, Sanhok Snake crawling forward. How deadly is his Venom going to be? He just has one nade, no Molotovs. So that one nade needs to be perfect. It needs to find the opener. And SBA on the other side getting distracted by the players of WSB.
Even Genesis is failing to perform.
Yeah.
One of those teams that has so much potential. Veterans in the lineup, but still not able to play to the fullest potential. And Genesis right now, they're playing like snakes. Instead, they should be the alpha ones in the lobby. They should be one of the Alpha Titans. SBA from the top. Considering they've got the high ground with all the 4 players on the board, they definitely do have that risk-taking factor still available. They do have that cushioning. WSB Wall of Death starting to move. Now it's going to be the time where they need a rush. They need a move. Not a lot of options available. And GlitchX Reborn, they lose out on Rex. Genesis, they finally find the equalizer against the players of GlitchX Reborn. But Genesis, all of them need to focus up. They need to lock in.
Yeah, and I think they have, in fact, in this game. Because as we talked about it, Apollo, he just had one nade, but his teammates had extra, and they chime in. But no, as soon as they reveal their position, pressure comes in. Glitch Reborn, they pull the trigger. Apollo, he takes a lot of damage. He's going to be forced back. And whoever runs around on the slope of this hill is going to draw the attention of SBA Esports, who, by the way, are in the prime position to win this game now. The circle on top of their head, they are going to run and hunt the last man from the side of Big Brother Esports.
Fragger, yeah, as you mentioned, the last man from Big Brother Esports, there's a big chance he can be hunted down. And I was about to build up a storyline around Fragger, but then he gets eliminated. I was about to say he might just be the one to snatch chicken dinner away while the big dogs, they keep on fighting against each other.
Dude, after Miramar, I'm not building up any of those stories. It's going to turn out to be just another disappointment.
Lost the faith, huh?
Yeah,
too
the Monday
early,
blues kicking in.
But it's too early to lose any sort of faith on any of these teams, Johnny.
Oh, this year my lesson is to learn how to give up on people very easily.
Isn't that easy, though?
No, it's not, man. Usually you like to hold on to hope.
Not me, though.
Why? Were you rooting for Hope Official?
Yes, I was, and they did pretty good.
Oh, they slipped out of the top 8.
Considering they were the newer faces on the block, in my opinion, they did pretty good.
All right, you and I are going to have this conversation later on, man.
Yeah, you know what? Let's duke it out, man. Let's duke it out, IRL. But hold on. We've got Genix FM. Not Genix FM, Genesis. Oh, man, the Gen really does confuse me. But Genesis... Shots taken against SBA. The Far Fray knocked out. Goku this time not able to turn into Super Saiyan. Instead gets knocked out in the first stage itself. Mac from the Far Fray. He's got so much visual line of sight against the foes. It's crazy. And out of nowhere, it feels like Genesis, they might just be the one to seal the deal and take the chicken dinner away. The veterans, they strike once again. This is what the experience really brings on the board. Especially when we thought that it might just be GlitchX Reborn. Genesis, they coming out of nowhere and get that chicken dinner.
Man, you thought it was going to be GlitchX Reborn. I thought it was going to be SBA, but both the teams ended up colliding against each other. And Genesis, with that, I think they start off their journey. Yeah, patience put on display. They start off their journey on day number 1 very nicely. It was a nice win. And as you mentioned, patiently waiting. let the foes fight amongst themselves. You watch the show, the amazing, amazing show that's happening of frags in front of you, and then just walk in at the last second, just secure those points.
Yeah,
Easy
but what
cleanup.
happened to Rival Apex, Johnny?
I have no idea.
3 games, all failed. 4th one as well. Nowhere to be
So
seen.
4 games they failed.
Yeah, so what is going on with Rival Apex? I mean, especially when we think a man like Trigger stepping in, you really do expect that, yeah, now with the experience, they might just be doing even better, but it's the opposite. They're doing worse.
And we don't know why. Maybe, I mean, an understanding of the lobby is not there, an understanding of how much with these teams has changed. But, I mean, now that we talk about all of these big names just taking a dip, and the newer names just putting up a tougher competition, because we saw that happen with the group prior to this, the Group D as well. I think all of the roster changes during the off-season, they're going to bring in a lot of spice to this year's realme BGIS.
And I'm going to remind you once again, WSB could have had a great game.
Yeah.
But they still messed up big time because they rotated too late in the circle.
Yeah, and Big Brothers as well. For them, it was the exact opposite. They moved in too early into the open. And they split up. I don't know why every single game, Big Brother, towards the end, always want to go for that 4-man split.
I guess
they don't stay grouped up.
They really like to play with our emotions, right? That's what it feels like.
Maybe, I guess.
Yeah, but SBA 2 finally stepping up. That's a good thing.
True.
Because SBA as well has been one of those banners, especially in 2024, doing so good. And now, once again, we do see a little bit of that glimmer of hope from the side of SBA on this previous game of Sanhok. And looking at the highlights, too, on how the action really kicked off. Gujarat Tigers taking the fight against Karnat Esports. Stone BGMI knocking himself out there. It was such a major choke from Karnat Esports.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a choke or whether they just gave up completely, because Gujarat Tiger, first of all, the players are gifted, of course, hardworking, talented, everything they have going for themselves except today's day and the matches.
If they wanted to give up, technically, the man who was a little bit further ahead of Stone could have given the call. You know what, man? Let's just nade ourselves and deny those elimination points.
I think
but
by
instead,
then it was just too late. Gujarat Tigers were already at the window and they were pushing in. Maybe.
I don't think so. It was on purpose. I think so. It was just happened because he choked.
too.
Yeah, I think
he
so.
wanted to lob the nade at them.
Yeah, it's just this jitters really kicking in at that point, and he just straight up choked. This is how Glitch X Reborn 2 in the end really got knocked out of the game, and Genesis out of nowhere just sprung back to life and got that chicken dinner.
Yeah, Glitch X Reborn were the ones who stole it from SBA and just gave it away to Genesis over there. Because SBA was set up for success, but moving in for Fragger would have meant, and they did exactly that. They moved out into the open for that one shack and gave the opportunity for Glitch X Reborn to move in from the southern slope of the hill and take a head-on fight. And Genesis, as we keep talking about them, they just waited and waited and waited for the right opportunity to strike.
And WSB Gaming could have done better. I'm mentioning this once again. But with just 2 players remaining, they were not able to get a lot done.
I don't even know where they lost the first 2.
Yeah, so I think so they lost the first 2 while they tried to make the rotation from the water.
Oh.
Because they moved all the way down south, I do remember, from Camp Charlie. Yeah. And then they went for that botation towards the docks, which is a good thought process, because they wanted to avoid all the extra bit of that collision that could have came through on the way. But instead, they were spotted by the players of Big Brother Esports, and 2 of the players were instantly knocked out, so not a lot could have been done. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. Still a lot more games to go in the future.
What did the drop or the snake? Am I the one to blame?
है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है।
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to realme BGIS 2025. The grind, it is the challenge for Group C that has just begun today. It's day number 1 for them. 4 matches done and dusted. And just a few moments ago, Necro challenged me to an IRL 1-1. Of course, your boy won. He's been sent off, and Icy has joined me. Icy, how are you doing? Did you enjoy that game of Sanhok?
I definitely enjoyed the conversations that's happening as well, especially when it comes to giving up on hope. But you know what I really like about this today's story is that I finally saw a little bit of rivalry that's happening. Like just based on Group D, Eye for an Eye and Alpha 6 has been going on and on for days, right? But it feels like right now I do see Gujarat Tigers as well as Karunadu Esports having some sort of rivalry based on Game 1 and in that particular match.
Yeah, and that is quite interesting as well, because both the teams have a similar thing happening. One game, both of them played well, and the others are just kind of going mid. Gujarat Tigers, of course, doing a little bit better than Karunadu Esports in terms of the overall leaderboard. But, I mean, 2 more matches left. Hopefully, Karunadu Esports can bounce back. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to perform in your matches and you do not want to be in a situation like Karunadu Esports sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, check out the realme P3 Pro 5G. It is the segment's best performance phone that has redefined the gaming experience, and of course, born to slay, made for gamers like you and us, of course. And if you want to stand a chance to win some exciting rewards, go on to Google and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G. And as I said, you could stand a chance to win some exciting reward. It is coming out on the 18th of February, so mark those dates in your calendars. But coming back to the matches and the action that awaits us, map of Miramar once again in front of us. Any names that have caught your attention for any reasons, I see?
Okay, to be honest, I think the biggest one that really stood out for me is gotta be Big Brothers, just because of how consistently the way they have played that has made them work, right?
That's true.
Of course, Wildfangs was one of those teams that really, like, they're not there to just finish games, they're there just to gather points. And Big Brother is replicating something similar today as well. But, of course, there are good moments from the rest of the team, because now, up on screen, we are going to be talking about the MVP of that match. It's going to be Goku from SBA, because think about this, SBA has not had a good game for the past 3 matches, and that match itself, they were able to make a stable performance to make themselves in towards the top 2 finish.
Yeah, and when he got finished off, Necro just said that he didn't go Super Saiyan. It turns out he did earlier on in the matchup. Later on, he just ran out of energy, man. 5 finishes for Goku, 5 for Cuddless from Tribe Herdsman. Then we have Genesis, Apollo, and Mac in the list of top 5 players as well. Then Gods from Gujarat Tigers. 4 finishes secured within the 15 minutes that he was able to survive in this match.
Now, when we talk about this top 5 as well, the one that really stood out for me has got to be SBA as well as Genesis, right? Because these are the 2 teams that had a little bit of run in towards Miramar. And guess what? We're going to be playing Miramar in the next match. Yes, they've done well in Sanhok, but have they figured out what they need to do for Miramar itself? Just because of the fact that they do have very, very similar drop spot locations.
That is true. And I would love to see at least one of them just decide that we have had enough. Let's just run in towards the other team and see what happens of that. But let's have a look at the point standings of this game, because I'm quite curious how the finishes were spread out between the teams that took an exit in the middle stages, because we saw Gujarat Tigers. They were eliminated early, and yet a lot of eliminations secured. Look at that, 7 for them, 8 for Tribe Herdsmen. But talking about the top 3, Genesis finish off the game with 19 points in total. You have SBA with 16 and Glitch Reborn with 13 points on the board.
Yeah, when we talk about Glitch X Reborn, you know, we were kind of disappointed with their performance in the past few games, right? We've known them to be the veterans, the OGs as well. They've got a lot of experience. But for them to finally show up to this game is a good sign. However, the journey is still a long way to go. So again, what every single team in this 16 teams bracket is going to be looking for is to qualify with the top 8 to make it towards round 3, or you are going to be kicked down into round 2 to fight against the strongest 8 teams from Group D itself. So it is going to be a very, very long journey for some of these teams, but again, it is all about adaptations in this next 4 days.
Oh, but look at this, the overall leaderboard on our screens. Tribe Herdman and Big Brother. Now that is what competitive is all about. 46 points for Tribe Herdman, Big Brother following up as closely as possible, 42 points on the board. Then we have Remorseless, 36 on the third, Genesis on the fourth with 30 points secured. SBA on the fifth, 27 tied up with Raw Official, who are going to be 6th, 27 points for them as well. Gujarat Tigers just taking a slight tumble, 26 points in total. And look at this, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. These teams do not really care about survival. It's just double digits finishes all across.
Yeah, they're just always hunting and looking to pick on fights, right? But at the same time, you have to give credit towards all these 8 teams, because if you think about it, they are going very, very neck and neck. But little you know, anything can happen. This entire shift can actually happen.
I just want to say one thing. On the 16th position is the biggest upset of the day so far. 120 TZ. The lineup on paper, they have a lot of T1 experience. I mean, formerly known as Team Zero, that is what the 3 players were a part of, and of course they did quite decent. We knew that, alright, 2024 was not that great for them, but still, these players have firepower, they have experience of being in the Tier 1 circuit, and yet, after 4 matches done and dusted, they just have 5 finishes amongst the 4 of them combined. How is that possible?
Well, you have to blame Big Brothers for that, because most of the time it was Jimmy just making life miserable for most of the teams in the bottom, including 100 Team Zero. So 122 Team Zero. So I feel like in this situation, have they been able to access the situation? But again, on stats, on paper, yes, Big Brother was one of the biggest annoyance to work with.
Yeah.
But based on map rotation and how Circle is, this day itself has one of the most unpredictable circles out of all the days that has played so far in the grind itself.
I agree with you, because even in that last Sanhok, it was quite intense moving between Docks and Kampong, but I loved it. I love the unpredictability that's there inside of these matches right now. But as we are about to head into Miramar, I would love to see an Oasis circle. May the gods of BGMI hear my cries. But ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, it's time for us to jump into the action. Here comes match number 5.
Well, another mirror map for day number 1 of the group stages for Group C here at the realme BGIS 2024 grind stages. This is going to be an interesting one. Are we going to see a completely different, or in this case, a normal circle, or are we going to see a potential OSE circle, like what Johnny has mentioned as well? Because right now the flight path is only be the southern approach, all the way from the southwest, all the way to the east side. So a lot of teams are going to struggle to make it to the north side, such as Pozo, La Praia, Water Treatment, Cruz de Ville, Torre Muda, Amada, Campo Militar. All these players are going to take a very, very long journey up north.
Of course, and with how weird the games are being today, I think with the southern flight path, it can be anywhere towards the north, this starting circle.
You're hoping for it, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm hoping for it this spring. Yeah, man, I just don't want everyone to be comfortable. Seek discomfort. That is how you grow.
I think the only normal circle that kind of happened was today in the first map with Erangel, but even then, that circle was hard shift all the way to east side. So all things considered, it comes down to map layout as well as the play decisions. But like you said, if it's the north side, WSB is going to have a very, very happy time, because they were the ones all the way far north in the map of Miramar previously. And we do see Team Low is going to be contested in Los Leonas as well with Team Raw, apparently. Interesting.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, and I wouldn't have expected that. But look at this. Tribe Herdman in an early fight, and it is going to be interesting to see how Raw officials survive this one. Daljit already knocked out, But they somehow do manage to find the trade. Manthan with that melee. Tribe Herdman scrambling for weapons. Raw official Abhi is going to be taken care of. He's going to be traded out as well. In fact, finished off. So Tribe Herdman, they have the upper hand. Manthan got completely off guard. And Tribe Herdman, where are they finding these angles from? Raw official just wiped out from the game in a matter of seconds. And it seems like Team LOLs, they showed up to challenge Tribe Herdman. Tribe Herdman tried to do the same. After Sanhok, that seems to be something going on between these two teams.
Apparently, it's not just that yet, because we do see Team Raw getting eliminated, but guess what? The ones that started things off was Tribe Herdman going up against Team Raw first, but little did they know, right now, Tribe Herdmans, they've got 4 men, they've got 4 finishes, but Team LOLs hurt everything. But that was gotta be the fastest sweep of the game. Like, it's barely even, what, 2 minutes a game? Raw just got kicked out of the lobby. That is just a little bit too quick. Or in this case, too soon.
Oh, man. But let's see. The circle again towards the west. Southwest, so the game's just been made a whole lot easier, especially for a team like WSB that's been struggling. But now, Team LOLs, they have the information. They've heard the commotion. You do see them scouting for information, but Tribe Herdman, how do they react to this? They must have seen the parachutes drop out as well.
Yeah, and at the same time, seems like Team LOLs, they want to try and challenge this as well. But unfortunate to say, it is going to be a very difficult push. Too many angles to worry about as well. Team LOLs, they know exactly, roughly where Tribe Herdman is, but do they know how many members are still alive? It is 3 men alive from Tribe Herdman. They are able to stock up, but Team Pork was the playmaker of that play to actually shut down Team Raw in that fight. The guy that opened things up completely shut down any sort of comeback potential from the previous match. Can they make miracle happen right here, right now? It's going to be the question. Meanwhile, on Minas, seems like we do see a bow out coming from SBA as Genesis will get Minas for themselves.
It's going to be interesting to see SBA with the momentum from the previous game just turning out very well for them. Are they going to take a fight against Genesis? Just get revenge for that chicken dinner being taken away by Genesis as well. WSB, as we were talking about them, that western circle makes things extremely easy. They are close to the edge, just 300 meters away from the edge of the circle.
I'm not a big fan of what WSB is doing right now, just because of the fact that, yeah, they are a little bit far away from their usual drop spots, but they've decided to loot up all the mid-town, I would say small little huts of compounds to stock up, which doesn't really give you the maximum value you need into this next phase. And at the same time, it takes so much time, right?
Yeah,
like,
it does.
Once you finish looting this, you have to make the zone. And from that direction all the way down south, there's just not a lot of compound to restock.
True.
So the only way they can somehow get more loots is to go head-to-head with another team and just take everything from them.
That's the thing. I mean, whenever you go for these small compounds, small cluster loots, you have to... The only reason to do it is just get some loot early and challenge someone extremely close by. But they have no one right next to them, so there's no one to contest. And by the time they try to pick up a fight, the other team might just have better utility, better scopes, better weapon, armor,
better
helmets,
position
better
as well.
position as well. Yeah, because they are going to try... I feel with that position, you just try and walk down that massive, massive western wall, and then you play to see if you are forced to move east.
Well, it seems like they're forcing the go north to even stock up even more, which may result them getting late into the zone again, which is similar to how they've been rotating for the past 4 games. Just play it slow, and then, you know, 3rd circle, 4th circle, and then they go in, which hasn't been successful for any team thus far on the grind.
But what is Gujarat Tigers doing? I wouldn't have not expected Gujarat Tigers to make a play like this. They've gone for a 2-2 split. 2 players staying on the main island, just close to the southern shoreline, and 2 players have been pushed outside of the circle all the way towards Spartona.
That's the thing about this circle, right? Like, every single team has been prioritizing on playing center zone in this map. If your coach and analyst has been doing homework for the past few matches, you would realize that Big Brothers are the only LOC are the only few teams that likes to play edge of the map right from the get-go, whereas everybody's right in the middle. Same can be said for Raw as well as WSB, but in terms of overall loots, Big Brothers and Gujarat Tigers' position in the map right now seems to be completely empty, up for grabs compared to the rest of the team, which, as you can see, Los Leones, we had 3 teams in contention just now. Picado, definitely contended. power grid 100%. Monte Nuevo is pretty empty as well, which is kind of surprising.
And even the setups from these teams, I mean, I'm curious if the fight between SBA and Genesis is actually going to break out, because it seems like SBA want to make it happen. They surrounded Genesis Esports, but Genesis not too far away from the edge of the circle, can easily breach through. On the other side, for a second, it felt like Coronado Esports wanted to go ahead and contest Glitch Reborn, try and see if they can get a few early frags for themselves, but in a matter of seconds, they just completely flip their decision back off.
I really like what Big Brother Esports is doing, especially if coming from Superboy. He's one of the, I would say, unshined gem coming from Big Brother Esports, because the position he plays is what we know as a scout role, but he plays it from a defensive position, right?
Yeah.
And every single time he plays his supportive role, it's worked out because he's standing in a position where he's getting so much value in terms of information, and he acts upon it and relays it to the team, which is something that not many teams actually do for these past few days.
That is true, and Big Brother Esports, I mean, they have been making it work very nicely as well. So this is something that they have, this is something that they've created, and I think might just work because of the players that they have. Something very unique to them, might not work with other lineups, but let's see. I mean, overall, they're doing so well. Can they end the day on #1? In the meanwhile, SBA, as we were talking about them, in a potential clash against the players of Genesis Esports, the team, mid-rotation, have gotten extremely close to each other. Plus, just a few seconds left. Where will the next zone take us? The countdown begins, and it is going to be there in 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is the southern shift. Oh, wow, I love it.
Oh boy, okay, a very similar circle for the previous Miramar, but again, this time a lot of the team has a little bit more experience, right?
Yeah.
If you shifted all the way to Monte Nuevo, it is going to be a death sentence right there, but Big Brother's already right in the middle, and they've got one of the biggest places to work with, especially coming from Superboy's position, one of the best high ground to scout out for information. However, every single team might need to be dodging Big Brothers if they decide to hold the top of that hill. However, Big Brothers, they might consider just, you know, play inside Will de Mall, just because of the fact that having an inside house compound to work with pretty much guarantees you that everybody outside is going to struggle to actually push in.
Oh, of course, but look at this. Talk about struggles, and instantly they begin for Glitch Reborn as Ralph OG is going to be knocked out. His teammate is there to go for a revive, but Coronado Esports, they have an opportunity to close the distance between the two sides. The problem is they aren't the only ones. There's one more team that is headed in this direction. There could be a potential for a third party as well between the two sides, but
well, seeing how this is happening, Glitch Reborn is not too happy about this. The circle is going to be trading their way through as well. Hangcha looking for the pickup as of yet, just because of the fact that once got knocked, Kenny going for the spray, and he does connect it. And he is going to sacrifice his teammates, but the rest of Karanuru is coming in. Hangcha takes 2. Can he get for another one as well? He's dropped down pretty low, but Karanadu as well is going to try and ham on them, and Glitch X Reborn actually finishes them off with the rest of the members. They have won their fight, but at what cost? Because as of yet, from afar, another team comes in, and that's going to be Rivals Apex that cleans house. The two team that clash midway gets cleaned up by Rivals Apex.
yeah, I mean, wait, what?
Yeah.
No points though.
Unfortunately to say, they just bled
What
out
a
the
waste!
zone. What a waste, right?
What a
They
waste!
just bled out the zone.
Yeah, what a waste, man! They were just spamming shots, dished out some damage, and the players just got taken out by, well, I think Coronado Esports got those points because the last player just bled to the blue. So Coronado Esports, by miracle, they got eliminated first, and yet they got 3 points right after they exited back to the lobby. So they're going to be surprised when they go back and see 3 finishes on the board for themselves.
But nevertheless, the journey continues for some of this team, and now Big Brother, they have on top of the church as well. You can see Fragger will be raining ham on the members coming from Gujarat Tigers. And right now, one of the members needs to be picked up. The rest of the teams are scrambling to push in with Valdemar. And Big Brothers are holding the eastern entrance of the city.
Oh, it's such a difficult position for Gujarat Tigers again. This time LOC as well show up for a third party. And Alpha is taken an off angle, but pushing from here. It's going to be extremely difficult. Big Brother as well present in the mix. And the other lads from the side of LOC moving in from the back lines. Gujarat Tigers finally taking the hits as Gorge is going to be knocked out again. Oh, the spray looks good. Fragger looking to redeem himself for that Miramar earlier on in the day, and runs and ducks in cover at the right nick of time. Otherwise, the shots coming in from the lad from LOC would have definitely helped him secure the knock. And even Rush, if possible, show up. Wow, so many teams in the mix.
That's a lot of people as well. RIPMM looking to join the party. And in this case, Big Brothers, they've lost one member. They are going to try and scrap a couple of finishes. LOC is here to try and scare them off. And RIPM, they lose one member. They might lose a little bit more as they try to go through the city. Two teams on the east side. And they know they have to head count, but they have to sacrifice Flick for that information.
Well, let's see though. Two finishes on the board already for LOC. On the radar though, you see them getting surrounded. Gujarat Tigers with a decent compound under control. ZF does manage to regroup with his teammates. There is no way or no easy way for these teams to re-engage into each other.
Very difficult, actually.
Yeah.
But, of course, we are talking about the teams in the East. But guess what? Big Brothers Esports, they are expecting company. It seems like Jimmy is going to try and dip out and regroup his team. They've taken as much space as they can. They are going to try and move in forward as they try to save those vehicles, prepare for a later fight, which will happen eventually as this team slowly collide in towards Valdemar. But the question is the circle going to shift to the town? Or is it going to shift in towards the northern hills? In this case, up on screen, you can see there's a big clash coming in. Remorseless going to be gatekeeping the members coming in from rival Apex. And that is them. Going to be losing a couple members as well. Labuna, Mikami, Tiger as well. And they get shut down as Remorseless. They will be able to hold on. Remorseless. They lose two, but they found a decent amount of finishes. But as soon as I say this, look at this. Another team joins the fray. And it's going to be Tribe Herdman. But they only have two. So it's a pretty 50-50 fight. 2-on-2. Nate's coming in. Tribe Herdman. Looking to go in for the flush. Mikami right at the edge. It does not connect. But it seems like Tribe Herdman, they have to respect this and back off. Do they commit to this fight? It seems like Blitz, he wants to. They desperately need to. They are right at the edge of the zone. They're looking for an opening pick. He sees Aman. Aluman. Here comes the perfect nade. Looks good. Clips him by a bit. But it doesn't seem to be enough. Do they want to commit? Seems like Panther says we have to back off. The zone is about to close as well. Let's not hard commit to this fight. Tribe Herdman putting a lot of pressure, but they will back off.
Yeah, they just want to bait Remorseless into taking that unnecessary blue zone damage. And look at how difficult it is to tank this. Alman just bleeding out. Mikami, he's just managed to get himself to safety, but they know that Tribe Herdman is going to be waiting for them inside the zone on the other side of the hill. So, escape options, there are none. You can try and waste a little bit of time, but you will have to find the opening knock, relieve at least some pressure, and then look to close in. My brain is so messed up. We saw that circle earlier on. I was hoping, all right, maybe the bridge, maybe the bridge, maybe the bridge. But yeah, it goes for the hills. And Genesis, by the way, smack center of the zone, sitting on the heads on top of that hill, looking down on everyone below.
Yep, and of course, teams inside the city, they have to get out as well.
Yeah.
It's not an easy terrain to push up without vehicles. And considering the fact that there are so many teams in town, Livecraft looking for a little bit of pit stop. But little did they know, there is two teams in the city. And right now, everyone is going to be staring down the city. But at the same time, Livecraft says maybe, just maybe, the circle might shift down south. And fortunately for them, they do have a lot of exit strategies. They've got vehicles, they've got utilities, they've got natural cover. Whereas the team up north is looking to play a little bit more aggression. But as soon as I say this, WSB, they get scouted out. 120, Team 0. Going to be able to find two in the bag. That's going to be two finishes of WSB. While Kanai is going to be stranded all by himself outside the zone. But they don't see him. RIPM also heard this commotion. But he's too afraid to peek out.
Yeah, rush if possible. I mean, the spread that they have going for themselves. The other two lads, Muffin's teammates, they are looking towards LOC from the top of the hill. And Zine from the side of 120 TZ. It seems like has some information about where Genesis is. I love Genesis's position. If they can take on Tribe Herdman and pick them off, this can be their game. They can go big in this game.
Well, it's the game they definitely need as well, considering the fact that they had a little bit of setback in the early games. And this time, they're in prime position. They've got a decent amount of spread. And guess what? They're smack middle in the circle. The question here is, despite being in center, how can you utilize this position? Because look at the terrains. It's not that great. Like, it's got a lot of covers and nooks and crannies. That means people may or may not be able to sneak up. But as you can see, we see this happening as well. Can they connect those shots? SBA getting shot as well. Aryan running for his dear lives in his car. And Shadow doesn't want to overcommit, considering the fact that he's only got 130 bullets.
Oh, man. This is going to be such a tough position for Genesis and everyone around them as well. You never know when this team is just going to blow this place through the roof. And for Genesis as well, they're going to draw so much attention to themselves.
Like, they have to fight this, but they just don't have the ammunition to work with.
Yeah.
And that means the rest of the teams will have a way to push in. But seeing the zone is LOC right there, the outer edge of the city of Valdemar. Big Brothers in the middle. Lifecraft on the west side. SBA all the way far east. And guess what? It's going to shift to Genesis once more. And with 100 bullets each for the members of Genesis, I don't think it's going to be enough to be able to shove everybody outside.
Yeah.
They have to use everything in order to scare them off. But out on the screen as well on the side. SBA, they make the first move. And here he comes. Genesis, they get the first shot in. That's going to be one knock onto the members of SBA. Shadow already committing a decent amount of ammunition. Can they find more?
And that opening knock, and SBA is still exposed. The shot connects, a lot of damage. There's the second. But Sean managed to move through. SBA, they give up on those fallen players. They know they can't bring them back. But it was important to take that position just at the foothills of this hill. Let Genesis protect you.
They sacrifice two just for this flick. They need this position, Genesis. They need to somewhat restock. SBA, however, they have to sacrifice two just to make it in foothills. And all they have to do is play the waiting game right now.
Oh, no.
As the rest of the teams need to push up.
Unfortunately for them, Team Lols decides to take the position where SBA just was. So they are going to be exposed to Team Lols now. And that could be something that SBA have to figure out how to avoid. Just go prone, do not reveal exactly where you are.
But at the same time, in the city, look at this. This urban warfare is not going to happen anytime soon. As we do see any teams who try to make it to the city will get shut down by the three teams who's already hunkered down. Lifecraft being one of those teams. They found one. And guess what? Big Brothers, they're all spread out. They know for a fact that we can't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, we can't get out. We're stuck. The only thing we can do is just wait it out. And if sometimes desperation kicks in, they might just leave. And that small little room might be the opportunity for them to get out.
Also, by the way, this Miramar is... I like it. It's getting played at the exact same pace as a normal Miramar. I mean, we are at stage 5, about to transition to stage 6. And we still have 11 teams, 34 players alive inside of this match. The one big reset that has happened has to be Glitch Reborn. Did quite well for themselves in the last game. This time an early exit with just 4 eliminations. Other than them, consistency being put on display by teams like Remorseless. 5 eliminations, but what was that? Clutch got such a risky move, and he's gonna get knocked out. Death blow from above. It is Team Lols just putting so much pressure on Gujarat Tigers. Now Zerf is the last Tiger alive.
And in this case, it's being caught in a rough spot, in a rough rock. In this case, DGL, they got them pinned. Same can be said for Big Brothers, who tried to make an escape. They've got one knock in. LOC was able to find an opening on towards Big Brothers, and they are forced to regroup and to try and go in for the reset. But at what cost? As LOC, they are on the insides. They want to try and farm up all these finishes in the city. They are on the outer end. Gujarat Tigers was hoping to capitalize in out in the open, but guess what? They were shot by the guys in town and also the guys outside. In this case, they need to play this patiently while the rest of the North are playing very, very happily here. Tribe Herdman finds themselves a very nice corner to work with, but if Circle shifts them, as soon as I say this, they have to push into Genesis. And fortunately for them, Genesis doesn't have a lot of ammunition to work with.
Yeah, but again, if they pick off Tribe Herdman, then the refills come in, and then Genesis becomes a big threat. Also, there's potential that 120 TZ might be able to take the position and trade the position against Genesis if Tribe Herdman, or they get a little impatient. But 120 TZ, they take the fight against Tribe Herdman instead, which is something that I would avoid. Tribe Herdman right now are like the VST of this group.
Yep.
They see you, you better run.
Exactly. But at the same time, they do have the high ground advantage. They can still try and capitalize on this punishment, but eventually, Genesis is going to be the biggest threat right now.
Yeah.
And if anyone decides to force a push against them and they somehow hold on, that's instant restock for them. However, now from the east side, we do see a clash between in the town. Big Brother's going head-to-head against the LOC, and little did they know, behind him's got Lifecraft as well. And this is going to be a little bit trouble. Jimmy gets knocked in from LOC. Lifecraft still holding on. They've got 2 knock. LOC still going head-to-head. And Big Brothers, they've got Superboy and Fragger. Somehow flips the script, and they are able to dodge this onslaught. And it's going to be a battle for Lifecraft and LOC. And now, Punisher in a little bit of trouble. He's getting shot in, and Big Brothers, they see him. And they connects, and Fragger was able to find one more. And just like that, Big Brothers was able to survive the mist of chaos and somehow finds a breeding room, getting themselves 5 finishes, and then they get completely wiped. Superboy with the Molotovs, and the city of Valdemar gets conquered by Brother Esports. But despite that, 2 teams are down. They still got 2 more. They're checking every nook and cranny, and all this noise has attracted a lot of attention because right now on top, on the north side, the fight is about to break out as well. 120 might be clashing against Genesis.
Yeah, and somehow they've managed to pull off something that had the least odds of happening. They wiped out the side of Tribe Herdman, and now with Genesis left bleeding, 120 TZ, all they need to do to conquer this game is conquer this hill as well. Just push towards Genesis, take that high ground, finish them off, and there's no one left to guard the northern side. Big potential coming in for 120 TZ to have what could be the thing that just snowballs their momentum in this realme BGIS 2025, the grind, but
this is insane.
It is not going to be easy. They're pushing 2-man as well.
Exactly.
Kylo and Jackson moving up north.
Everybody's got the things and objectives they need
Yeah.
to overcome. Genesis was able to achieve it by restocking the ammunition of Tribe Herd. But for Big Brothers, they need to overcome LOC. And right now, they are right in their circle. If the circle shifts down south, good for Big Brothers. But if the circle shifts up north, LOC is going to completely shut down everyone from the southwest corner and then eventually get taken out by the people who are on top of the mountain. In this case, 120 already center of it all. But the question is, can they hold on? Because who do they fight? Do they fight against RIPM or do they fight against Genesis? SBA going to be looking on the east side. They are going to be very happy about this just because of the fact that there's no one around them.
Yeah, plus, I think one more surprise factor. Team LOL still present in the game. From that position, it is a miracle they've stayed alive for this long, playing the edge of the blue for so long and still avoiding any confrontation against SBA, against Remorseless. But the circle moves right on the heads of the players of 120 TZ. And Apollo from the side of Genesis, the nade lobbed out, finds no connection. He sees the smoke, and he hears the engine, so he knows that someone is trying to run away. Spots out Jackson, a few shots fired, but no connection found. With 3 players remaining, 5 finishes on the board already. Genesis, they have the momentum, they have the ball rolling. The only thing that they don't have is the circle and any cover.
Well, they needed to restock. They gave away pressure, and now 120 XTZ is going to be a little bit of trouble. They don't have the greatest angles to work with. Yes, you may have cover, but it's only cover from the south. People from up north is going to be able to find those nooks and cranny. Well, this is happening as well to people down south. It has to push up. They've left Alpha to try and contest Fragger, and he's going to try and clutch things out for all Big Brothers. He may have dropped the ball. Can he clutch it up for the team? And nope, he will not. He's going to get shut down. Alpha, die! With only 1 HP to spare. He needs to run. Big Brother is going to come in for the fight. Superbike goes on Roche, but no! He gets taken out. He gets knocked in from afar. And Big Brother seems like he's not going to be able to save Fragger as he gets burned out by his teammate. So it's only Superboy left to clutch out for the team. Mistakes were made, but Gujarat Tigers still 1 man standing on outside the zone. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 with him. Superboy doesn't know what's happening as well. Ziref tries to make a run for it. RIPM scouts him out. He's going to try and shoot him off. LOC taking some heavy fire as well. Zeref finally pops his head to try and contest this. He has no choice. He's got to shoot. Gujarat Tigers will fall. And rush if possible, Measle doesn't need to rush. They need to just shoot everyone who's out in the open. And guess what? They clean house once more. LOC gets taken out. And the only one left from the town is going to be Superboy, who's been inside the zone. For some reason, he's still inside.
Yeah, and rush if possible, Measle. I mean, very impressive. The first Miramar as well, they played exceptionally well. Even in this Miramar, they're doing very well for themselves. And as we're talking about Superboy, he's the only man alive, but he's outside the zone. He can see the backs of the players of Rush if possible, quite exposed, but will he find those frags for his team? On the other side, 120 TZ. They find themselves going up against the players of Genesis. Oh, the nade finds a connection. Zine gets knocked out in the back lines. Now it's up to the two frontliners to figure out a way to take on Genesis. One more nade from Mac. Another knock secured. Man with a golden hand. But the last man, Jackson, he is hiding behind the enemy lines. And Fanta pops out looking for the knock, looking to dish out some damage. Unfortunately, does not succeed. But Jackson finds the trade. But he gets a little too eager. And it's going to be the end of 120 TZ in this game. 11 eliminations on the board for Genesis Esports. But they do not get any time to celebrate with two players knocked out. Last man left alive. And SBA showing up. Apollo, he just has to back off.
Oh my goodness, the zone is coming in as well. Everybody needs to reset. And SBA, they're not committing. They don't know what's the situation. They think that Genesis might be surviving this. And guess what? They're inching their way. They're setting up a lot of smokes as well. And guess what? Genesis, they might be able to find a nook and cranny. They're actually going for the pickup. He's throwing a lot of smokes. SBA, they can't see it. They see the trail. But it seems like they won't give up on contesting the high ground. They want to pick up those weaklings who's down in the bottom. And Cheyenne, drawn to the attentions of RIPM, as well as Remorseless, but he can't seem to find anyone. He sees a truck, he thinks there's one down bottom, but the zone is about to close it. Genesis might get the full reset, and yes, they will. Right at the edges as well.
Could be a big mistake coming in from the side of SBA. They had the opportunity to pick off the biggest threat in this lobby. Genesis, they have the high ground advantage as well. They need to bring their HP backs up. Otherwise, you never know. Could be Rush if possible who picks them off, but Cheyenne, he has the corner. He's looking for Lumen. And this, as you mentioned, they see the car, the smoke's laid out, so they know where he's going to go. But out in the back lines, find the opener again as Apollo, the savior for Genesis, is going to be the man to fall. And Aryan now has an angle as well. He sees those two individuals. Max spotted out. The spray comes through, but the shots not connecting. Max shows his back, and it is going to be quite exposed. The second knock comes through for Aryan. Can he find the third and the final frag in this fight and shut down Genesis once and for all in this game of Miramar? But Rush, if possible, showing up for the third party. It seems like Genesis, Rush, if possible, they get to settle their differences in this desert land of Miramar for the second time.
What?
And Cyrex, what was that nade? Leo, he could do absolutely nothing about it. And Cyrex again, one more frag secured. Top two teams. Genesis, are you going to do it again? Are you going to finish off Rush if possible in Miramar for the second time? Last nade in his hand. Muffin from the other side. It looks like it's going to find the connection. No! The counter nade. And Genesis, from the start till the end, from Genesis to Revelations, they dominate this match of Miramar. 14 eliminations secured, and the chicken dinner out of nowhere. Two Miramars, both of them chicken dinner, and 100% win rate on this map so far.
What a clutch coming in from Cyrex. That was by far the most impossible situation. Despite getting completely shut down by every single team, that last nade, that last decision to juke it out and getting the knock, just wiping the floor with them, Cyrex has pulled it big. And with that being said, I think Genesis has gotten himself the biggest amount of points earned in a single match today itself.
Yeah, 14 eliminations on the board, 10 for the chicken, and 24 points secured just in this one game. Just an incredible performance. To be honest, when 120 TZ moved in, I thought Genesis were gonna get wiped out. And then when SBA found those knocks, I thought, alright, maybe this is it. And then SBA found two more knocks, where Apollo fell and then Mac fell. and Cyrex was the last man left alive. I thought, all right, now it is for sure
He's
done
gonna
and
go down,
dusted.
right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it comes down to pixel perfect moments, right? You just cannot miss all those shots. Whereas SBA, they fumbled a little bit here. He regained a little bit of composure, was able to find 2 knocks, but eventually it came down to those pixel perfect shots. And Cyrex, man, he's got to be the playmaker. Like, I'm pretty sure the hypes, the emotions that's going out from Team Genesis right now is an all-time high, because that is I would say the best play so far on here in the grind
And
itself.
to be honest, they didn't just do it once, they did it twice.
Insane.
Yeah, so
Insane.
absolutely insane. Back-to-back chicken dinner, by the way. My apologies. It wasn't Miramar, they conquered Sanhok, and now this Miramar. So back-to-back chicken dinner for Genesis. And now the question becomes, have they dethroned Tribe Herdman?
Well, seems like it's going to be close here, but in case you guys missed out the action as well, this highlight all the way through was a very long drawn out, because in the south side, there was so many teams expecting the circle might be shifting all the way to Valdemar. We have teams like Big Brother Esports, LC, LD, LOC, everybody was making sure to try and farm up as many finishes as possible, but eventually it came down to Big Brothers coming up on top.
Yeah. I mean, Big Brother, they are doing very well, but the problem is that they're doing well as individuals. As a team, we are yet to see them show up. On the other side, 120 TZ, I am kind of upset because I had a lot of expectations from this team, but today is just not their day. They're just putting themselves in awkward positions and getting wiped out. And Genesis, back-to-back win. This time as well, they tried to be patient, but they were forced to move into the aggressive positions. And this moment against SBA and Rush if possible, that is just incredible. And you have to feel bad for Rush if possible, man. 2 games in a row, they failed to secure the... 2 Miramars in a row, they failed to secure the win for themselves. Earlier, it was Tribe Herdman that beat them. This time, it is Genesis that beat them. But still, at least Rush if possible. After that fumble in the first Erangel of the day, they've gotten very consistent.
Hey, think about this win, right? Like, silver medal is still a medal. So even though they've got not the chicken dinner, but they have consistently put themselves in top 2. So that is still a lot of placement points coming in, especially when Rush if possible Mizo started the journey in a very rough spot. But again, they were known as the comeback undergods for a reason. And guess what? They are no longer comebacking. They are definitely stepping up today.
Yeah, definitely. Just 1 game fumbled, everything else they've kept it in check. And now with just the last game to go, can they secure and redeem themselves on the map of Erangel as well? That is what we are going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. But all of that and more happening after this very short break.
What did the drone on the snake? Am I the one to blame?
To survive is a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Necro as we take you journey to the final game for day number 1 in Group C stages. And guess what? Whew, today we have a lot of unexpected comebacks. Everyone is fighting for the top 2 spots, and right from the get-go, we have 2 back-to-back chicken dinners coming in from Genesis Esports, who made an impossible legendary moment right there and then.
Unexpected comebacks? I expected Genesis to perform.
Alright.
It's my prediction, and I knew Genesis will be performing considering they've got veterans in the lineup, so I was like, you know what? Yeah, Genesis day 1, it should be easy for them, and that's what they're exactly doing. 2 back-to-back games, a prime example of what they can pull off, but even you can pull off games like that if you get your hands on the Realme P3 Pro 5G. All you need to do is move on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
Exactly, they are here to redefine gaming performance, and also it is made for gamers like you, like me, and also like him to play at the finest of it all. You gotta get it as well, because why? It is about to be released on the February of 18. So be sure to check it out. Google, very, very simple, and you can walk away with some potential awesome prizes. But back to the game here, 2 back-to-backs coming from Genesis. I'm not surprised that Cyrex is going to get the MVP, considering that he was the one that clutched it out for the team. An impossible situation, because right now, up on screen, it is going to be none other than Cyrex himself from Genesis with 7 finishes. And of course, Necro, do the honors. This is your team, baby. Your team.
Humongous performance from Cyrex. 7 finishes, average survival time of 28.31, and the damage number of 829. The conversion rate on Cyrex was insane because he does not really have a lot of that extra damage. Instead, he's done the conversion perfectly. You move on towards the top 5 players. You're also going to find Muffin for you from RIP, M, and even the teammates of Genesis. They're also there. Even Mac doing pretty good for himself.
Yep, Genesis, they have been holding down the fort for the longest of time. They made very, very good calculated decisions as well to make sure that, hey, if we don't have any ammunition, we gotta go head-to-head. And they were able to take down Tribes Kirkman in that vicinity. But of course, let's talk about the teams down in the south as well. Superboy as well as Punisher died. These are the teams, the players that really had a very, very long stalemate down towards Valdemar, which resulted in a long, drawn-out fight. So, in case you guys missed out as well, this is going to be the match summary. The longest shot here is going to be from Team Lowe's with Joyous with 320 meters away. I think that's the furthest so far.
8 grenade finishes. I think so that's the most amount of finishes so far we witnessed from Group D and even Group C. So 8 nade finishes is crazy. Yeah, Nox are of course going to be even more, but that's nade finishes right there. So that's a lot. And 320 is going to be the longest finish, as you mentioned. Point standings on the screen, 24 total points from Genesis secured. And with this sort of a performance, Genesis, they might just propel themselves on the first spot.
Exactly, and at the same time, RPM sneaks their way into top 2 as well with 13 total points. Remorseless on 3rd place with 10 points, but Big Brother has been consistently farming themselves some points, and now they've got themselves 9 points. SBA doing pretty good, 8 points. LOC, 8 points, 120, 5 points, and Tribes Herdman having a little bit of a rough game today in this match with 4 points in himself. The rest 4-3-2-2-1-1-0-0, and the rest of the teams are struggling. And in particular, on the right side, GlitchX Reborn as well as Karanadu, one of the hyped up teams that we kind of expected to actually do well, seems to be losing out on points in this particular match. And even here, GlitchX Reborn and Karanadu dropping down towards the second half. But like you said, Mr. Necro, Genesis, right at the top. 54 points, only 3 points ahead of Big Brothers.
And day 1 itself, they've gotten 2 chicken dinners. I think so that's one of the best feat to achieve, and considering Genesis is already going to have a great head start to play with, day 2 is not going to be that big of a deal for the players of Genesis, considering day 2 is all about making the bounce back. So especially for teams like Karnata Esports, WSB, Rival Apex, who are not able to do that great, day 2 is going to be important for them. GT, I do understand it's not the GT performance that we expect, but still GT feels like they do not really care about getting those flashy plays. Instead, they just want to get the consistent points.
I think when it comes to GT, their objectives has kind of shifted a few times now throughout today's games itself, and we've seen moments of brilliance come to them, but they just couldn't finish out games, which made them a little bit unfortunate. Might be the pressure, it might be the map settings, it might be a lot of factors in this play, but we do see a little bit of hesitations in their moves now compared to their confidence from game number 1 at the start of the day.
Hands down. Now look, confidence, as you mentioned, matters a lot, right? Game number 1, Karnata Esports was the one to get a solid game in their hands, but still slowly and steadily felt like the confidence faded away instantly.
I think it all started when GT decided to crash onto them on Sanhok and map number 4, and everything kind of went south for Coronado, if you think about it.
It started before that, actually, on the second map itself, because Miramar was not that great for Coronado Esports. They got wiped off the rip instantly. Then from Miramar, you move on towards the third Sanhok. Even that was not great. Fourth Sanhok, they choked a major fight against GT, and these type of chokes are really affecting the confidence for Coronado Esports. Now moving on towards the last game, if they're not going to do that great on the last game, we already know the win's not going to be on their sails.
See, that's the thing about competition, right? Sometimes there are moments that you will tilt, there are moments that you ride on those momentum, but most importantly, trust between teammates is going to be very, very important. But like you said as well, Coronado, they had a good game in game 1.
Yeah.
After that, but hopefully it's not going to be the case, because now in this final match, can they salvage some points? Because again, it is a marathon in the grind. It's going to be 4 days of action, non-stop, back-to-back. Is how you bounce back after.
And speaking of WSB, right, they definitely do have the firepower. Nothing taken away from that. Mechanics on point, just like the other teams in the lobby. The only thing that's lacking from WSB is the experience and the positioning on the map. That's been really bad for WSB. It's one of the main reasons why WSB, you will always see them in one of the worst possible conditions, because the positioning and the placement has been really bad for them.
See, that's the thing about playing outside zone, right?
Yeah.
And so far, their Miramar games hasn't been very, very lucky for them, and it's just put them in awkward situations where they took too long to stock up. Usually, you know, from the flag path, you want to hot drop into a specific spot and then loot up as much as possible. But for them, it came down to a situation where they were taking too many pit stops from the get-go, to a point that they went out of the way and took more time to actually get back in the zone and gather information. Whereas teams like Tribe Herdman, even Genesis as well, even Big Brothers, they've already had a solid plan where, you know what, worst case scenario, we're going to stop here. Yes, we may not have position, we're just going to sit down, fight, and take as many finishes as possible.
Exactly, that has to be the way to go, especially inside of the new zone settings. But maybe, I guess, considering a lot of teams now, it's just the day one, maybe now is the time where they would want to experiment. And at the end of the day, it's not like you're going to get eliminated from the tournament, right? True. You're still going to be moving to the round 2, even if you're at the bottom 8. But without wasting any more time, let's just move on towards the last game of the day, which is going to be the map of Erangel. As the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Sosnovka military base towards shooting range. This plane flat path, it seems decent for the teams.
Well, seems like it's a pretty balanced one, as well as the final map for Group C for day number 1 is about to unfold. The second time of Erangel. Will we see any sort of an adaptation? Because at the start of the day, we saw some interesting ones, especially from all the teams, because it seems like there is a very, very fixed drop spot for every single team. I don't expect to see some sort of drop clash, but as soon as I say this, Coronado and SBA might be going head-to-head right in military, and we might see Remorseless also going to be tag teaming as well. Interesting.
I doubt Remorseless is going to move on towards Milta. That has to be their main game plan. But before they move on towards Milta, there has to be a pit stop as well, considering the plane fly path is not really favoring Milta. So Remorseless, the only way they make it over there is by taking a pit stop around farms, getting their hands on the basic weaponry and vehicle, and then rotating towards Milta. You also do see Coronado Esports right next to SBA, and SBA, they want to move in towards Noropnoi, considering the plane fly path is not really favoring them. Once again, they would need to go for the pit stop towards the satellite tower, get their hands on the basic weaponry and vehicles, and then move in towards Noropnoi. We do not really see a lot of clashes, considering given the first Erangel, we did not see any clashes.
Okay, so I was overhyping things, but at the same time, yeah, you're right. Novo is going to be the way for SBA. Obviously, we are going to be expecting maybe teams to try and gatekeep through Milta, but based on this zone right now, seems like it is going to be shifting on towards Rozok, maybe even Pochinki in particular, which, again, seems to be a pretty balanced one compared to the ones we have seen so far in these past few matches.
Yeah, standard circle, right? Nothing really out of the box. But you never know. A curveball shift can definitely hit,
especially
and catch a lot of teams off guard.
Second or third circle.
Second one is the most important shift. And if a team finds themselves in the smack center, that has to be a saving grace.
Yeah. But speaking of saving grace right now, Glitch Ice Reborn all the way towards the far northwest of Zarki. That's going to be a little bit out of the way, but fortunately for them, the circle does help them as well. But Gujarat Tigers right now in towards Georgiapol, getting a little bit of shots from the west side. That's going to be a little bit of a tough spot. But fortunately for them, he is going to be able to get out to safety. And it's going to be very, very difficult to fight, to be honest, as Gujarat Tigers not having the greatest game, but they have consistently farmed some points. But as of yet, they are going to be playing around Georgia Bowl, while Genesis is going to be playing from the west side to get a couple shots in. But again, can they get the triple threat, as Genesis may be looking for the triple winner-winner chicken dinner?
They may be. Right now, though, we've got LOC right next to Lifecraft. And Lifecraft, they're going to move on their merry way.
LOC, he's really thinking about it, huh?
Yeah, potential.
Like with the pistol.
Potential cowboy. He's got his hands on the revolver.
Can he hit those shots, though? Like, imagine he gets like 2 to 3 headshots with it.
It's really rare. I've seen it happen in the past.
From that range?
Yes, I've seen it happen in the past. It's super lucky. It's all about luck at that point. It's not even skill, it's just luck.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of a bullet drop as well. Very difficult to pull off in terms of damage drawback as well. So
it has a lot of bullet drop.
Yeah, it's just insane. But nevertheless, Lifecraft Facespot, they did really well inside Pochinki. They are not going to be contested.
I've seen drive-bys with Winchester too on Miramar.
Okay, I've seen that too.
Yeah.
I've seen that too.
Insane stuff.
But, of course, Tri-Burnman, they are going to be going for a little bit of early rotation up on screen right now from the east side from Farm. Big Brother's also going to be playing east side. They've already dodged their way through as they try to make their way to the center of it all. LOC right in the middle of Gatka, technically in the center, but doesn't have a lot of cover considering the fact that there's not a lot of place they can hide those vehicles unless they take advantage of those heavy bushes to try and hide those buggies in the middle of nothing.
That is true. At this point in time, preserving your vehicles is important.
I think Gujarat Tigers may consider finish looting out Georgia Bowl and then just head up to the tops of Mount Georgia Bowl.
Yeah, for now, definitely they can. Considering Stage 2 hasn't really revealed itself yet. And a lot of these teams just waiting for the Stage 2 to hit and sort of understand what the upcoming zones might be looking like. And then try and pave a good pathway, at least towards the centric or maybe the off-centric spot.
I really like what Team Lowe's is also doing as well. They're anticipating the circle to actually shift towards Ruins. And Ruins is the only place where if you don't have the top of the castle, especially on top of Ruins, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to make it towards the final zone if you're not in the middle of it all, just because of how many nukes and bumps, even vehicles, you are going to be hit with a lot of pit stops.
But as I mentioned, high ground has its own pros and cons.
True.
You will know every other team's position, but all the other teams will also know your position.
Correct.
So to get out of that high ground gets even tougher because you will be tunnel visioned by teams. And that's one of the worst possible feelings. But if you still somehow manage to live through it, then you will have so many advantages in the future, considering you know each and every single team's location. And you can just draw an imaginary heat map and know exactly how to rotate for him.
I'm curious to see how Big Brothers is going to play this, right? They are the only team that has been so consistent in all their matches, where they were able to somehow make it into the top 5 position in terms of overall getting points. And right now, they're top 2 in the entire overall leaderboard. And they're the only ones that is not prioritizing center circle as of yet. They're playing right on the edge. They're waiting for the next second circle shift before they make their moves. But again, seems to be a little bit risky, but somehow Big Brothers makes it work every single time.
They actually do. And I guess one of the main reason is because of the experience that the management team has as well. Big Brother Esports in 2023 was quite a big name. This team came in out of nowhere in the LAN finals in the top 2. And that is quite a major leap to at least achieve in the LAN finals. So I guess they have learned from their past mistakes, because after 2023 and 2024, Big Brother Esports was lost. Nowhere to be seen. So that dip has sort of given them a lot of lessons to learn.
Hey, maybe this is their
comeback arc.
You know, everyone needs a second chance, and of course, every single team that has performed at the best of the best have to go through the entire grind phase to be seeded in the better stage into the next round. And of course, each round as you progress is going to be a long journey, long battles, back-to-back action between every single one to defend their title.
Just like life.
I know, right?
To be successful, the more successful you want to be, the more tough terrains you will need to go through in life.
You know what? I'm just going to give you what Anki told me the other day.
What?
When you do good work, you're rewarded with more work.
True. And it's a good and a bad thing as well, depending on what sort of work you get. But right now we've got TZ on the screen and Jackson and the boys on the move. TZ is one of those teams that's been a complete failure so far. I hate to say it, but I expected a lot more. But let's just hope maybe inside of this game, TZ can do better. The previous game, the placement was definitely there, but still the backup wasn't that great.
Well, speaking of backup, I feel like SBA Esports has the biggest improvement since the start of the match. Just because like the only hiccup they had was like the second match where they had a drop clash against Genesis, which resulted in both of them getting taken out. But after they stopped their rivalry, it feels like both teams have individually found some sort of placing to actually farm points. And SBA, we may have not talked too much about them since game number 1, but slowly but surely their points are starting to rack up as well. And I really like what this decision between both Genesis and SBA that made it say that, you know what, let's stop fighting, let's not fight, and then just focus on doing our own things.
You don't want to end up like I4I and Alpha 6, right?
Yeah,
because
they could not settle the difference.
All the 4 days, they were just duking it out against each other, and that's why they're not in the top 8 anymore.
Such is life, man. Feels bad for them, but whatever, man. But life goes on. Sometimes in life, you gotta be the better man, right?
Yeah, and back away.
Yeah.
Just let the other person live his life, and you live your life too. But sometimes people are so stubborn that they do not even let you live your own life, and they do not want to live their own.
Well, speaking of stubbornness, we do see Coronado going to be gatekeeping the members coming from SBA. In this case, they are going to be holding out towards the mountain, down towards the bridge area of the east side, outside the zone. And Coronado is still waiting and waiting. And hasn't exactly started their fight yet, but circle shifts all the way down towards Ruins and Skull. Ooh, Team Lowe's, they gave it up Ruins control. They are heading towards the east side.
Circle's going to be in the open field of School. I can already tell it.
Yeah, seems to be that case as well. But SBA, they scout some sort of rotations. They do see what Coronado is doing. And it seems like they're hesitating to actually push this.
Good thing. Luckily enough, SBA does have a little bit of a read on what Coronado Esports wants to pull off. And that's why SBA is once again backing away from that spot, which I like. SBA really does want to avoid all sort of threats that they can. And the approach from SBA is perfect. It's brilliant. Because they first want to scout out the surroundings and then maybe make the move towards the bridge. And Coronado Esports right now, they themselves are second doubted. I'm not even sure what the game plan looks like for Coronado Esports, but Naughty gets spotted. A lot of shots will be taken against the man. Naughty, he can be knocked out here. It does not look that great, but unfortunately for Cheyenne, needed a fresh magazine, and that's where Naughty got away.
Yeah, very, very lucky there. Coronado almost kamikaze this against them, but at the same time made the wise choice. This is too far of a circle to rotate in. They will take the western bridge instead. They will give SBA to the east side instead.
Look at that Bugatti, man. Doesn't that look really good? Veyron. Bugatti Veyron.
We need Andrew Tate to give us one.
Maybe he will. But you know what?
Someday in life.
Someday. Coronado Esports on the screen, and Coronado Esports, let's be honest, Game 1 was the only great game they've had, and that too was the map of Erangel. And now once again, we're back towards the map of Erangel. Major chance Coronado Esports can pull off a comeback, but looking at the position they are in currently, it does not seem like it.
Well, that's the thing, right? When it comes to the first two circles, it's all about getting positioning first. And then after that, you just take advantage. Just if you're put in this situation, what you can do is just weigh your options and then choose the lesser poison. In this case, fight or die.
Do or die. We've seen that team in Group D, and they were actually doing really good. They were the safest playing team, or maybe you can't say a team that likes to play it as passive as possible. And it worked out for them. And all the other teams, in my opinion, should take learning and lesson from that play. Before now, Wall of Death starting to move. Genesis, a team that's doing really good in the overall standings, maybe do want to take a fight against WSP. And WSP, it's one of those teams that's quite hurt in the overall standings. This game has to be a good one.
Yep, they've got a couple shots out, but seems like they are going to re-rotate this, considering the fact that they are on the furthest way of entry from the zone. Look at this. They have to cross the river through Rozak, all the way down towards the high grounds as well. You can see Big Brothers already finding themselves a mansion on top. And on top of the mountain, we've got Raw as well as Team Lowe's in the vicinity. But as soon as I say this, teams on the west side from Georgia Bowl having a little bit of skirmish. Genesis getting stuck in an awkward position as they go head-to-head against the members coming from RIPM. And they've lost Grant right at the get-go. They even lose Liu as well. Genesis Esports picks up 2 easy targets and this roadblock.
And it's quite unfortunate. at least we do see a little bit of that threat being nullified, right? Tribe Herdman. It's one of those teams that's quite a major threat in lobbies like these, and considering Tribe Herdman, they've got 2 back-to-back great games in their hands on the map of Sanhok. It's a great way to nullify that potential threat in this map. And now Tribe Herdman's taking down a just a 2-man squad. Rush if possible, Mizo from the back is constantly peppering down the shots as well. Flick YT, the only man standing. And just to let the viewers know, Flick YT is the only OG player from this lineup. The rest of the players, they've been replaced.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate, but again, can he clutch it for the team? Because as of now, Flick YT was able to spot up some pixel across the other side of the map, and he's going to try to farm a couple finishes. Meanwhile, down towards the School Mountains, SBA Esports makes it to the circle, and this time they are going to try and push people back. They do have the utilities, they have the vehicles, they have got everything. This is prime position for SBA Esports despite having a rough start with Karanadu early on.
Yeah, really rough. SBA Esports, they know one thing, and that is the current position that they've got. It's good and bad at the same time. Good in a way that, yes, on the map, it looks good. But still, if you're trying to look at the terrain around it, not a lot of cover to play. You need to play grouped up. And that's why it's good and bad at the same time, because a team can approach from the back lines and utilities can do its job easily against him. Hold on to that thought, though. Big Brother Esports as well. They've got a great spot to play with. In the Smack Center, once again, how does Big Brother Esports pull it off?
This is good. This is very important coming from Big Brothers, right? Like, they've understood that this house is one of the best to rotate in and also protect vehicles. But the only downside is that if anybody crashes in towards the compound in the middle, they are going to be expecting some heavy fire. They are going to be pushing very, very aggressively. But at the same time, because of how spread out they are, they can exit through the north, they can exit from the south. And this is something that Big Brother understands, that if anybody decides to crash into them, it's going to be a lot of commitments.
Oh my god, the zone is now starting to play the mind games. And teams with good positioning are just Lifecraft and Big Brother Esports, while the rest are towards the off-center. Maybe even LOC can be counted in that. But considering the circle shifted down south, even the players are Remorseless now. Once again, the spring back to life. Remorseless has got a high ground to play with.
This is interesting coming from Big Brothers as well, because right now, as soon as the circle shift, all 3 of them still held down the fort. They only left wanted to reposition to gather information. But as soon as I say this, now the rest of the team, Karanadu, from the southwest corner, they are going to be going head-to-head against Team Raw. And in this case, Rival Apex in a little bit of trouble. Rival Apex losing 1, Kratos needs to go in for the reset. But again, in Pachinki, Urban Warfare, it's extremely difficult to go in for those rushes.
Indeed it is. Rival Apex in a world of trouble. Kratos almost on the verge of being confirmed too. And for Rival Apex, throughout the entire day, they've been quite disappointing. Performance not exactly there. Maybe now is the time to sort of shine through and at least name the final game on you. Rush if possible, Miramar, even they get eliminated from this game by Team LOLs. Quite a tough pill to swallow for Rush if possible. But let's just hope tomorrow they pull off a big comeback in the overall standings. Right now, WSB with all the 4 players standing, even that's quite a great feat to be achieved. And considering WSB's backline's not too cleared, first they need to focus on Remorseless.
Well, Remorseless got the high ground. GT going for the push. Seems like Mikami is not going to be able to connect that shot, but at the same time, right at the edge, the zone comes in. But guess what? The drive-by comes in, takes him out, but Remorseless has just got the numbers. And the reset comes in. GT going to be losing members right at the edge of the zone. And now it's all up to Gods to clutch it out for the team. He's lobbed the nade, but can he go for the reset? He's looking for those reses, but Remorseless wants to clean house. Can he secure some finishes for the team?
It's quite the rough luck. Gujarat Tigers constantly tossing in utilities considering he's the only man standing. Got so much pressure on his shoulders. At least try and get a consistent game. That's going to be the main thing GT wants to achieve at this point. Considering Gods is the only man standing too, it's really tough to pull off a feat like that. But still the utilities, at least they're finding something. And that's going to be the semblance, the stability that GT's looking for. Gujarat Tigers got slowly and steadily moving with the wall of death, considering he knows the circle from this side is going to be moving much more slower. And finally, Gods now pops out, and he really does want to make that push. He knows the man in the front was knocked out, but eventually Gods gets denied the opportunity of securing any sort of eliminations.
So unfortunate for GT. Remorseless right at the edge spots him out, has the angle. And Mikami was able to clutch it out. Remorseless gets the reset, and they are going to be A-okay. But as soon as I say that, WSP looking for the third party. And now, Beast slowly sneaking in, trying to go for a surprise. But as soon as I say that, SPA from afar sees him proning out in the open. And guess what? That's a free point for me. As WSP will have Beast getting knocked up. And SPA will try to finish him off. That's going to be the saving grace for Remorseless, as they might be able to get out of this because of that play.
Solid stuff. Beast knocked out. Confirmation, though, might just be tough to try and achieve. WSP, even though when you think that the stars are aligned, they still somehow mess things up. The next zone pops up as well. It shifts away from the side of Remorseless and WSP, and now things just get even tougher. At least Big Brother Esports, they've still found themselves inside of that zone. But Liferaft, they spring back to life right next to LOC.
Well, up on screen, desperation comes in, 24 seconds left, they need to live. Remorseless, they scout out WSB Gaming, having one guy maybe leaving the vicinity, but they all need to get out. Meanwhile, on the northwest corner, we do see Team Lowe's going up against 120 as well. Fanta going for a couple shots in. Unfortunately, he will get shut down, and Team Lowe's will destroy them, leaving only Lowe's back alive. And Team Lowe's, what a play by the leader.
Incredible stuff. WSP, even they start to make the pounce against Remorseless. As I mentioned, that's going to be the only threat available for WSP, and that's who they're focusing on right now. Also got kind of OP, was constantly getting shot at from the back. The open fields are really starting to pan out bad for the side of WSP Gaming. But finally that smoke blooms, and now that's going to be a little bit of that glimmer of hope for the side of WSP as the man patches himself up, but still his teammates knocked out. Can he really go for the revival? SPA, even they're around that same vicinity. Remorseless, they really do want to make it out alive from this entire spot. Shots taken against the man who's fading away from the vicinity, but none of them connect.
SPA Esports, they're hunting, they're looking for those drive-bys, but somehow they're driving in, getting away with all this pressure. As soon as I say that, Aryan, look at this, he finds one! And Aluman gets taken out, Remorseless bows out at 12th place. And SPA Esports smack middle of the circle, and look at this, so many shots across the entirety of the map. Big Brothers shooting from the east side, and from the north side as well, we also have Team LC. Livecraft Esports finds a house for them, as they are going to take a couple shots in. SB Esports, they are under a lot of fire, but they do have cover. That's the plus side. WSB, they have eliminated Remorseless in this vicinity. They don't have those finishes. They are able to punish them for that rotation, but right now they're in a lot of trouble as the zone shifts outwards on towards where Big Brother is as well.
Indeed. And look at the man out in the open, Tribe Herdman. Shots were taken. Eventually, the man gets knocked out as well. Beautiful stuff from Tribe Herdman. Keep this thing in mind. Tribe Herdman was taken down to just a two-man squad so early in the game, and still they're alive with both the players. Incredible positioning from the boys. And now they're just playing for the elimination point, just trying to achieve the average. But considering they've got 0 finishes so far, achieving the average or even touching it seems even tougher. Blitzpew just pushing outside of his comfort zone to land that nade, and maybe the nade's going to be dishing out a bit more of that damage. Uzu, too many utilities tossed against the man, and he's taking too much damage as the wall of death as well. It's starting to close on up from the back lines, and Uzu does not even have any first aids. He needs to bandage himself up as the wall of death is closing up once again. Uzu, no other choice than to make the bounce, and that's what he's going for. A bit of that smoke is there in the front to try and provide that cover, but Uzu is still barely surviving.
Right at the edge?
Yeah.
What? Oh, okay. The nades are coming. Oh, no, Molotov hit. He's gone. Oh, he tried. There's only so much he can do. Tribe Herman will finish him off. 10 teams left, 28 alive. And guess what? Tribe Herman, they're 2 men strong. They've only got 1 finishes. But at the same time, look at the scoreboard on the right side. Genesis only leaving 1 player alive, and they've got 8 finishes. I don't see the triple threat possible coming from Genesis, but 8 finishes. That is a lot of points coming in. Meanwhile, Team RA, rival Apex, could be going head-to-head against Coronado Esports. They've been going head-to-head for the longest of time. Yeah. Now, the clash happens.
Kratos is knocked out. Tiger's taken down low as well, and what a nade that was from Trigger. Fantastic way to open the fray up, and Karnata Esports now, they're going to be in shambles. Even Trigger's catching a bit of that fire upon himself. Rival Apex, they're completely pinned. They do not really have a lot of that breathing room. Even Naughty from the off angle can definitely be the main striker. Karnata Esports, they've got a few players pinned down, and this is quite a surprise that's waiting to be delivered as Naughty gets spotted, and eventually the opponent chokes big time. Karnata Esports, they once again clawed their way back up inside of the fight as Naughty has done more than enough to try and keep his team at the top. But Trigger, he's still alive. He can get the fallen player back up on his feet, but time is of the essence, and that's running out.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna try, but the zone is slowly closing in. They were able to find one, but Trigger, they have the vehicles, they have the numbers, they had to go for the reset. But Naughty at the same time, they also know that they are sneaking in, but little did they know, everyone is right in front of them as well. SBA is in front. Team Lowe's also right at the edge. Everyone is trying to find some spot of space to push in from the west side. This is one of the most difficult positions to push from. No cover, no utilities, no vehicles. It's going to hurt them in the bag. SBA, they're getting shot from afar from the side of LC as well. Same can be said for LOC, and everybody wants to collapse their way through. Trigger gets scouted out, and that's going to be Rivals Apex bowing out 9th place.
Eliminated and dusted from the game. TGL, no, look at what's going on. The players are falling apart as well. And there we go. Even the last man, Lawls himself, eliminated from the game. You've only got final 7 teams on the board. Karnata Esports, one of them. And this game so far has been great for Karnata Esports. Remember what I said before? The first map of Erangel was great for Karnata Esports. And once again, this Erangel looks fantastic for them. But even Big Brother Esports, they've got all the 4 men standing. And they're still on the edge of the circle. The next circle is going to be important.
It's tough. It's going to be very tough as well from Karnata because of the fact that they are on the edge. They don't have a lot of utilities. They don't have a lot to work with. Meanwhile, Lifecraft Esports, they have been hungry in the house for the longest of time. And finally, they come out. They want to strike. LOC pulling their way through. Verse gets shot away. Big Brother's from the other side of the mountain. The other side of the compound. He sees him out in the open and Jimmy takes him out.
So rough. Way too rough. Lifecraft Esports. 1 man was down a while ago, but still this 3-man squad is doing a lot. And the next zone's going to pop up, and it's actually going to pop out in the no man's land. Just SBA inside of the circle. And even SBA is in a really bad spot. They can be quite exposed soon enough. As soon as Karnata Esports, LOC, and even the players of Tribe Herdman start to move.
Oh boy, Genesis is still alive. Look at this. Cyrax is still alive despite all the onslaught. Genesis, I've talked about this, 8 finishes for the longest of time, but he somehow sneaked into the top 7. And Cyrax, the guy that made it happen in the previous game, he scouts out the members coming from Lifecraft. But again, the circle coming in. He needs to prone his way through. He might need to drop his back as well. But he knows there is a team beside him and there is a team in front of him. And the only thing he can do is just play this as patient as possible and hope he can snake his way in.
It seems like that's what he's doing too, my friend.
Oh boy.
Cyrax has got that compound wall to play with. Lifecraft 3 players. And LOC, they start to face the brunt. Big Brother Esports, of course, it's them to open the fray up as well. But considering Big Brother Esports, even they themselves are not in the circle, Cyrax can play a major threat. He can definitely be the main table turner. Even the zone's going to start to move slowly and steadily. So many teams are going to be pushed outside of their comfort zone, including Big Brother Esports.
Very nicely done coming from Big Brothers as well. They've got so much to work with, and they finally find Cyrax, and they will take him out. No comeback for Cyrax. No miracle run. And Genesis will bow out in 7th place. Now Big Brothers, they are going for the push as well. They heard the gunshots coming in from LOC and looking to sneak up forward. Karnata on top of the mountain. It is going to be an all-out brawl. Lifecraft going head-to-head against LOC. Finally, they get the knock onto us 1. But can they continue? Lifecraft, edge by edge, nades being traded back and fro. But they still have 3 men, and they are looking stronger than ever.
They indeed are. Lifecraft Esports. Trouble's brewing up for them, man. How can you try and get out of that tricky spot? Even LOC, they've lost out on 1 player. The fallen man needs to be back up on his feet. Too many problems collapsing at the same time on top of the players of LOC. And now Lifecraft, they decide to make the pounce as well. The man Alpha is taken down pretty low. He needs to patch himself up. Finally goes prone behind that buggy. But 1 single nade can actually seal the deal, even against Alpha. And And look at the off angle being made from the man in the front. LOC, they're definitely trying to play a few mind games, but the return knock against LOC, that's going to be even more problematic. The man gets confirmed, and now it's down to just Alpha. But even Lifecraft, they've lost out on a man. And it's because of Big Brother Esports from the backlines with all the 4 players standing.
Oh my goodness, Jimmy somehow managed to sneak past behind them, and they are going to continue with this pressure. Big Brothers, they're so annoying. They're instigating all these fights, and now they're going to clean house. Jimmy finds 1 now. NLC, Lifecraft, they have to respect this. They cannot continue with this push, but the damage has already been done. Big Brother, they're looking to clean house. They're 4-man strong. They've got so much control in the map. The split 2-2. And they want to gobble up everything. And Wanted finds another one. Karanadu getting knocked on the north side. As Wanted looking to finish even more. Fragger finishes off Stone. And just like that,
Big Brother Esports, they're doing so good. Look at the split they've got. It's a 2-2 split. 2 players on the other side of the road, while 2 players on the opposite. They're doing this perfectly. They've got so much more landmass to play with. And even Lifecraft now is starting to crumble down. The remaining 2 players inside of that shack. 1 nade tossed in that shack can actually seal the deal, but the smoke is the difference maker. Does Big Brother Esports know? Lifecraft, both the players remaining are inside of that shack. Now they definitely do know that. All they need to do is just toss a nade in that shack, but Lifecraft nade is taking a lot of damage upon him, and he eventually gets knocked out too. Lifecraft, hold on. Now the chances for them to win have been dwindled down even more. Big Brother Esports, but even they need to try and play it a little bit cautiously. They're down 3 men.
Exactly. They made 1 mistake. Jimmy has no choice but going for the reset. He knows for a fact that if he gets knocked, he's done for. But as soon as I say this, Karanadu finds him. And that's going to be Big Brother's losing members. It comes down towards Karanadu Nodi, having himself as the last man standing with his final 40 bullets as well. Big Brother scout him out. Superboy, who almost loses his head. But 29 bullets and a dream. Can he clean out Big Brothers? Because as he slowly snakes his way through, Wanted gets scouted out, but he finds him! What a shot! And now Big Brother's in a lot of trouble!
It's such a major choke from Big Brother Esports. That 2-2 split was perfect until the man got knocked out. And that's where it was like a domino effect. As soon as the first man fell apart, slowly and steadily, the entire team is now getting ripped apart. The chain effect is not too good for Big Brother Esports, and now the chances for them to win the game has dwindled down even more, considering it's just down to Superboy. But even this 1 man can possess a lot of threat. And considering the fact that Big Brother Esports, they've been super consistent throughout the entire day, there's a major chance that they can actually run away with the chicken dinner as well. But considering, looking at the rates too, Lifecraft, they stand the most amount of chance to win this game.
Guess what? It's in free for all right now. It's 1 versus 1 versus 1. And Nodi, he doesn't have mats. It's only up to Superboy, Kraft, Nate God to fight against each other. And guess what? They don't know how many people is left. Like, they know there's 3 players left, but is it a full team or is it 3 individual players? But it seems to me it is going to be 3 individual ones. Nate God going to be out in the open. He sees Superboy. He makes the first shot, but guess what? He's out in the open. He has no choice but to run for it. Superboy hiding in the smoke. He doesn't want to pick. And Nodi, he sees this. He's letting it slide. They want them to fight each other. And now, with only 12 bullets left, can he get the shotgun in? He does! And he does! He doesn't have ARs! The shotgun is good enough to clutch it out and take the chicken for Karanadu Esports.
Perfect play from the man. Perfect play from Karanadu Esports. The trigger discipline was on point, knew exactly when to go for the strike. But I guess now the code's being cracked. Karanadu Esports are really good on the map of Erangel.
Oh boy, Karanadu finally finds a glimmer of hope. And just like that, with their chicken dinner in the hand. That was, I would say, the most unpredictable one. But it felt like Big Brothers could have got it as well.
Yeah, it was their game.
Gotten it as well. It was just, it came down to the final moments of who makes the first mistake.
Big Brother Esports had a clear man advantage, but then Lifecraft really threw a major spanner in the works as soon as they found those 2 knockouts. It all really came down to Big Brother Esports messing things up and choking that fight, especially when the man was running outside of the cover. That's when everything was done. And then it was like a chain effect. The first man fell down, even the second man, in order to save the first man, even he peeked out, and then instantly even he got knocked out. The remaining 2 players on the opposite side of the street, it's quite unfortunate that the man got spammed through the smoke. And considering even the 3rd man fell apart, Big Brother Esports right then and there, they just choked that scenario majorly.
Yeah, they made mistakes. They made a lot of mistakes. I think this is something that they have been doing for every single game. Then they've gotten greedy because of this. But I like how that Karanadu was able to kind of adapt and realize that, hey, if this is Big Brother, they're most likely going to be a 2-2 push rather than a 4-man push. And so far, Big Brother has been consistently doing it every single game. But things may change for tomorrow. Things may change.
At least that was also a good game for Lifecraft, right? We cannot really forget that, because even Lifecraft was doing great for themselves. But let's move on towards the highlights of the previous game and see how the action really kicked off. Looking at Karnat Esports take a fight against Rival Apex, honestly, Rival Apex has been choking all the cylinders. Karnat Esports too, for a moment it felt like they almost choked that, but luckily enough, this man Naughty, he flipped the tables and once again put Karnat Esports with the advantage.
Yeah, you have to give props towards Karanadu. Like, that was not an easy battle to fight, right? Like, considering the fact that the best position in this entire map was actually held by both Big Brothers as well as Lifecraft Esports, and Karanadu was somehow able to actually crawl their way into this phase of zone, considering that they have so many teams right ahead of them. But that was a very, very nice nade coming from Karanadu to actually take down the members coming from SBA, which was their opening that they needed. But yeah, this was the play you're talking about as well. Nodi somehow opening the shot, made lives miserable for Big Brothers, and technically he was just clutching his way through, and he was undeniably the MVP, to be honest.
Yeah, and let's speak about how Karnat Esports are really good on the map of Erangel. First game, good performance. Last game, Erangel, once again, great performance, because on Miramar, Sanhok, they were absent.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It comes down to how well do you play this map. But so far, like you said as well, Karanadu has been very consistent in the maps of Erangel. I'm pretty sure by tomorrow we will have even better stats when we head into the map of Erangel. Like, which teams are the one that's going to have the most amount of points in that game. And like you said, Karanadu might be the team that's going to be on top.
Tribe Herdman's really good on Sanhok. And
as was Miramar.
Exactly. And you can also say that even another team, which will be Genesis, even they were quite consistent on Miramar and Sanhok. So these teams are now really starting to showcase their strong suits and weak suits too. Because if you look at Genesis on the map of Erangel, they haven't been able to perform that well. Every single time Genesis, they choke their placement. Every single time they choke the eliminations too. And that's why they've been struggling too much.
I think it comes down to execution and also adapting to how each other's play styles. But when it comes to adapting as well, for these guys watching at home, be sure to check out the realme P3 Series 5G, because it is the most important thing right now, because it is going to be giving you some rewards. It is the best performance, gaming performance out there in the market, which is going to be releasing on February 18th. So be sure to check it out. realme P3 Pro 5G. Google it and you will stand a chance to walk away with some prizes.
Exactly. But once again, moving on with the conversation, right? Lifecraft Esports too, they were quite disconnected throughout the entire day. In some games, they were doing okay. I'm not even speaking about good performances. By okay, I mean 5 points on that game. So Lifecraft Esports, they were quite disconnected. But this game sort of gives them that wind in the sails, where tomorrow, considering it's going to be the day of comebacks, we might just see Lifecraft Esports as well on that same train.
Well, that's the thing about positioning and also understanding what needs to be done. I feel like Lifecraft Esports, they have been the only team that is playing very, very safe, not willing to take unnecessary risks.
Okay.
Whereas if you compare it with teams like Big Brother, they like to take those kind of risks a lot. And this is something that they have been doing every single game. So they're just so confident in the fact that they know if they take space, they are going to just go all out. Like, regardless of teammate, they fight as if there was a whole team fighting behind them. And that's one thing I like about Big Brother, because if a man with no fear is a man you should fear.
That is true, definitely, because he can go to the limits that you cannot even think of.
Exactly.
And Remorseless now is also another part of the conversation, right? Because first 3 games, the most consistent team that you can spot on the map. But then after that, the latter 3 games, where are they? Nowhere.
See, that's the thing about Remorseless. They have found success in just setting up roadblocks to pick off teams on the edge zone. But so far, I think they haven't been able to position in a way where they close up the games. And they have been trying to fix a little bit of strategy here and there. But the problem with those strategies is that it comes down to timings. Do they want to wrap things out fast, or do they want to commit to the fight? And those indecisiveness in their play is the reason why they kind of struggle to farm a little bit more points. Whereas if you compare teams like, again, I think the biggest wow factor will be Genesis Esports, where, oh no, I don't have any guns, I don't have any more bullets. What do I do? Okay, take a head-on fight. Just just go all in, do or die. That's the only way to survive. Because if you go in a stalemate where I've got 50 bullets, And if I don't commit to the fight and stock up, it doesn't matter if I make it to the late stage game, I'm not closing up the game. You have to think of the bigger picture. And that's one thing I learned and liked about Genesis in today's games.
Exactly. But you know what I see? Let's move on towards the MVP of that previous game and find out who was that individual player who really performed well and surprised all of us with his performance. It's going to be Cyrax from Genesis. Of course, he was the man who was popping off every single time. Genesis, once again, consistent on the board. 5 finishes, average survival time of 23:54. Not a lot, but still that's going to do the job. At 617 damage dished out, 0 assists and 0 headshots.
Well, wow, the Cyrax was able to just pick off so many finishes just like that, and he's been playmaking for Genesis all the way through. Their second chicken dinner was single-handedly clutched by him. But nevertheless, speaking of another team who clutched the win for the team, it's got to be Nodi on the second place. Because he's undeniably my MVP for that match, because Coronado Esports had no business winning the chicken dinner, but he somehow made it work. Well done, Nodi. Well done indeed.
Exactly. You've also got Nade from the side of Lifecraft Esports, considering he was the one who was a major menace for the side of Big Brother Esports. Jimmy 2 once again performing well, 3 finishes racked up, and you've also got Cheyenne from SBA. SBA's got their own storyline. It feels like they're in the realm of their own, where they just do not really care about anyone else, and they're just here to focus on their own performance. Match summaries on the screen: 62 finishes, 213 smokes used, and 6 nade finishes.
Yeah, that's just a lot of utilities being expended. And I think this is one of those games where people started to understand that, hey, we need to be a little bit quicker in terms of rotations, and you need to play a little bit safer in terms of smokes, right? Like, taking advantage of the circle. The circle closes in means that it is going to pressure other people as well. So using those smokes to buy time is going to be very, very important. But now, with that being said, the moment of truth, let's take a look at the points system. The point standing of the final map for this match. Coronado, of course, on top with the chicken dinner with 19 points.
Exactly. You've also got Lifecraft Esports with 13 points, consistent game. Then you've also got Big Brother Esports, 13 points. Once again, Big Brother Esports throughout the day, they've been doing really good. SPA in a realm of their own, 9 points accumulated. Genesis, once again, consistent. Then you've also got LOC on the board with 7 points. Team Lols as well, just barely scraping the surface, trying to keep themselves in the top 8. A few disappointments are definitely there, and I guess one of them is going to be Rival Apex and GlitchX Reborn, and even GT. I do understand GT's not doing too bad in the overall standings, but it's not the GT performance that we expected, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I was expecting a little bit better, like, from GT, especially this final map, that when they made the odd decision challenge, SBA was a little bit questionable for them. But nevertheless, let's take a look at the overall standings. And guess what? I'm sorry to say, your predictions is very, very close. And Genesis will be on second place.
Did anyone pick Big Brother Esports?
No one did. Like,
so
no
I guess I
expected.
still win, technically.
Like, see, that's the thing, right? In my mind, I know Big Brother has what it takes, but I was convinced by every single caster, and they told me that Big Brother is washed. And guess what? They're number 1 now.
Look,
I should have trusted my gut.
Look, man, Genesis is currently on the second spot, so when it comes to prediction, I've still won my prediction.
Okay, technically, among all of us, you've definitely won.
Yeah. Tribe Herdman on the third, 54 points. Remorseless, even though, yeah, the latter 3 games weren't really that great, they've still gotten 50 points, in my opinion, considering just the day 1. It's a great head start that they've achieved. You've also got SPA with 44 points. Coronado Esports, that final game was definitely a major bounce back.
But at the same time, let's take a look at all the casters' predictions so far. And of course, Maisie, he went for SBA, did pretty good. Coronado, well, he got the chicken, but still a little bit on the downside. That will be sad for Anki. Rivals Apex, well, Spiro, you're out. Genesis, okay, you're a big W for you. Necro and Maisie wins. Me and Johnny with GT, yeah, that's an L for us.
Maybe you guys are just cursing teams out here, man.
I know, right? I only got 1 prediction correct so far.
Because GT is one of those teams that you do not really expect to perform in such a way, but still they have failed to perform.
Right?
It's one of those things that just happens in once in a blue moon, because GT, before this tournament, they were the most consistent team.
I think from today onwards, I'm going to follow Maisie's prediction, because all his predictions have been kind of spot on. And in the top 8, we have SBA, we've got Genesis as well. And again, none of us believe in Big Brothers, and it's kind of sad. Like,
even Remorseless, man, that could have been a great pick.
Well, I wouldn't go for Remorseless. I would still pick Big Brothers over Remorseless.
Too much of a risk.
I'm sorry, Remorseless.
What about Tribe Herdman? Even they were
I never expected that. Like, actually, now that I think about it, none of us on the desk actually expected Tribe Herdman to perform this well.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, those 2 games of Sanhok really was a big twist that Tribe Herdman pulled off, right? Especially Blitzpew.
Yeah.
From the top, he was able to rack up so many finishes. He was doing so much damage. He's one of the main reasons why Tribe Herdman had a solid game in their hands.
See, that's the thing, right? Sometimes 1 game, 2 game, it might be luck. In the end of the day, if you do it every single game and you consistently get points, that is skill, that is dedication, and that is, most importantly, consistency. You must understand, when it comes to Graham, it is all about consistency. It is all about the long grind. Of course, considering that day one is pretty much over, we still have 18 more matches to go for Group C.
And let's not forget, even Rush, if possible, should be part of the conversation. With the way they were playing, great performance on the board. But honestly speaking, we gotta expect much more of these type of performances, even from the latter half of the board, considering day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, right? And speaking of day 2, it's gonna be happening tomorrow. Day 1 almost comes to an end. With that being said, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and that's going to be it from IC for the day 1 of this group. We are going to take a leave. We'll see you guys on the day 2 for this group.